That's really great, I can't get used to that hypocritical guy for a long time. Caulifla was surprised at first, then said nonchalantly. That Frost with a fake smile on his face all day long, for some reason is very annoying to her. But if you hate it, you hate it, but that guy's strength is still quite strong. Is that the sixth universe, the legendary Super Saiyan Kale? It's really hard to find, it's easy to get here. From the very beginning, Lin Yan set his sights on Kyer, with black shiny hair tied into a ponytail, wearing a red short skirt, and black leggings. His eyes drooped, and he looked a little timid. It is almost exactly the same as in Dragon Ball Super, but it looks a little immature. After all, it will take nearly 10 years before the start of the Tournament of Power, so they naturally look a little younger. However, what Lin Yan is talking about is not Kala's appearance and age, but his potential, which can become the legendary Super Saiyan's potential. But for the current Kale, if he wants to become the legendary Super Saiyan, it may be a bit difficult. She must be stimulated, and she can only transform when she is extremely angry. Hey, that guy with the long tail, your 5.3 companion just used dirty tricks on me and Kale, and I'm full of anger now, so I can only vent to you. While Lin Yan was observing Kale, Caulifla suddenly pointed at Lin Yan and said to Lin Yan with a displeased face. Only by giving this guy a good beating can he eliminate the anger in his heart. The moment Caulifla's voice fell, Lin Yan looked at Caulifla with cold eyes, and then his body disappeared from everyone's sight like a ghost. Didn't your mother teach you to be polite when talking to other people? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from behind. Caulifla's body trembled, her face full of horror. Then, that guy, when did he appear behind me? P.S. Please subscribe. Chapter 66. If you want to become Super Saiyan, then die first. Seeking subscription. Sweat dripped from his forehead involuntarily, and then his body rushed out with the agility of a civet cat. Then he turned around and looked at Lin Yan with astonishment. Hey, you, what kind of monster are you? How can you be so fast? Caulifla's surprised expression turned out to be somewhat excited. She had never seen such a fast person, who appeared behind her in an instant, and he didn't even have the time to react. Caulifla, that guy's strength is unfathomable, don't be careless. Gabe quickly reminded. Just now, he really experienced the strength of that demon, it was too terrifying. It's not on the same level as them. Even Captain Frost, who had turned into an assault form, was killed by him in an instant. Caulifla's strength is still weaker than that of herself and Captain Frost. Cut. An afterthought, I don't know how to read it myself. Caulifla cast a contemptuous glance at Gabe, and even a fool could tell that he was no ordinary opponent based on the speed he displayed. It's just, her character is that the stronger the opponent she meets, the more excited 01 will be, and she wants to compete with him. Hey, what's your name? Caulifla just wanted to say that guy with a tail, but thinking about that guy, he seemed to care about that title just now, so he changed his name after thinking about it. Scion of the 7th universe, Lin Yan. Lin Yan didn't hide it, after all, here, these people always want to know their names. N.A. Nanny? You say you are Scion? Impossible, why does Scion have a tail? Caulifla asked with a confused face. She grew up on the planet Sherida, and has seen all kinds of Scions, but she has never seen a Scion with a tail. And his body looks much bigger than theirs. Also, what the hell is the 7th universe you mentioned? Caulifla looked puzzled. He knew about the universe, but how many universes should the universe be divided into? There are still many things you don't know. You will understand slowly in the future. Lin Yan didn't bother to explain to them, wasting words. Anyway, they will naturally know how big this universe is in the future. Caulifla, don't believe what he said, Captain Frost said, that guy is an accomplice of those universe robbers. What is the 7th universe, what is Scion? He just made it up to lie to you. After hearing Lin Yan's words, Gabe hurriedly reminded Caulifla, for fear that Caulifla would be deceived by this guy. And in his opinion, that guy is not Scion at all. How could a peace-loving Scion be as decisive and ruthless in killing viruses as he is? TCH, it's Frost again. I'd rather believe Lin Yan's words than his words. Caulifla curled her lips, and judging from her tone, it seemed that not only did she not have any affection for Frost, but she even hated it. This made Lin Yan feel that although Caulifla didn't like him, she seemed to be a little smarter than Gabe. Hey Lin Yan, are you really Scion? But why is Scion so strong? After glaring at Gabe, Caulifla looked at Lin Yan again curiously, and confirmed with great interest. Strong? Is defeating 2 little flies considered strong? Lin Yan contemptuously looked at Frost's body and Gabe, and said disdainfully. But he didn't mean to look down on them, because the 2 of them were not even as good as a fly in front of him. Cut! Damn! Gabe clenched his fists tightly. With his unique strength, he can be regarded as an outstanding existence in this universe. To be compared to 2 little flies by that guy is really too much. Hehe, although I know that you and Chiang can defeat the 2 of them, it's a bit too arrogant to say that. Caulifla also had a look of disbelief. The strength of both for Ross and Gabe surpassed her. If the 2 of them were little flies, wouldn't he be inferior to little flies? Really? Then how about? Lin Yan smiled serenely, revealing a row of white teeth. Immediately after his complexion straightened, a deep roar came out from his throat. Ha ha eh! At this moment, the entire ground began to tremble violently, and the gravel on the ground even floated in midair. A wave of terrifying air swept in all directions. The air wave contained terrifying power, and directly sent Gabe, Zilu, and the others flying. Caulifla blocked her eyes with her arms, and kicked back non-stop as her feet rubbed against the ground. Wow Kaka, just the momentum has knocked me back, it's too strong. Not only was Caulifla not afraid, but she was even more excited. It's just that Gabe, Kyer, and others also have fear on their faces. Is that guy really a monster? It's just his aura that even made the planet Sherida vibrate. It seems that the guy named Lin Yan didn't use all his strength when fighting him before. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be able to last even a second. Aha! With the last roar, Lin Yan's originally black hair turned golden yellow and stood tall. The pupils turned light green, and looked unusually indifferent. Rustle! Gold's air vortexes like a raging flame, surging crazily. Gold's hair, that guy, is he undergoing a transformation? After Lin Yan turned into Super Scion, the terrifying blast stopped, and the entire planet Sherida returned to calm. With his current aura, he doesn't need to make such a big fuss about his transformation, but he has already uttered his big words just now. If he doesn't pretend to be a wave, it will be a bit unreasonable. 447 Hey, what are you? What a powerful feeling! Caulifla looked at Lin Yan excitedly, and asked hurriedly. He could feel that Lin Yan's strength at this time had definitely increased dozens of times in an instant. This is called Super Scion. Lin Yan clenched his fists, the corners of his mouth curved slightly, and said coldly. Super Scion? Are you really Scion? Caulifla said excitedly again. If this guy is really Scion, if he can become so powerful, then he can too. Anyway, I am a genius among the geniuses of planet Sherida. How? Want to become stronger? Lin Yan suddenly smiled evilly, looked at Caulifla and asked. Caulifla nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Want to become a Super Scion? Lin Yan asked again. Teach me how to become a Super Scion. Caulifla couldn't wait to speak to Lin Yan. At this time, Kale, who was not far away, looked at Caulifla's happy face, and tightly grasped the hem of his skirt with both hands. Looking at Lin Yan with angry eyes. And Lin Yan looked at the excited Caulifla, his expression suddenly changed, and he said in a cold voice. If you want to become stronger, then die first. P.S. Please subscribe. Chapter 67 The Legendary Super Scion, Here We Come. Seeking subscription. At the same time as the icy voice fell, Lin Yan's body burst out directly, turning into a golden ray of light, so fast that no one could react. The next moment, a heavy fist hit Caulifla's lower abdomen directly. Caulifla's pupils constricted, and the severe pain caused her to lose consciousness for a short time. Then he hugged his lower abdomen with his hands, and knelt on the ground with his knees, his face twisted. DD. The spigot kept spitting out unknown liquid. She still hadn't figured it out yet. Just now Lin Yan, who said that she was going to teach herself to become a Super Scion, would suddenly attack her. No sign at all. But even if you tell her, she will definitely not be able to avoid it. Sister. Sister. Caulifla. Gabe, Kale, and the other Scions all changed drastically at this moment. Just now this guy was chatting with Caulifla, but the next moment, he attacked Caulifla directly. Logically speaking, with his strength, there is no need for Caulifla to relax her vigilance before attacking. Damn, hateful bastard! Caulifla hugged her lower abdomen tightly, and her body was overwhelmed. This bastard dared to attack her suddenly. Absolutely unforgivable. You dare to hurt my sister, I absolutely can't forgive you. A deep angry roar came from Kala's throat. Lin Yan turned around and saw Kale with an angry face, clenched his fists, and the veins on his forehead and arms were bulging. Obviously he was extremely angry. Then his body flashed, and he punched Lin Yan directly. The furious Kale didn't have any tricks at all, and exhausted all his strength and blasted towards Lin Yan. Although he can dodge this kind of linear attack casually, but now his purpose is not to dodge Kala's attack, but to copy her talent. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yan and Kai's fists collided heavily. Lin Yan instantly felt that this force was much stronger than the previous two people, for Ross and Gabe. As expected, he deserves to be called the legendary Super Scion. After being enraged, Kale can explode with such terrifying power normally. And at this moment, those few lines of blue on Lin Yan's retina reappeared. Copy object, Kale, 6th universe. Copyable ability, Key Blast. Do you want to copy? What the hell? Lin Yan looked at those few lines of small characters, and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. But how come there is only one skill, and only one Key Blast? What about talent? What about the talent of the legendary Super Scion? At this time, Lin Yan was also momentarily confused and at a loss. According to the plot of Dragon Ball Super, Kale is the legendary Super Scion. But why is there no copyable talent? Puzzled. Then, Lin Yan slammed his fists hard and knocked Kai away. The purpose of coming to the 6th universe is nothing more than copying Kala's talent for super passing and hits flash time skill. Then play against that hit who can completely crush Super Scion Blue. Didn't expect my first goal to be shattered like this? Could it be that Kale didn't become the legendary Super Scion, so that I couldn't copy her Super Scion talent? Lin Yan suddenly thought about it. Maybe it was because of this reason. It seems that whether it is for this reason or not, you must try it. And just when Lin Yan was thinking why he couldn't copy Kyle's talent, Kale, who was repelled by him, attacked Lin Yan again. Still a random fist in a rage. I can only try. Lin Yan frowned, and when he looked at Kale's attacking fist, he turned his body slightly to avoid Kale's fist. Then he grabbed Kala's slender arm, and pressed his right knee against Kala's abdomen. Wow wow! Then, Kelton fell to his knees on the ground as if he had been hit hard, spitting acid water from his mouth. The breath of the whole person returned to a normal state at this moment. This is Scion from the 6th universe? Trash, useless. Snapped. Lin Yan stepped on Kai's back, directly pushing Kai's body into the ground. He spoke with a cold tone of contempt. Damn bastard, let me go of Kyle. Seeing that Lin Yan stepped on Kale, Caulifla instantly looked at Lin Yan furiously, and shouted angrily. The two palms were directly aimed at Lin Yan, and the energy ball blasted towards Lin Yan like raindrops. Boom! Then, Lin Yan's whole body exploded in an instant. A few seconds later, the smoke dissipated, and Lin Yan's figure appeared in front of Caulifla again. Obviously, Caulifla's attack was of no use at all, because in that horrible explosion, Lin Yan's clothes didn't get a speck of dust on them. Kale is still underfoot. I fight with you! Caulifla roared and rushed directly to Lin Yan. Lin Yan didn't even look at Caulifla, and directly slammed his palm at Caulifla, and Caulifla's body flew upside down like a fired shell. Fell heavily to the ground. See, it's because of your weakness and incompetence that your sister was beaten with you, and I will kill you one by one. Lin Yan looked down at Kale and said in a cold voice. No. No, I will never let you hurt my sister. Kyle gritted his teeth and pressed his fingers tightly into the hard ground. Lin Yan could feel that Kala's chi was constantly rising at this time, and his body was also trembling from a distance. It seems, Li Mahao is about to succeed, let's add more fire. Feeling Kala's increasingly violent breath, Lin Yan suddenly showed a look of excitement at the corner of his mouth. Can you copy the Transcendence talent, but once again? You're scumbag, your sister will never like you. Lin Yan knew that in Kala's heart, Caulifla was the person she liked the most. Sure enough, at the moment Lin Yan's words fell, the entire ground. No, the entire planet Sherida began to vibrate violently. I'm going to kill you! Roar! At the same time as the hoarse roar sounded, streaks of green light burst out directly from the ground. And Kyr under his feet was directly wrapped by a huge grass-green energy ball. That terrifying aura directly knocked Lin Yan back out. The legendary Super Saiyan is coming. P.S. Please subscribe. Chapter 68 Super Saiyan Full Power vs Chuan Chao Saiyan, subscribe. Lin Yan jumped back, and he appeared in a place 10 feet away. And that terrifying aura directly sent the others flying out. Then, Kala's body slowly climbed up, the energy arrogance of grass green was crazily lingering, and Blue's lightning crackled. Bastard, you dare to hurt sister, I will kill you! A roar burst out from Kala's throat, and his body floated in midair. Although he was still in a normal state, Lin Yan could clearly feel that Karl's aura was almost the same as his own when he became a common Super Saiyan. And his anger is still rising. I am going to kill you! The next moment, Kale clenched his arms tightly, and the terrifying grass-green energy swept out in all directions like long dragons. Wherever they went, giant peaks collapsed, and bottomless black holes appeared on the ground. At this moment, Kala's body almost doubled in size, and his originally thin and weak body became like a big man who has been exercising for many years. The headband that tied the hair has disappeared, and the original black hair instantly turned into a messy grass green. The pupils completely disappeared, and it was empty and pale. Kel, what's wrong with you? Caulifla looked at Kale, whose appearance had changed drastically, and asked with some concern, but she was also very shocked. Unexpectedly, the follower who played with me from a young age has such a huge energy base in his body. She never found out. This energy almost completely surpassed that nasty guy Lin Yan. Don't worry, this is Kala's Super Saiyan form. Lin Yan looked sideways and explained to Caulifla lightly. N.A. Nanny? Kale can turn into a Super Saiyan? And it's so strong. Caulifla spoke excitedly. At the same time, I thought to myself, since Kale can become a Super Saiyan, then I must be able to become a Super Saiyan too. The reason why Kale became Super Saiyan is because, by the way, that guy Lin Yan has been stimulating Kale just now, making Kale furious, and then Kale turned into Super Saiyan with a boom got, abd. Could it be that what Lin Yan did just now was to deliberately provoke Kale and make him become a Super Saiyan? But why did he do it? Caulifla thought with some doubts. Of course, this is just her guess, maybe that bastard Lin Yan is not so kind at all. Care, what a powerful energy, could this be the super scion that the devil said? Could it be that what he said before is true? Gabe hid behind a boulder, looked at Kair in shock, and muttered to himself. At this time, he seemed to start to believe what Lin Yan said. The legendary super scion, let me see how strong you are. Lin Yan pursed his lips. To be honest, he had never seen such a tyrannical aura since he left the Wampa planet. Of course, on Wampa planet, he and Broly didn't go all out because they were afraid of destroying the entire planet, so the fight was not very enjoyable. The strength in front of me is comparable to that of Super Saiyan Blue's Chuan Chao Saiyan, and I can finally have a good fight with her. Anyway, even if the planet Sherida is destroyed, it has nothing to do with me, and I can live in space. Lin Yan, begin the blood sacrifice with you first. After transforming, Kair pointed at Lin Yan and said in a hoarse voice. It seems though that the guy didn't completely lose his mind after turning into the legendary Super Saiyan. At least I can still call my own name. And at the same time that Kala's hoarse voice fell, a black energy ball actually converged directly towards Kala's mouth. Finally integrated into the body. It's just that the next moment, a huge grass-green energy ball suddenly appeared in Xian Cao, and it bombarded Lin Yan in an instant. Looking at the energy ball and feeling the terrifying power inside, Lin Yan didn't want to hit it hard, so he dodged it with a flash of his body. Rumbling. The moment the energy ball landed on the ground was instantly swallowed and turned into 10 huge raised arcs. Then it exploded directly, stirring up hundreds of feet of dust. The ground suddenly turned into a huge pit of several tens of feet. Something's wrong. After Kale becomes Super Saiyan, she seems to be unable to control her own power. If this continues, the entire planet Sherida will be destroyed by her. Caulifla, who has always been carefree, also thought of it with a worried expression at this time. Stop, Kyle, do you want to destroy the whole planet of salad fans? Caulifla yelled at Kale, but Kale, who was running away now, how could he listen to Caulifla and stop destroying it? Just when Lin Yan dodged Kala's energy ball with a dodge, Kale squeezed out a few grass-green energy balls again and blasted towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan flashed again and snatched the energy ball. It's just that when Lin Yan was dodging the energy ball, Kala's body flashed out and appeared in front of Lin Yan in an instant, and the energy ball in his palm was printed on Lin Yan's chest. Amazing speed! Lin Yan's eyes sank. Originally, he thought that Kala's strength had increased to the limitless after he turned into a super transportation form. He didn't expect that even the speed had increased so much. In the form of my common Super Saiyan, there is no way to compete with Kale of Chuan Chao. Hardly any hesitation, the energy ball in Kala's hand exploded the moment it landed on Lin Yan's mouth. Lin Yan's body was like a falling meteorite, forming an oblique straight line, smashing Huchin hundreds of meters away. Clatter! The violent impact directly aroused huge waves of thousands of feet. You're super awesome! Kale! Seeing Lin Yan being knocked into the air by Kale in an instant, Caulifla was so excited that she seemed to forget the pain in her body and danced at Kale. Lin Yan was able to get rid of his own existence in an instant, but he didn't expect to have no strength to fight back in front of you. 14. In the next second, Lin Yan's body shot out of the lake, and he didn't seem to be injured at all. The legendary Super Saiyan, it's really difficult to deal with. Then, let you feel the power of my Super Saiyan at full power. Lin Yan straightened his expression, and said lightly. P.S. The results are dismal, please subscribe. Chapter 69, Duplicating and Passing on Super Talent, Seeking First Order, Seeking Custom Order. The next moment, Lin Yan folded his arms in front of his chest suddenly, posing in a posture, and accompanied by a deep roar, his chi began to rise continuously. Violent waves began to appear on the surface of the lake under his feet, and spread out in circles towards the surroundings. In the end, the center of the lake directly turned into a huge whirlpool. Boom! Then the whole land began to shake violently, and Lin Yan's energy almost filled the entire planet Sherida at this moment. The next moment, Lin Yan's pale green pupils suddenly turned golden yellow, but they changed back in an instant. Wisps of bright green energy flames are continuously generated from the golden energy wrapped around the body. Nanny, Lin Yan's aura has also begun to inflate sharply. What's going on? Caulifla, Gabe, and the others all looked at Lin Yan with shocked expressions on their faces. Doesn't this guy have authority? It was able to become stronger again and again. And his aura at this moment has been constantly approaching Kair. Kair also seemed to feel the rapid expansion of Lin Yan's chi, perhaps feeling a sense of danger. His empty eyes narrowed slightly, and a cruel look appeared on his face. With both palms down, the two energy balls turned from black to green, and then directly blasted at Lin Yan. At this moment, with the last roar, Lin Yan's pupils directly turned golden yellow, and the terrifying bright green aura directly formed a huge energy ball. And when Kala's energy ball hit the huge energy ball, it seemed to be swallowed in half, and completely merged into the huge energy ball. The next moment, hundreds of energy beams suddenly shot out from the energy ball, shooting towards the ground like 1,000 arrows. Shhhhhhhh. Boom! Violent explosions continued to explode from every corner, and Gabe and Caulifla could only dodge in panic. With their current strength, if they are hit by that kind of energy beam, even if they are not dead, they will have to shed a layer of skin. Almost instantly, the entire ground was covered with large and small deep pits, which looked riddled with holes and devastated. It seems that there is no way to display the full power of Super Saiyan if you want to keep your sanity. In the bright green arrogance, Son Goku's deep voice came out. The current self can indeed become the full power form of Super Saiyan, but after becoming full power, it is easy to lose consciousness and enter a berserk state, becoming as hard to control one's own power as Kale. At that time, maybe most of the sixth universe will be destroyed by the battle between the two of them. After copying Broly's talent, his strength has indeed become very powerful, but he also copied the irritability that would lose control after transforming. But Lin Yan doesn't want to become a fighting tool that can only fight without consciousness while possessing strong power. Forget it, even if you can't control the full power form, with your current strength, you should definitely fight against Chuan Chao Kair. The idea of becoming Super Saiyan at full power, I can only give up, and then slowly learn to control and become Super Saiyan at full power on a conscious basis. But at this time, the bright green energy ball wrapped around Lin Yan disappeared little by little. And Lin Yan's body also appeared in everyone's sight. At this time, Lin Yan is surrounded by colorful energy arrogance, golden hair, and gold pupils. In the long and narrow eyes, there is an unusual indifference. Certainly. The moment Kair saw Lin Yan's figure, his face was full of anger and he gritted his teeth. With a flash of his body, he rushed directly to Lin Yan. Without any fanfare, the fist filled with grass-green energy blasted towards Lin Yan. Bring it on! Lin Yan also gritted his teeth, his body burst out, and he met Kyle with clenched fists, obviously preparing to confront Kyle head-on. In the next second, the fists of the two collided tightly, and the whole space shook violently. Circles of ripples were like waves, sweeping in all directions. Gabe and Caulifla only felt a buzzing in their ears, and subconsciously covered their ears. Click, click, click. Immediately afterwards, one after another cracks continued to crack from the ground like giant dragons, and continued to extend in all directions. 0. As for the bodies of Lin Yan and Kair, they each retreated dozens of steps in that terrifying impact. It really makes people feel the blood-boiling power. Lin Yan pursed his lips, and there was a strong desire to fight in his eyes. He felt that the blood in his body was violently rolling and boiling at this moment. He knew it was Saiyan's natural desire to fight. It's been a long time since I've felt this blood boil, not even when fighting Broly. And just when Lin Yan was enjoying the thrill brought by the collision just now, Kai's body attacked crazily again. Lin Yan also came out in a flash, and went up to meet him. Bang bang bang! The next moment, the two of them fought fiercely together, still without any fanfare. 0. Fists, feet, elbows, and knees are all turned into sharp attack weapons at this time, and they are constantly colliding with each other in terror. And every time the two collided, the whole ground would tremble violently a few times, and those circling dragon-like cracks would continue to expand, and then expand. At it. Then, Lin Yan and Kai clasped their hands tightly together, both clenched their teeth, showing a strenuous look. What a monster! The power is so strong. Lin Yan couldn't help being surprised. And just after Lin Yan sighed in his heart, a few lines of small words blue suddenly appeared on his retina. Copy object, Chuan Chao Kai, 6th universe. Copyable skills, Key Blast, Explosive Gas Bomb. Copy talent, the legendary Super Saiyan Days. Do you want to copy? Is that really the case? Lin Yan was overjoyed. It seemed that his previous thinking was correct. If he wanted to copy Kala's super talent, he had to first let her become a Super Saiyan before he could copy it. I don't know if the two talents can be superimposed after copying the talent of Chuan Chao. If it is possible, then it is really awesome. Even if it is not possible, it is harmless. Copy the legendary Super Saiyan talent. Without any hesitation, Lin Yan said silently in his heart. Chapter 70 Super Saiyan, Caulifla, please order first, please order. Copying the legendary Super Saiyan's natural success. Copied skills, transcendent talent. A small line of blue appeared on the retina again. Then it disappeared. I didn't expect it to be copied so smoothly. Lin Yan said with a little excitement in his heart, then, Kale will not be of much use. Then, Lin Yan's arms suddenly strengthened. Product circle. After a roar, the terrifying bright green aura erupted directly from the ground, forming a huge beam of bright green energy, which instantly soared into the sky. The ground under Lin Yan's feet suddenly collapsed, and his feet were firmly inserted into the ground. Kai obviously felt the great pressure, the veins on his forehead and arms were wriggling like little snakes, and the sweat kept sliding down his cheeks. Ho ho ho! 867. It was also a hysterical hoarse roar. Cao Green's energy also turned into a huge beam of light, rising from the ground and piercing into the sky. In an instant, two huge pillars of green energy light touched together, and at the moment of contact, a substantial flame was produced. Under the two people's feet, they continued to collapse. It has completely turned into a huge pit with a width of hundreds of feet. Thumb-like thick blue lightning bolts emerged from the place where the two beams of energy light touched, and after a crackling sound, they fell in all directions. Boom! In an instant, the entire earth was split into deep ravines and pits by the blue lightning. The sky and the earth are changing color, just like a scene of the end of the world. Okay, what a terrifying confrontation. Are the two of them willing to give up after destroying the entire planet Sherida? Gabe's face was full of despair, and his tone was full of helplessness. If this continues, the planet Sherida will really be completely destroyed by them. Kal, to have such a powerful energy, it's too amazing. Caulifla was also very worried about planet Sherida, but she didn't hide the excitement in her eyes at all. Since Kale can become a Super Saiyan, then I must also be able to become a Super Saiyan. Caulifla clenched her fist tightly, trying to make herself angry. As for the Saions who followed Gabe at the beginning, they have completely disappeared. I don't know if they were killed by the confrontation between Lin Yan and Kai, or they fell to other places. The game, it's time to end, Kale! Lin Yan shouted angrily, and his arms, which were already throbbing with veins, increased their strength again. He felt that Kale after becoming Chuanchao Scion was very powerful and destructive, but she had a big Achilles heel, that is, her battery life was too poor. It is impossible to fight for a long time, probably because her current body cannot bear the unparalleled strength. So after Kale suddenly raised his breath just now, his breath has begun to drop sharply. Just after Lin Yan increased his strength again, Kale finally couldn't bear it, and was directly shocked and flew upside down. In the middle of flying upside down, the body shrinks little by little, the energy of the green grass around him disappears little by little, and the hair has changed back to black again, obviously it has returned to normal. Then Kale's body fell heavily to the ground, and he was completely unconscious. Now Kale controls that kind of terrifying power. It is indeed too powerful for her. Hoo. After completely defeating Kale, sweat dripped down Lin Yan's forehead, his arms were still trembling, and he was panting heavily. Obviously, although he defeated Kale just now, the consumption of him was quite huge. After all, Lin Yan performed the transformation on the premise of preserving his consciousness, so the strength and endurance he can display will naturally be inferior to those in the berserk state. Afterwards, Lin Yan directly changed to normal. Then, the toes touched the ground, and the body slowly rose up, standing in mid-air. But, hateful bastard, you dare to treat my schoolgirl like this, I will never spare you. At this time, Caulifla was full of anger again, looked at Kale lying on the ground, then at Lin Yan, and said in an angry voice. Then his fists were clenched tightly, and wisps of breath burst out from Caulifla's body. But what everyone didn't notice was that at this time, on Caulifla's back, a little bit of gold halo flickered, and it became more and more dense. That brat, did you figure out how to become a Super Scion? Lin Yan looked at Caulifla in surprise, and murmured, 0. Feeling Caulifla's ever-improving aura, it seems really similar. Caulifla? What? What's going on? Not far away, Gabe looked at Caulifla's horrified opening with a look of astonishment. Because he felt that Caulifla's aura was constantly rising, the original Caulifla was weaker than himself, but the aura that erupted now was obviously much stronger than himself. Hi-yi! Caulifla waved her arms and opened her posture. At that moment, a burst of Gold's arrogance burst out directly from Caulifla's body. Rustle! Gold's arrogance lingered directly around Caulifla's body, Gold's hair, and shallow green's pupils. At this moment, Caulifla has become a Super Scion. Wow, it really worked. It turns out that the trick to becoming a Super Scion is really to be angry. It's too strong, it's really too strong, it feels like there's endless power in my body. Caulifla laughed wildly excitedly, looking at her hands, feeling the strength of her physical energy, which almost instantly increased dozens of times. At this moment, it seems that I am the strongest in the world. Nanny, even Caulifla has transformed, how did this go back to 5.7? Gabe was completely confused. In less than an hour, Kale and Caulifla turned into the so-called Super Scion one after another. That breath really shocked him too much. Super Scion from the 6th universe is really cheap. Lin Yan looked at Caulifla speechlessly. Her previous combat power was obviously less than 3 million, hovering around 2 million at most. You must know that I have suffered a lot to become a Super Scion. I spent 2 years in the spiritual time room, many days in the gravity room, and was developed by the elder Namek. In the end, at the moment of life and death, the desire to survive made me become a Super Scion. P.S. Please order first, please order. Thank you guys. Chapter 71 Hit me? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications. These guys are good, they turn into Super Scion when they get angry. However, in Dragon Ball, in addition to the basic combat power and anger, there is another very important factor for becoming a Super Scion, that is, a peaceful heart. Only a peaceful heart can produce the so-called S cells. When S cells when reaching a certain amount, adding anger, you can become a super scion. The more S cells, the greater the chance of becoming a super scion. The scion of the 6th universe is not as savage and violent as the scion of the 7th universe, but very peace-loving, so the S cells in the body are naturally much richer than the scion of the 7th universe. This is also the main reason why they can turn into super scion once they are enraged. Lin Yan, you beat me up for so long just now, now I'm going to pay it back, hee. After being excited for a while, Caulifla finally looked at Lin Yan excitedly. That guy not only beat himself up, but also injured 01's primary school girl, Kyr. The so-called reciprocity, now that I have become a super scion, this enmity must be paid back. You? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications. Looking at the excited Caulifla, Lin Yan spoke contemptuously, his face full of disdain. According to Chao Kyr's words, it is indeed a bit tricky for him to suppress his strength, but Caulifla, the super scion of common, he really doesn't pay attention to it. You must know that her basic combat power is at most about 2 million, and even if she becomes a super scion, her combat power will only increase by 50 times to about 100 million. This kind of strength, even Son Goku and Vegeta can't beat them, let alone myself. Caulifla is really as arrogant as Vegeta, with a bit of strength, she becomes inflated and doesn't know who she is. TCH, you hateful guy, how dare you look down on me? I will definitely beat you down later, and show you how powerful I am. Super Caulifla. Caulifla still had a confident look on her face. Even if he couldn't defeat Lin Yan, who was at full strength, Lin Yan was obviously exhausted from the battle with Kale just now, and it would not be easy for him to defeat him. After thinking about it, Caulifla's body instantly turned into an afterimage of gold, darting towards Lin Yan. When the body appeared in front of Lin Yan in an instant, it directly smashed towards Lin Yan's head. The shot is also quite fierce, without holding back. However, in Lin Yan's eyes, Caulifla's attack speed is simply too slow. Turning his head slightly, he easily dodged Caulifla's attack. Nanani, did you escape? Caulifla was startled. She now has great confidence in her strength and speed, she never thought that Lin Yan would easily dodge her first attack. Coincidence? It must be a coincidence, I don't believe you both escaped twice. Caulifla gritted her teeth, thinking secretly. Lin Yan is already exhausted, it was just a coincidence just now, this time, he must be completely defeated. Then, with fierce vigor, the fist slammed at Lin Yan again. This time, she is confident. It's just that the ideal is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. This time's attack was still the same as the first time, and Lin Yan easily dodged it. Nanny? Impossible. Caulifla withdrew her fist and shook her head in a daze. The first time was a coincidence, but the second time. No matter how arrogant she is, she wouldn't foolishly think it was a coincidence. Da-da-da. After a moment of shock, a look of rage appeared on Caulifla's face, and at the same time as a deep voice came out of her mouth, both fists fell towards Lin Yan overwhelmingly like machine guns. And Lin Yan's body, like a light feather, swayed from side to side in the hail of bullets, easily dodging all the attacks. Caulifla couldn't touch Lin Yan's body at all, and Caulifla's irritable character became more and more anxious, completely losing her composure. In this way, there is no way to hit Lin Yan. Have you played enough? Lin Yan suddenly curved his mouth, smiled coldly, and stretched out his right hand like lightning, blocking Caulifla's attack with a palm. When the fist hit Lin Yan's palm, Caulifla felt as if she had hit a hard steel plate, and she didn't move at all. I'm not interested in you at all, so it's over. Lin Yan smiled coldly again, grabbed Caulifla's fist, lifted Caulifla's body high, and then fell down heavily. The ground instantly became dusty, and Caulifla's body was submerged in the dust. Ahem, this bastard, you're too aggressive. After a few inhalations, Caulifla, coughing and complaining came from the dust. After the dust dissipated, I saw Caulifla's figure, with scratches of varying degrees on her body. It has changed back to normal, and it looks abnormally embarrassed. Lin Yan's body slowly landed beside Caulifla, taking back all his breath. You, what do you want to do? Don't think you can kill us, I didn't use my strength just now. Caulifla watched 743 Lin Yan fall in front of her, like a frightened little hedgehog, with a vigilant face, and at the same time did not forget to threaten Lin Yan. Don't worry. If I wanted to kill you, you would have turned into cold corpses. Although Lin Yan often kills decisively, he is not a murderer after all, nor does he have the habit of killing people when he has nothing to do. Although these scions in front of me are not likable, but they are not annoying enough to kill them. You, who the hell are you? If you're not a universe pirate, then what's your purpose in coming to planet Sherida? At this time, seeing that the battle was almost over, and Lin Yan didn't intend to kill them, Gabe limped over, still looked at Lin Yan defensively and asked. Didn't I tell you my story? Lin Yan glanced at Gabe coldly, and asked back. Being stared at by Lin Yan like this, Gabe felt uncomfortable all over. In fact, when his anger disappeared little by little, he also slowly figured it out, with Lin Yan's strength, there was no need to hide anything from them. If he was really a universe pirate, as Captain Forte Ross said, they would have killed him a long time ago. But why did he just kill Captain Frost? Chapter 72 Unveil Frost's Disguise, subscription required. Then why did you kill Captain Foster? He is such a good person, how much contribution he has made for the universe. Gabe gritted his teeth, and still asked the question he wanted to ask the most. Even though he didn't kill himself and Caulifla, he killed Captain Frost. For this alone, he will not forgive Lin Yan. Although I don't like the hypocrisy of Ross, he did a lot of meaningful things and helped many people rebuild their homes. Caulifla also spoke. Lin Yan's killing of Frost will obviously make the bandits in this universe more rampant, and many people will be displaced as a result. Good people? I think you may have some misunderstandings about good people. Lin Yan looked at Gabe and Caulifla with disdainful eyes, and said lightly. Could it be that in your universe, you let your men destroy other people's planets, and then go out to kill them yourself, and then sell the destroyed planets at a high price to fill your own pockets? This kind of guy is also considered in your sixth universe. Nice guy. Lin Yan doesn't just think that this guy, Frost, will die so cheaply. After he has done so many harms, he will be worshipped by all people after he dies, and will be praised for generations. Killed so many people, destroyed so many planets, left countless people homeless, and their families were destroyed. This kind of person should be let him be infamous forever. Of course, Lin Yan considers himself a great saint, and the survival of other planets in the sixth universe has nothing to do with him. Just hate the hypocrite for Ross, let him live like this, it's a bit too cheap for him. Nanny? What the hell are you talking about? I can't understand at all. Gabe shook his head. Actually he understood what Lin Yan was saying very well. It's just that he doesn't believe that Frost will be the kind of person that Lin Yan said. You mean to say that those universe pirates who attacked other planets are subordinates of Frost? He was also the one who put down the riots, and then rebuilt the destroyed planets, and sold them to make money for himself? Caulifla also has an unbelievable expression on her face. How is this possible? Even though he hates Frost, it's a little too unbelievable. That's right, that's it. The hero, the savior, and the good man Forte Ross you speak of is such a good man. Lin Yan nodded and said lightly. No. Impossible, Captain Frost can't be the kind of person you mentioned at all, you are simply an excuse to avoid responsibility. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Gabe yelled directly at Lin Yan this time. I didn't expect that Captain Frost was dead, and this bastard would put such a dirty hat on him. It is unforgivable. Idiot, if I want to evade my responsibility, I can destroy you at will, and leave without anyone noticing, why waste my tongue with you mentally handicapped? Lin Yan scolded directly, Gabe, this guy, I don't know if he's out of his mind or really stupid. Can't see a clue at all? Lin Yan, do you have any evidence to prove what you said? Looking at the angry Lin Yan, Caulifla asked. Lin Yan's strength is obvious to all, even if all the people on the planet Sherida add up, they might not be his opponent. Although I was careless about the gravel, I also knew that it was not a wise choice for that guy Gabe to piss him off. Lin Yan adjusted his mentality. And continued to speak, feel Foster's wrist yourself, is there a poisonous needle? Poison needle. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Caulifla hurried forward to check. When he touched Foster's wrist, he really felt a small hole. Picking it up and looking at it, I saw a sharp thorn in that small hole, shining coldly. Really poisonous needles? Caulifla said in surprise. Obviously this result was a bit beyond his expectation. Hearing Caulifla's words, Gabe hurriedly walked in front of Caulifla, and also saw the poisonous needle in the small hole. Why does Captain Nananifrost hide the poisonous needle in his arm? Gabe's face was very ugly. At this moment, he actually believed Lin Yan's words completely in his heart. If I hadn't accidentally appeared on this planet, you guys would have died in the hands of that good man. Seeing that Gabe and Caulifla basically believed her words, Lin Yan said coldly. Presumably this news will soon spread in the 6th universe. After all, Frost has a very high popularity in the 6th universe, and that kind of popularity is comparable to the popularity of Mr. Satan on Earth in the 7th Hand universe. After the words fell, Lin Yan suddenly smiled coldly, and disappeared in place with a flash of his body. When it reappeared, it held 2 big men in universe suits in its hands. And these 2 people are Bit and his partners who came to take over the follow-up work after the planet Sherida was captured. Frost's confidant. They are those bandits. Caulifla recognized the 2 of them at a glance, with angry flames in her eyes. The person in front of her was the bastard who used a poisonous needle to trick her into drinking Kale. If I'm not mistaken, you are the confidants of Frost's men who attacked the planet for him. Now tell them all about the deeds between you and Frost, and I don't need to kill you. Lin Yan threw the 2 of them on the ground and said to Bit. He had sensed these 2 evil auras a few minutes ago, and combined with Frost's method, he probably guessed it. The 2 trembled, feeling that the god of death was beside them and would take them away at any moment. Because just now, they saw the horror of the person in front of them with their own eyes. And now Lord Frost is dead, as long as he can save his life, there is nothing he can't say. Then, Bit told everything in full. And his news is basically the same as what Lin Yan said. This, my lord, you can let us go now. After telling Gabe and the others about all of Frost's deeds, Bit begged in a fearful tone. Before Lin Yan could speak, a beam of energy appeared in Caulifla's hand, piercing Bit's chest. For why? Bit looked at Caulifla and Lin Yan in horror. Didn't they promise not to kill themselves? Sorry, he promised not to kill you, but I didn't promise you. P.S. Please subscribe. Chapter 73 Entrust Hit to kill himself, subscribe. The universe man named Bit finally opened his eyes wide and fell to the ground with a dead eye. The other universe person beside him was already frightened, his face was pale, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. After Caulifla killed Bit easily, she aimed her palm at another universe person, obviously not planning to spare him. Wait a moment. Lin Yan shot suddenly and blocked Caulifla. Keep him, I'm still useful. Lin Yan said to Caulifla in an irresistible tone. He has just come to the 6th universe, and he doesn't know much about it, but he is very clear about his next goal, which is to fight with Hit, to see if he can improve his strength in the battle with Hit. By the way, copy Hit's flash time skill. If I use my time pause ability to cooperate with the flash time skill in the future, there must be very few people who are my opponents. But one of the many problems facing me now is that I don't know where Hit is. That guy is a killer, so he is almost nowhere to live, and it is difficult for him to find him. But maybe this person in front of me might be able to help me. Cut, do whatever you want. Facing Lin Yan's stop, Caulifla could only say a word coldly, and then stopped her movements. Anyway, the guy who made a dirty trick on me just now has been killed by me, and the mastermind, for Ross, is also dead. You know a guy named Heater? Lin Yan asked directly to the universe man. Hit? Do you mean Hit, the strongest killer in the universe? The universe man looked at Lin Yan with a trembling expression and asked with fear. That's right, it's Hit the killer. Do you know how to contact him? Lin Yan then asked. No. The universe man nodded. Hit claims to be the strongest killer at the universe level. In fact, it is not difficult to find him. Of course, the main problem is that the money must be in place. I think you must have collected a lot of ill-gotten wealth following Frost for so many years, and now you use the money to entrust Hit to help me kill a person. Lin Yan said with a cold tone. Contains irresistible majesty. Master, who do you want to entrust Hit to help you kill? Looking at Lin Yan's indifferent expression, the universe man asked in a trembling tone. I was afraid that if I answered slowly, I would be killed for no apparent reason. Lin Yan. Lin Yan opened his mouth lightly and spit out 3 words. What? Zhou Ren seemed to be doing it for a reason, and confirmed with a look of astonishment. Not to mention him, even Gabe and Caulifla, who were on the side, looked blank. Is that guy Lin Yan crazy? He wants to hire Hit to kill him. Caulifla thought in horror, this is the first time she has heard of such a thing? I commissioned Hitter to kill myself. Wasn't it clear enough? Looking at the puzzled faces of the crowd, Lin Yan spoke again. In fact, he is not afraid of Hit killing himself at all, or in other words, with Hit's strength, there is no way to kill himself. Hit's strongest skill is the flash time skill, because this trick escapes the shackles of time, so many opponents can't do anything about it. But now, I also have the ability to pause time, and my ability to pause time can last up to 10 seconds. And Hit's flash time skill should only be able to flash for 0.1 seconds. So for himself, Hit is not too difficult an opponent. Clear. The man from Universe nodded dully, and it was the first time in his life that he heard that he hired a killer to kill him. But at this time, he didn't dare to say anything more, for fear of offending the life, in front of him, he would slap himself to death with one slap. Since it is clear, you can go. Lin Yan said directly and coldly. He knew that the universe people in front of him would definitely handle this matter properly. Hearing Lin Yan's words, the man from Universe felt relieved instantly, and stumbled away from everyone's sight as if fleeing. The moment they stepped onto the spaceship of Universe looked in the direction of Lin Yan and the others with resentment. Wait. Soon you will all be corpses. Then, the Universe spacecraft flew directly out of the planet Sherida. After the Universe person left, the entire planet Sherida seemed to restore calm in an instant. Linear. Senior Lin Yan, please forgive me for being reckless and indiscriminate. At this time, Gabe suddenly walked in front of Lin Yan, looked at Lin Yan with some guilt, and said in embarrassment. TCH, I thought you were going to continue being stupid. Lin Yan glanced at Gabe and said angrily. Hearing Lin Yan's angry voice, Gabe scratched his head in embarrassment. His behavior just now was indeed a bit stupid. If it wasn't for Lin Yan's sudden appearance, maybe a few of them would really have died in the hands of Frost this time. Thinking about it now, I'm really a little scared. Senior Lin Yan, why did you let that guy hire Hit to kill yourself just now? Gabe can only change the subject to ease the embarrassment at the moment. Because I want to be stronger. Lin Yan also stopped fussing so much with a character like Gabe, and replied simply and clearly. Change, be stronger. Gabe was stunned suddenly. Yes, only by becoming stronger can he protect the person he wants to protect. In fact, I also urgently want to become stronger to protect this planet and this universe. Lin Yan, do you know how powerful Hit is? At this time, Caulifla also stepped forward to look at Lin Yan and said, Hit is the strongest killer in the universe. As long as he wants to kill, no one can escape. In this universe, no one wants to be topped by that guy Hit. This guy is lucky, he hired Hit to kill himself. So she really couldn't understand why Lin Yan would have the idea of dying like this. Is it relying on one's own strength to be powerful, or is it purely for death? There is nothing you can get for nothing. If you want to become stronger, you have to pay a price. Lin Yan said lightly. Although Hit is very strong, he believes that after fighting Hit, he will become stronger. P.S. Please subscribe. Chapter 74 Hit goes to the planet Sherida, for subscription. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Gabe and Caulifla both thought about it thoughtfully. Indeed, there is no such thing as getting something for nothing in this world. Opportunities and dangers often go hand in hand. Senior Lin Yan, what are your plans now? Gabe looked at Lin Yan and asked. Although Lin Yan said that he was from the 7th universe, which made him a little confused, but he knew from his tone that he was not from their planet Sherida. And I have performed missions on many planets and have never seen a human with a tail like Lin Yan. I just arrived at this place, and I haven't made up my mind yet. Lin Yan answered truthfully. He really didn't think about where he should go and what he should do before Hit's arrival. Originally, I wandered on the edge of the 7th universe for 2.5 years, and almost gave up on the plan to come to the 6th universe, but this time, I accidentally came to instant transmission, so I didn't think much about it. Consider. Then why don't you come with us to the Sherida King City? Our king especially worships the strong, and he will definitely like you. Gabe said with bright eyes. It could be seen that he was very excited. In fact, Lin Yan is very bright in his heart. Gabe, after seeing Kale and Caulifla become Super Saiyan one after another, is also very eager to become a Super Saiyan himself. So their king likes to be fake, let me teach them to practice is their main purpose. Ah yes. Our king admires the strong very much, Lin Yan, anyway, you have no idea where to go now, so come with us to the King City. After Caulifla looked at Gabe, she quickly nodded in agreement. After finally meeting such a strong master, how could he let him go so easily? All right. Lin Yan nodded. In fact, he really has nowhere to go now, and there seems to be nothing else to do except wait for Hit to find him. So Lin Yan could only nod in agreement, and follow them to the Sherida King City. If Hit still hasn't found him after 3 months, then he can only go back to the 7th universe. Because half a year later, artificial humans on the Earth will appear. Seeing Lin Yan nodding in agreement, both Gabe and Caulifla looked excited, so they can take advantage of this time to compete with Lin Yan. And that guy must have other advanced transformations, Lin Yan must teach them a few. Caulifla has already started to make wishful thinking in her heart. Looking at the excited expressions of the two, how could Lin Yan not know the little mischief in their hearts? Then he walked straight in front of Kale. Lin Yan pointed his right hand directly at Kale, and a little bit of dark red energy starlight injected into Kala's body, and the wound on Kala's body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, Kala's injuries had already healed, and the eyelids of Kale, who had been in a coma, moved slightly. N.A. Nanny? Who the hell is this guy, who even knows how to heal? Seeing that all of Kala's injuries healed in almost an instant, both Caulifla and Gabe opened their mouths wide in surprise. The scion of their Sherida planet doesn't have such weird abilities. The image of Lin Yan seems to be covered with a veil of mystery, which makes the two of them feel very curious. A few seconds later, Kale woke up completely, and seemed to still have a lot of hostility towards Lin Yan. Senior Lin Yan, without further ado, let's set off now. Gabe saw that Kyer was already awake, so he looked at Lin Yan and asked for advice. In this world where strength is paramount, the strong will always be sought after no matter where they go. Even if some are not sincere. How long will it take to go to the royal city you mentioned? Lin Yan looked at Gabe and asked. According to our usual speed, it will take about half a day. Gabe told the truth. It usually takes about half a day for them to go out on missions. Of course, that's because there are other companions whose strength is too low. At his pace, 5 or 6 hours is enough. It's too slow. Are there any people with high combat effectiveness in your Sherida King city? Lin Yan spoke again. The half-day flight time is indeed a bit too slow for Lin Yan now. There is, our king, whose strength is almost the same as ours. Gabe nodded seriously. Although I don't know why Lin Yan asked this question. Is that so? Lin Yan read a sentence brokenly. With 2 million combat power, his aura should be very easy for him to capture. Then his eyes slowly closed. Found it. You guys, hold on to my shoulders. Lin Yan turned around and said to the 3 of them. What? The 3 of them looked confused, not knowing what Lin Yan was going to do, but they still didn't hesitate. Put your hand on Lin Yan's left arm, it's embarrassing not to reach the shoulder. 0. Then point the index finger and middle finger together between the eyebrows. After the bodies of the 4 shook slightly for a few times, they disappeared in place. When it appeared again, it had already appeared in a magnificent palace. What's going on here? Why did we appear in the palace in an instant? The 3 of Gabe and Caulifla looked at a loss. What happened just now? Not to mention them, the guards on the side and King Sherida sitting on the throne were shocked when they saw the 4 people suddenly appearing. Gabe, Caulifla, Kale, how are you guys? King Sherida looked puzzled, looking at a few people, obviously wanting to know what's going on. This. Gabe and Caulifla are also in a state of confusion, they also want to know what happened just now. What method did Lin Yan use to make them appear in the palace in an instant? But for Lin Yan, the 2 feel more and more admiration. As Gabe and Caulifla said, their king is indeed a proud guy who worships the strong, and after knowing his own strength, he treats himself very politely. In this way, 5 days passed quickly. And in the universe, a purple figure gallops at a high speed, looking at that direction, it is obviously heading towards the big planet Sarah. P.S. Please subscribe to Spoon. Chapter 75 Shock. Hits Flash Time Skills, seeking subscription. Another 2 days passed. During these few days, apart from practicing by himself, Lin Yan also went to teach Gabe and Caulifla if he had nothing to do. Of course, it's just pointing at random, teaching them how to perceive qi, control qi, etc. After all, they are soft-spoken, but they haven't reached the point of teaching them all. In this way, when it comes to the tournament of power 8 or 9 years later, the 6th universe will not be too weak and be eliminated casually. Of course, although the cultivation talents of the 3 of them are quite good, they pale in comparison to themselves. This breath, is it hit? Suddenly, Lin Yan felt a powerful aura appearing on the planet Sherida. In the entire 6th universe, Hit must be the only one who can have this kind of terrifying aura, right? After all, gods of destruction Compa's divine breath cannot be sensed by 507. From this point of view, Hit's efficiency is still very fast. After all, it has only been less than 10 days since I first arrived in the 6th universe. Okay, a strong breath, who is it? At this time, Gabe and Caulifla also stopped their cultivation, feeling that powerful aura. Since Lin Yan taught them to perceive the aura, when that powerful aura appeared on the planet Sherida, they also quickly sensed it. Is it heat? Caulifla thought for a while before speaking. Even when she became Super Saiyan, she could feel the horror of that aura. Apart from Hittite. Of course, there is also Lin Yan in this universe. I am afraid that no one has such a powerful aura. No one else but Hittite. Lin Yan nodded, and then pointed his fingers together between his eyebrows, trying to follow the breath of instant transmission. After all, if you fight in this royal city, it will affect many innocent people. Senior Lin Yan, let us go with you too. Gabe said with some excitement. For a long time, Hit's name has been resounding in the universe, but they have not really seen what Hit is like. I have never seen how strong Hit is. This time is just a chance to see the strength of the number one killer in the universe. If Lin Yan loses, they can also help. Yet, I really want to see the fighting power of you and Hit. It must be detached. Caulifla also said excitedly. She admires Lin Yan's strength, even if the three of them have become Super Saiyan, but when they really fight, even if they join forces, there is no way to win. As for Hit, being able to be called the universe's number one killer who has never missed a shot is certainly not for nothing. If these two fight, it will definitely be a super burning battle. If you don't know it, you will definitely regret it. You can go, but I will not be responsible if you are affected and die. Lin Yan looked at the excited two and said bluntly. But what he said was not a joke, the battle between him and Hit will definitely be quite fierce. Even the situation is so intense that I can't control it, and I don't have time to protect them at that time. Since they want to go, they must first make the awakening of death. Sister. Let's not go. Kale pulled Caulifla's arm behind Caulifla, and whispered. With a timid look. Hey Kale, we're Super Saiyan now, what are you afraid of? Besides, you just need to transform in a flash, maybe you can beat Hit in strength. Caulifla looked at the timid Kale and said. If I had a transformation like Kalas, I wouldn't be afraid of anyone at all. After being told by Caulifla, Kale could only nod obediently. Catch me. Seeing that the three of them had decided to go over, Lin Yan turned his head and said. Caulifla and the others had experienced Lin Yan's instant transmission ability, so they stopped hesitating and directly grabbed Lin Yan's arm. In an instant, the bodies of the four disappeared in the practice field again. At this time, Hit had already appeared on the edge of the planet Sherida, and now he was on top of a peak, feeling the breath of Lin Yan. Immediately afterwards, there was a clear sound of piercing through the air, and the figures of Lin Yan and the others appeared at the foot of the Goodyu mountain where Hit was standing. An open field. Hey Heat! Looking at the familiar figure on the mountain, Lin Yan called out directly. Purple skin, the familiar purple-grey windbreaker with his hands in his pockets. It is exactly the same as Hit in Dragon Ball Super, there is almost no change. After all, Hit is over 1,000 years old. In just a few years, the appearance will not change at all. Then, is that Hit? Just standing there gives people a strong sense of oppression. Gabe looked at Hit, frowned and said. With both hands in the pockets, it seems that there is no defensive action at all, but it gives people a feeling of invulnerability. TCH. I don't think he seems to be very good. Caulifla, on the other hand, spoke carelessly. I thought Hit was a tall, mighty, muscular man. It doesn't look like there's anything out of the ordinary. Lin Yan, right? Hearing Lin Yan's voice, Hit turned his attention to Lin Yan and the others. Then there was no movement at all, and the body disappeared out of thin air. Almost instantly, almost no time at all. Even Lin Yan didn't feel how Hit disappeared at all. Lin Yan knows that Hit must have used the flash time skill. Although Hit can only miss 0.1 seconds now, for a strong player of their level, 10.1 seconds can sometimes completely determine the victory or defeat of a battle. Someone paid a lot of money for your life. Suddenly, an emotionless voice sounded from behind. Gabe, Kale, and Caulifla turned around in an instant as if 0.1 was a hell. He looked at Hit with a look on his face. You, how did you appear behind us? Caulifla asked incredulously. In an instant, Hit appeared behind them, and they didn't feel the fluctuation of Hit's breath at all. Good, frightening speed. Gabe's face was terrified. If Hit wanted to attack them at this speed, he would be able to kill them almost instantly. But what Gabe didn't know was that just now, Hit didn't just use extremely fast speed, but directly jumped out of the time constraint. But Lin Yan turned his head slowly, raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Shining Time Kung Fu is indeed very powerful. P.S. Oh, please subscribe, please ask for flowers, please ask for evaluation votes. Is it already collapsed?" Laughing and crying. Chapter 76 Lin Yan vs Hit, for subscription. You actually know the flash time skill. Hearing Lin Yan's voice, Hit's body visibly trembled slightly, except for a hint of surprise on his face. But this surprise is fleeting. What can I do if I know it? It is impossible for someone to decipher my flash time skill, it has not been done before, and it is absolutely impossible to have it in the future. Ah, I know a little bit. Lin Yan nodded and said. Hit in front of him tried his best to hide his aura, but that aura was still like a spring, so powerful that people couldn't ignore it. After all, this guy is the super blue that can fight. Vegeta has no chance to fight back, and he was easily dealt with without even touching his clothes. Moreover, in that match, he was not able to use his best killing moves, so he controlled his power, otherwise, Kale and Vegeta would have been completely killed by him in a few rounds. It doesn't matter, because in my eyes, you are already dead. Hit still had Furyui Weibo's expression, arrogant and haughty, but his indifferent expression didn't change a bit. In his eyes, Lin Yan is just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This kind of person, he has killed a lot, and will kill more in the future. Really? You are a little overestimating yourself, Hit. I won't be killed so easily. Lin Yan suddenly grinned. Standing in front of him, Hit felt like the blood in his body was boiling violently, and the desire to fight made him uncontrollably excited. Hit may not be as powerful as the violent Broly, but his flash skills and killing skills are definitely not what Broly can compete with. Presumably even Sion Kaier, who is Chuan Chao, will be killed in a few rounds in his hands. This is the real strength of Hit, not just strength. Stand back. Lin Yan didn't look back, but said to Caulifla and Gabe behind him indifferently. After hearing Lin Yan's words, the three of them quickly withdrew and landed on the top of a mountain hundreds of feet away. Senior Lin Yan, can he beat Hit? Gabe clenched his fists tightly and said in a low voice. If there is no way to defeat Hit, there is only one result, which is to be killed by Hit. Che, that guy Hit is trying his best to control his aura, but his strength is still beyond our imagination, and what he is best at is not strength, but the means of killing people as a killer. It's hard to judge who wins and who loses in this battle. The proud Caulifla also said with a frown at this time. Hit's super strong breath made her feel desperate. After Gabe and Caulifla retreated, Lin Yan's center of gravity sank, his fists moved forward and backward, and he made a fighting posture. Come on Hit, let me see your flash skills. The corner of Lin Yan's mouth curved slightly, and he said to Hit. In fact, he wanted to say, come on Hit, let me see whether your flash time skill is better or mine is better at time suspension. Mu Yan made a fighting posture, but Hit didn't answer, but took his hands out of the opening, clenched into fists, and blocked in front of him, one at a time. The index finger of the clenched fist is raised high, which is more lethal. Although he knew that Lin Yan in front of him was not his opponent, but he had to admit that his strength was indeed different from the previous prey. It also seems to be very powerful, this is a killer's perception ability. Although it is a simple gesture, it is absolutely flawless. Seeing Hit, Lin Yan said lightly. Hit's actions made him wonder how to attack. It seems random, but there is no flaw at all, and it really deserves to be the number one strongman in the 6th universe, the 10th killer. Lin Yan didn't intend to attack first, but Hit obviously didn't want to waste too much time, because he still had a lot of tasks to do, and it was impossible to waste too much time for Lin Yan alone. Then the body flashed out, the speed was not very fast, at least in front of Lin Yan, it was true. Phew. Even so, Hit's body was still 3 feet away from Lin Yan in an instant, but at this moment, Hit's body completely disappeared. It was as if at this moment, the whole person disappeared into the universe out of thin air. Then, Lin Yan felt a sharp pain in his mouth. Hit's fist landed heavily on Lin Yan's chest, and a cone-shaped energy wave directly penetrated Lin Yan's body and burst out from the back. Lin Yan retreated 5 or 6 steps in a row to stabilize his figure. Shan Shi Kong, it's really powerful. I didn't see his attack clearly at all. Lin Yan didn't panic, but smiled and said. This kind of result seemed to be within his expectations. Fortunately, Hit's strength was not very strong. Although he hit his vital point, it was only a little painful. And no real harm. However, Hit's attack almost completely disappeared at the moment of the shot, so he couldn't judge where Hit's attack would land on his body. Okay, so powerful, I didn't see clearly how Hit's attack. Gabe blinked his eyes dully, and said inexplicably. Hit's attack speed has completely exceeded his comprehension, as if breaking through the time limit at the moment of the attack. The speed is not fast, but his attack can't be seen at all. What's going on? Caulifla also looked puzzled. The moment Hit flashed out just now, the speed was very fast, but it should not be as good as Lin Yan, but at the moment of attack, the whole person disappeared almost instantly. This made them, who didn't know the skill of flashing time, confused. Show your strength. Don't be killed by me before you show your strength. Hit looked at Lin Yan coldly, and said in an even colder tone. He knew that Lin Yan in front of him didn't show his full strength, and he was relieved that Lin Yan gave him a very powerful feeling. After discovering the flaws in your flash time skill, I will naturally show my strength. He still smiled lightly tonight and said. In fact, Hit's flash time skill is not difficult to break, as long as he attacks the moment, predicts his attack action and route in the next 0.1 seconds. After all, in Dragon Ball Super, Son Goku has already stated the method of breaking the flash time, but this method is easy to say, but not so simple to do. Is there a way to break my flash time skill? There was a hint of disdain in Hit's tone. How could someone crack his flash time skills? Chapter 77 Copying Hit's Skills and Talents, for subscription. Such a person simply cannot exist. Don't believe me? Then you can try it. Lin Yan smiled coldly, with a confident look. Hit stopped talking nonsense, the body flashed out again, and in the middle of the attack, the body suddenly disappeared. Next, Hit's fist directly hit Lin Yan's neck, where the aorta is, which is also a vital part of the human body. Lin Yan staggered and slid uncontrollably to the left for a certain distance. There was a gust of wind and pain in his neck, which affected his breathing a bit. Hit stopped talking nonsense, and his body flashed out again. Bang bang bang! In almost an instant, Lin Yan's body was already heavily punched by more than 10 punches. Hit's last punch landed directly between Lin Yan's eyebrows, and his strength was much stronger than at the beginning. Lin Yan was directly sent flying a distance of 10 feet, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Oh, I didn't expect that after showing the real strength, the strength is really a bit big. Lin Yan stood up slowly, and a smear of bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It seemed that Hit's attack just now had obviously injured Lin Yan. However, although I have received many punches from you, I still have a good grasp of your attacking skills. Afterwards, the corners of Lin Yan's mouth slightly raised, and Taguchi said. Who are you with me? Hit was unmoved, and said coldly. He absolutely does not believe that Lin Yan can master his own attacking skills, he definitely wants to use this to delay time. Whether it's you, you'll know right away. Lin Yan spoke with confidence on his face. And on the top of the mountain hundreds of feet away. Senior Lin Yan was being beaten all the time, he couldn't see through Hit's attack at all. Gabe frowned and said worriedly. Going on like this is not an option. If Senior Lin Yan is beaten passively like this, he will definitely lose, and even be killed by hit. I don't think so. Didn't you see that Lin Yan hasn't become a Super Saiyan? It means that he hasn't shown his full strength. And, even with so many hits from hit, he didn't suffer any serious injuries at all, which means that he has been testing hit, looking for the weakness of hit's attack. After hearing Gabe's worries, Caulifla explained. So, she doesn't think Lin Yan will lose this battle. After listening to Caulifla's explanation, Gabe nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Senior Lin Yan never became a Super Saiyan at all, so he didn't show his strength at all, and he was able to resist so many attacks from hit. It's enough to show how strong he is. Then hit, I'm ready to attack. Looking at hit, Lin Yan smiled coldly. It's just pointless struggle. Hit said coldly with disdain. Lin Yan didn't want to show his tongue again, and with a flash of his body, he rushed directly to hit. The fist shot towards hit like an arrow from the string. And hit was unmoved at all. Just when the fist was only 2 centimeters away from hit's eyebrows, Lin Yan suddenly stopped the attack. His hands blocked in front of him like lightning. The next moment, hit's fist hit Lin Yan's crossed arms directly. Nanny, it's impossible. Hit was shocked instantly. How could this guy predict his own attack? Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. Senior Lin Yan, you actually took hit's attack. Gabe's face was incredible, he still didn't see how hit attacked. But Senior Lin Yan actually took over. Could it be that, as Caulifla said, Lin Yan has been testing hit just now, accepting the attack and slowly mastering hit's attacking skills? If that's the case, then it's too strong. See? I knew that Lin Yan had been testing hit just now, in order to find hit's weakness. Seeing that Lin Yan took hit's attack, Caulifla said proudly. I feel as proud as if I took hit's attack. Mouth. Next, Lin Yan grabbed hit's arm, and at this moment, the small words that read blue appeared on the retina again. Copy object, hit, 6th universe. Skills that can be replicated, flash time skill, flash time space, breath clone. Reproducible talent, pure growth. Skills that cannot be copied, prison of time, time freezing skill. What? In hit's copy column, there is a skill that cannot be copied. Lin Yan was stunned suddenly. Could it be that hit hadn't fully mastered these skills, so he couldn't copy them? But Lin Yan doesn't want to worry about it now. Duplicate hit's skills and talents. W. Lin Yan thought directly in his mind. Copied skills, flash time skill, flash time space, clone of breath. Copied talent, pure growth. Lin Yan looked at those few lines of blue small characters, and his heart was filled with excitement. To be honest, copying hit's skills and talents made me more excited than copying Kale's super talent. After all, with Broly's high cultivation talent and potential, Kale's passing super has actually become less important. But hit's flash time skills are not the same as pure growth. Hit was able to grow his flash time power to 0.5 seconds in the short time of fighting Son Goku, which shows how fast he has grown. Maybe 0.5 seconds, Yuan, Zhao Hozeo, is far from the limit of flash time skills. After copying hit's pure growth, the speed of growth will not be weaker than hit's. This is definitely a powerful killer. Afterwards, Lin Yan let go of hit's fist and looked at Hitsong with a smile on his face. Slowly said, the real battle starts now, Hittite. Seeing the haughty arc of Lin Yan's mouth, Hit pouted. Don't think that you will get carried away if you block an attack. I'm not getting carried away, but I will block all your next attacks. Lin Yan still had a strategizing smile on his face. After copying the flash time skill, Hit will have nothing to do with himself. If you use the flash time skill and the time pause ability at the same time, you can definitely kill Hit easily. P.S. The grades are dismal, all kinds of requests. Chapter 78 Flash Time Kung Fu vs Flash Time Kung Fu. Grow to 0.2 seconds, seeking subscription. Cut, you're not ashamed to speak out. Although he knew that Lin Yan might have figured out some ways to deal with his flash skills, but it would be naive to think that he could deal with his flash skills based on this method. Obviously, Hit didn't want to waste any more time. Because of Lin Yan's ability to adapt, he felt an uneasy feeling. Although I am very confident, I can't let the guy in front of me continue to grow. After thinking about it, the body flickered, and in an instant, the entire space seemed to condense at that moment. Hit stores time and uses the stored time to create a space where he can move freely and leave a clone in reality. Let the opponent see him, but not attack him. In the flash time space, Lin Yan's body seemed to have completely turned into a stone statue in Hit's eyes, standing there motionless, waiting for his own attack. This blow will end you. As soon as Hit gritted his teeth, this punch almost exhausted all his strength. I plan to solve Lin Yan completely. Fist pointed straight at Lin Yan's throat. Hit's fist almost touched Lin Yan's Adam's apple, but at that moment, his complexion suddenly changed. Nanani? Clone. Because in an instant, his 797's fist penetrated Lin Yan's throat without hindrance. Don't think you're the only one who can do it, Hittite. Suddenly, a faint banter came from behind, and Hit's heart thumped. After yelling badly, "You must dodge." But it was obviously too late. HT. The next moment, Lin Yan's fist landed directly on Hit's temple. A cone of purple energy gushed out directly from Hit's right temple. Hit's body immediately flew out like a kite with a broken string, and was heavily embedded in the mountain. And at this moment, Hit's flash time space also completely disappeared. N.A. Nanny? What happened just now? Both Gabe and Caulifla looked dull. They had clearly seen Hit's attack hit Lin Yan's throat just now. Seeing that Lin Yan was about to be killed, how could the situation turn around in an instant, and Hit was knocked out? They didn't see at all what happened just now. Linear. Lin Yunzhang seems to have used the same attack method as Hittite. At this time, Kale, Abe, who had been silent on the side, suddenly spoke. Because she vaguely saw just now that Lin Yan's fist hit Hit's temple, his attack was almost exactly the same as Hit's attack just now. Is this a fight between gods? Gabe said helplessly, let alone intervene in this kind of battle, they can't even see clearly. Wow Kaka, is this the strength of our scion? It is so strong that there is no limit. Hee. One day, I will definitely reach the strength of Lin Yan. No, I want to surpass him. Caulifla's face was full of excitement, and she clenched her fists tightly. In the past, he just thought that their scion was quite strong, but he didn't have a concept at all. Only now do I know that scion's potential is so huge. As scion, since Lin Yan can achieve this level of strength, so can I. Gabe and Kyle looked at Caulifla with some doubts. Lin Yan's strength was almost beyond their fierce level. Although Caulifla became Super Scion. But the gap with Lin Yan is like a huge difference, it is not so easy to overcome. And after half a minute, Hit's body finally came out from the pile of rubble. That Red's pupils were full of turbulent waves. That guy, how could he use his flash skills? Hit narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Lin Yan closely, unable to figure it out at all. Did he learn it from fighting himself just now? Impossible, it is absolutely impossible to have such a talented and intelligent person in this world. I can't believe it even if I beat him to death. But Lin Yan's attack just now, he can be 100% sure that he used his flash time skill. TCH, no matter what method you use to learn my flash time kung fu, it is absolutely impossible for you to beat me, absolutely impossible. A gloomy voice popped out of Hit's teeth word by word. Then clenched his fists tightly, and a deep roar came out from his throat. Ha ha ha! Accompanied by bursts of roars, blue and purple vortices surged from Hit's body, wantonly. Hitter's aura suddenly increased. Are you ready to go all out? Looking at the breath around Hit, Gabe said in surprise. That breath is obviously much stronger than before. Maybe Hit has other trump cards. If Lin Yan can also use Hit's attack methods, when he becomes Super Saiyan, no matter how Hit improves his aura, he will not be able to defeat Lin Yan. Caulifla said firmly. As a Super Saiyan, she understands that after changing from a normal state to a Super Saiyan, her strength will increase 50-fold almost instantly. And Lin Yan's transformation seems to be different from them, the skyrocketing and even more terrifying. No matter how Hit's chi improves, if he doesn't have other cards, he will definitely not be able to deal with Lin Yan. Is this about to start upgrading the flash time skill? Lin Yan looked at Hit and muttered to himself. He knew that Hit had no way to improve his strength through transformation like their Saiyan did. But his flash time skill can grow and upgrade. After half a minute, Hit finally stopped roaring, and the blue-purple air vortex around his body completely disappeared, and he couldn't feel a little change. Hit's chi didn't improve at all. You are the first opponent that made me feel pressured. Before I met you, I never thought about it myself. My flash time skill can grow to a higher level, because there is no that is necessary. Hit looked at Lin Yan with cold eyes, and said lightly. And now, I have expanded the flash time skill to 0.2 seconds. In the next battle, you have no chance of winning at all. Hit's voice is full of absolute confidence. Expanding the flash time skill to 0.2 seconds, is it not just as simple as doubling your own speed and attack? There is a huge difference between the 0.2 second flash time and the 0.1 second flash time. 0.2 seconds? It doesn't seem so unattainable, so I will go all out. Lin Yan smiled faintly, and then straightened his expression. With a shake of his arms, he opened his posture, and the terrifying bright green flames poured out instantly. At this moment, Lin Yan's aura almost increased by 100-fold. Black's hair immediately stood up high and turned golden yellow. It suddenly became Super Saiyan. P.S. Brothers, ask for a wave of mobile subscriptions, please subscribe. Chapter 79 Fusion of Flash Time Power and Time Suspension, for subscription. That guy's aura has soared by more than 100 times in an instant. Hit frowned, looked at Lin Yan and thought to himself, but he was not too surprised. After all, from the very beginning, he felt that Lin Yan in front of him was different from his previous opponents. There seemed to be a terrifying energy in his body. And now, it's just to bring out this energy. After Lin Yan turned into Super Saiyan, his feet touched the ground, and his whole body disappeared instantly, leaving only the exploding ground. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Hit. Stormy fists poured down on Hit. Facing this terrifying melee attack, Hit could only fight and retreat, because Lin Yan's speed had been brought into full play at this time. And he also mastered the flash time skill of 0.1 second, so when he attacked, Hit felt a feeling of difficulty. FO. In the next second, Lin Yan's fist landed directly on Hit's chimney. The moment the muffled sound spread, Hit's feet rubbed against the ground, and he retreated, a distance of tens of feet. The complexion is very ugly, very dignified. Because Lin Yan's attack just now was too fast and too dense, so there was no chance for him to use the flash time skill at all. After knocking Hit back with a punch, Lin Yan turned into an afterimage again the moment Lin Yan landed on the ground, and charged directly at Hit. In an instant, the distance between the fist and the tip of Hit's nose was only a few centimeters. But the fist has stopped abruptly, stagnating in mid-air. And Lin Yan's pupils were suddenly locked, showing a look of pain. You're too confident in your speed. Hit looked at Lin Yan coldly, and said lightly. At this time, Hit's fist sank heavily into Lin Yan's abdomen, and then Purple's light shot out directly from Lin Yan's lower back. Hit slowly withdrew his fist, and Lin Yan fell to the ground in an instant, with his hands on the ground, panting heavily. I have to say that Hit's fist just now was really heavy enough. If he was normal just now, maybe just this punch would be enough to seriously injure him. What happened? Senior Lin Yan was knocked down by Hit. Seeing Lin Yan propping his hands on the ground with a painful look on his face, Gabe said in astonishment. Obviously just now, Senior Lin Yan has been occupying an absolute advantage, and he has been suppressing Hit all the time. Why did the situation change drastically in just a split second? And more importantly, he still didn't see Hit's attack clearly. Hit's attack is sharper, and the speed is faster. Lin Yan may not be able to keep up with Hit's speed this time. Caulifla also spoke nervously. That guy, Hit, seemed to have broken through his limit in the battle with Lin Yan just now, making his attack more aggressive and his speed more difficult to capture. Of course, she and Gabe didn't know the terrifying skill of Shan Shigong. Ha ha ha. But at this time, when Jiabei and others looked worried, Lin Yan, who was putting his hands on the ground, suddenly laughed. Then he stood up, although his face still showed pain, but his appearance was mixed with uncontrollable excitement. What are you laughing at? Lin Yan's inexplicable laughter made Hit a little confused. He didn't know that Lin Yan could still laugh after being punched hard by him. I didn't expect that your attack speed would reach such a terrifying level after increasing your flash time skill to 0.2 seconds. I'm really surprised. Lin Yan raised his head, looked at Hit's face, and spoke with a faint smile. Compared with time pause, flash time kung fu also has a great advantage, that is, there is no need to suffocate to perform flash time kung fu, and almost no need to consume any physical energy. As for the time pause ability, although it is more perverted, it consumes quite a lot of physical energy to use it. Especially compared to opponents who are stronger than you, consuming too much physical energy is a very dangerous thing. The flash time skill perfectly made up for this defect. As long as I use the flash time kung fu after performing the time pause, even if the time pause lasts for a year, I can completely eliminate the opponent during this time. And my physical energy consumption will not be too huge. Give up. With a flash time of 0.2 seconds, you have no chance of winning at all. Hit looked at Lin Yan with a smile on his face, and said coldly. Zero looking for flowers. After growing his flash time skill to 0.2 seconds, he has absolute confidence to defeat Lin Yan and kill him. Give up? Don't worry, the winner has not yet been decided. Lin Yan shook his head slightly, and said to Hit. Since Hit was able to grow his flash time skill to 0.2 seconds in such a short period of time, since he copied his pure growth, there is no reason for him to upgrade to less than 0.2 seconds. Aha! The next moment, a deep roar came out from Lin Yan's throat, and the bright green arrogance shot up into the sky instantly, forming a huge beam of light, straight into the sky. That breath is much stronger than the previous Hittite. After half a minute, Lin Yan's roar finally stopped, and the terrifying breath was withdrawn from his body little by little. Reduced to the intensity just now. How is it possible? Could it be that that guy also increased the flash time skill to 0.2 seconds? Hit finally couldn't calm down, and a look of shock appeared on his face. If this is the case, then the guy in front of him is too terrifying. Just after fighting against him for such a short time, he actually learned his flash time skill, and it also grew to 0.2 seconds. Then, I'll let you see that my time manipulation ability is not just a flash time skill. Lin Yan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a slanting arc. Time pause. Then, I suddenly called out the words time pause in my heart, and I held my breath. In the next moment, the time of the entire space seemed to be completely suspended. Hit's body was completely still, and Gabe, Caulifla and others were also motionless. At this moment, everything was in a state of complete stillness. And Lin Yan's body flashed out, almost instantly, Zishi suffered hundreds of attacks. With the last blow, Lin Yan's fist landed heavily on Hit's chest, and Hit's body flew upside down, slamming hard into the distant mountain. When Lin Yan exhaled a foul breath, the whole mountain collapsed with a crash. Tay! A mouthful of blood spat out from Hit's mouth. P.S. Ask for subscription, collect favorites, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets. Guang. Chapter 80 Defeating Hit, Back to the 7th Universe, for subscription. And all of this happened in just over a second. What's going on? Hit was completely stupefied this time, because he had bursts of severe pain all over his body, and he was already seriously injured. But the terrible thing is that I don't even know how I was attacked just now. He didn't have any impression at all. He knew that he must have been attacked by Lin Yan, but he didn't know what happened. This kind of attack is absolutely impossible to the extent that flash time kung fu can do. That guy, he seemed to say that his time manipulation ability is not just flash time skills, does he have even more terrifying stunts? Thinking in his heart, Hit was just about to stand up when his body staggered and fell down again. The attack I received just now was so severe that it is very difficult for 040 to stand up now. Nanny? What happened just now? Seeing the suddenly collapsed mountain peak and Hit who fell to the ground, Rubei and Caulifla were once again in a daze. If Hit and Lin Yan's speed made them hard to catch before, then they didn't even know what happened just now. I didn't feel it at all, as if their time was suddenly taken away for a while. You lost. Hit. Lin Yan walked up to Hit step by step, looked down at Hit who fell on the ground, and said. In just 1 second, I performed the time pause and flash time skills at the same time, attacking Hit 100 times. No matter how strong Hit was, he was definitely seriously injured. It's not enough to fight again. Cut. Hit snorted coldly, and now he really has no strength to resist at all. Just like the fish on the exhibition board, it is ready to be slaughtered. In fact, from the moment he became a killer, he knew that sooner or later there would be such a result. After all, if you often walk by the river, how can you not get your shoes wet? In this world, there is no permanent General Chongsheng. Lin Yan walked towards Hit step by step, and slapped Hit directly on the ground. A touch of dark red energy came directly from Lin Yan's palm and injected into Hit's body. You! Hit was startled, he thought he was going to die. Because from the very beginning, he had the idea of killing Lin Yan. After all, this was his job. If he failed, he was also prepared, and he would die. But at this moment, he actually felt that the injury in his body was recovering little by little. Lin Yan is healing himself? How could this be possible? Since he was here to kill him, why would he heal himself? Lin Yan naturally saw Hit's doubts, so he said lightly, it's a pity for an opponent like you to die. Indeed, if Hit is missing from the Tournament of Power 10 years later, a lot of fun and excitement will definitely be lost. Presumably, after Hit was defeated by him this time, with his arrogant personality, he would definitely try to make himself stronger, and then defeat himself. Of course, I, who also learned the flash time skill, will never be surpassed by Hit. With my current cultivation talent, I am looking forward to what kind of situation I will grow into 10 years later. Half a minute later, Hit's injury had completely healed. You go. Lin Yan said to Hit with a confident arc on his face. Are you really going to let me go? I won't stop chasing and killing you. If I just let the tiger go back to the mountain like this, won't I regret it? Hit narrowed his eyes tightly, trying to see what he was planning from Lin Yan's eyes. But apart from smiles and confidence, nothing can be seen. You can't kill me. Lin Yan shook his head. This time, Hit and his own strength may be the closest. From now on, the strength gap between them will only become bigger and bigger. There will never be an intersection. Che, what a confident guy that makes people uncomfortable. Hit gritted his teeth, then turned around and disappeared from Lin Yan's sight. Cultivate well, Hit, I hope you can surprise me the next time we fight. Looking at Hit who was leaving, Lin Yan said in a low voice. And just after Hit disappeared completely, the three of Gabe and Caulifla jumped up and appeared in front of Lin Yan. "Senior Lin Yan, you are really going to let Hit go like this?" Gabe asked with some puzzlement. For a strong opponent like Hit, many people would kill him and then quickly zero. Lin Yan let him go just like that. Isn't he afraid of his revenge in the future? Why not? Lin Yan looked at Gabe and asked back. Anyway, after today, Hit's strength will never be able to catch up with his own. At most he can be regarded as a capable training partner. Not a threat of any kind. Lin Yan, you are really super powerful. I didn't expect that you even defeated Hit, the #1 killer in the universe. Caulifla's eyes shone with excitement. At this moment, the rock in her mind was incomparably huge. Hit, in her opinion, it was an existence that was always out of reach. It's okay. I just used 1/10 of my strength. Lin Yan curled his lips and said calmly. What he said was the truth. If he had turned into a berserk state, maybe the strength he showed just now might not be 1/10 of it. However, the reason why he was able to defeat Hit so quickly just now is mainly because he copied Hit's flash time skill and used the ability to pause time. Otherwise, it would not be easy to defeat Hit by strength alone. TCH, you'll be so pissed off after just one compliment. You're such a no-nonsense guy. Caulifla gave Lin Yan a look of contempt. She didn't know that what Lin Yan said was not an exaggeration, but that he really had that ability. Senior Lin Yan, since Hitler has been defeated by 1.0, let's go back. Gabe was still excited and wanted to go back quickly and ask Lin Yan what method he and Hit used just now. It turned out to be so powerful. Go back, I should go back to my universe. Lin Yan looked at the excited Gabe and said. It has been 2.5 years since I came out, and there is still about half a year before the appearance of artificial humans. It is time for me to go back, otherwise, if I am late and Son Goku has no special medicine to treat heart disease, the situation will become very serious. Bad. N.A. Nanny, are you leaving? Hearing that Lin Yan was about to leave, Gabe said a little disappointed, but Lin Yan didn't belong to their planet Sherida in the first place, so it was reasonable to leave. Well, when we meet next time, I hope to see you stronger. Chapter 81 Artificial Man appears, Super Vegetoffs number 18, subscribe. At this moment, the time of 3 years on the Earth has passed in a hurry. On an uninhabited deserted island, 4 or 5 figures appeared, which looked somewhat familiar. Taking a closer look, it can be seen that these figures are exactly Son Gohan, Piccolo, Kellen, and Tien Shinyan. And in a valley under the feet of several people, 4 figures appeared at the same time. If Lin Yan were here, he would be able to recognize the 4 people in front of him at a glance. The 4 are Super Saiyan Vegeta, Android 18, Tien 7, and Robot Tien 6. As for Super Vegeta and Android number 18, they stood facing each other, and there were some scratches on their clothes. Whoosh! Vegeta was panting heavily at this time, obviously because the battle just now consumed a lot of physical energy. But, damn it, how can these puppet dolls be so strong? They can't win after becoming Super Saiyan. Vegeta clenched her teeth, looking at the artificial man number 18 in front of her, and number 16 and 17 behind her. With his current strength, he can barely deal with the artificial man number 18, but the 2 guys behind seem to be not inferior to the artificial man. Pretty tricky. What's even worse is that fellow Kakarot had a heart attack at such a time and was unable to fight. The rest of Son Gohan, Piccolo, and the others, although their strengths can be seen in the past, compared with the cyborgs in front of them, they are not at the same level at all. Can't help at all. Although he is very proud and even conceited, he also understands that there is no way to deal with the 3 of them by himself. Then, the 3 artificial humans, how could they be so powerful? A look of horror appeared in Son Gohan's eyes, and he murmured. Originally they thought that the powerful artificial humans that Lin Yan mentioned 3 years ago were number 19 and number 20. But when Vegeta easily solved Android 19, he discovered that the most powerful android is the guy in front of him. Unexpectedly, only a number 18 can compete with Vegeta, who has become a Super Saiyan, evenly matched. And there are two that have never been shot. But, damn it, I thought that if we cultivated well, it would be helpful when artificial humans appeared, but now it seems that we can't help at all. Kellen clenched his fists tightly, and said with a look of fear and guilt. In fact, in the past 3 years, he has been cultivating crazily, and he thinks that his strength has improved very quickly, but those guys are really too powerful. It makes people feel hopelessly powerful. At this time, Sun Ye had a heart attack. Piccolo also frowned and said in a low voice. At this time, on the road between the valleys, number 17 seemed a little impatient waiting, so he said to Gan number 8. Hey number 18, are you okay? If not, let me come, we have to find Son Goku. Shut up number 17, it's just a Vegeta. Number 18 Lu frowned slightly, gritted her silver teeth, and said angrily. According to her data analysis, she should be able to easily defeat Vegeta. But after the real fight, it was discovered that Vegeta's strength far exceeded the strength recorded in the database given to them by Dr. Ge Luo. And what's even more exasperating is that he is not sure of winning Vegeta. This is why the two of them have been deadlocked for 2 or 3 hours, and they are still on par. Fortunately, the current Vegeta is obviously lacking in physical fitness and energy due to the long-term battle. As cyborgs, they have unlimited energy, so they will not have physical and energy problems like Vegeta. In this battle, you must be the one who wins in the end. Hearing No 18's scolding, number 17 could only spread his hands and hand over the battlefield to number 18 and Vegeta. Cut. I am a Super Vegeta, how can I not even win a puppet doll? Absolutely impossible. Vegeta frowned tightly, and then his feet were on the ground, his feet were instantly cracked, and his body shot out like an arrow from the string. Fist hit number 18. At the same time, number 18, with a delicate body like a civet cat, flashed out to meet Vegeta. 64. The fists of the two collided heavily. Certainly. Vegeta gritted his teeth tightly. He never imagined that No 18's seemingly delicate body actually contained such terrifying power. Number 18 also frowned, obviously fighting Vegeta with all her strength. Vegeta yelled loudly, and Gold's aura erupted from his body in an instant, directly knocking number 18 back. Immediately afterwards, the body flashed out, and the fist hit number 18 heavily on the forehead. The powerful force caused No 18's body to fly upside down in an instant, embedded in the cliff next to the mountain road, and smashed a big hole. This time, I will completely solve you. Accompanied by the roar, Vegeta placed his hands at the level of his left shoulders, forming a calyx shape with his palms, and an energy ball the size of a fist appeared in Vegeta's palm. Ultimate Flash. Ha! Then it directly blasted into the cave that number 18 smashed out. After playing the Ultimate Flash 010, Vegeta's aura was obviously reduced instantly, and a little sweat flowed out from his forehead. And at the moment when Vegeta's Ultimate Flash blasted, No 17's body flashed out, directly appearing in front of the cave, and casually sent Vegeta's Ultimate Flash bomb out. Oh! It was really dangerous just now. Number 18. The corner of No 17's mouth curved slightly, and said in a magnetic voice. He didn't expect Vegeta, who had been fighting for more than 2 hours, to possess such terrifying power, which surprised him. TCH, it was actually blocked, damn it. Vegeta frowned tightly, the Ultimate Flash just now was already his strongest attack. It consumed a lot of his energy, if that number 17 was making a move, he might really be unable to deal with it. Cut. Number 17, who told you to meddle in your own business, that kind of attack can't hurt me at all. At this time, the body of number 18 came out of the cave. The little vest on his body was a bit tattered, and he said angrily to number 17. Sorry, I couldn't hold back just now, but now it's me. Number 17 still had a calm smile on his face, and said shallowly. P.S. Ask for subscription, ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets. Chapter 82 I am your future husband. Seeking subscription. Almost as soon as the sound fell, he rushed directly to Vegeta. The speed is quite fast. In Vegeta's eyes, the speed of number 17 is a bit faster than that of number 18. The shot is also quite decisive. The distance between the two of them was 5 or 6 feet, and number 17 had already arrived in front of Vegeta almost as soon as his body flashed out, and punched Vegeta's face. There was a humming sound in the wind-shaking air of the fist. Vegeta quickly tilted his neck, and barely passed Shi-Kikang's fist. But I still wiped off a few strands of Vegeta's hair. Damn it! Vegeta clenched his fist tightly and launched a counterattack directly at number 17. Da-da-da! Fist shadows roared, forming phantoms one after another around No 17's body. At this time, Vegeta also exerted his speed to the extreme. Facing such a dense attack from Vegeta, number 17 didn't show any panic on his face, but clasped his hands in front of his chest. His body was like a spirit snake, and he swayed from side to side, avoiding all of Vegeta's attacks. I can't even hit a punch, this guy is even stronger than that woman just now. Vegeta was secretly frightened, her attack like a storm didn't even touch the hem of his clothes. It seems that you only have this strength. Vegeta. While avoiding Vegeta's attack, number 17 challenged Vegeta with a feminine voice. Damn puppet, don't get carried away, let's see how loudza Vegeta defeats you. Being provoked by number 17, Vegeta was furious instantly, the veins on his forehead popped up, and he accelerated his attack speed again. And at the moment when Vegeta's fist blasted out again, number 17 directly reached out with his right hand like lightning, and grabbed Vegeta's fist. Nanani! Vegeta was shocked, even though his chi had dropped a lot, but that guy took his attack so easily, it still made him very miserable. But there was no time for Vegeta to think about it. No 17's right knee was already pressing heavily on Vegeta's lower abdomen. A mouthful of unknown liquid was spit out from Vegeta's mouth, and the pupils constricted instantly. He hugged his stomach tightly with both hands, with a painful look on his face. Number 17 showed no mercy, and then swept Vegeta's right arm with his right leg like a steel whip. Click! The moment the crisp bone crack sounded, Vegeta's body smashed directly into the stone wall of the cliff like a cannonball. Ah ah ah! Immediately afterwards, there was a piercing scream. Obviously, the kick just now on the 17th directly smashed Vegeta's stone. Vegeta! Vegeta! Vegeta uncle! Piccolo, Son Gohan, and others screamed out almost simultaneously. That guy actually broke Vegeta's arm with one kick. He is even stronger than the female android just now. At this moment Vegeta is their only hope, and now that Vegeta can't do 10 tricks in his hands, then they are even more hopeless. Then, just as they were about to fly to Vegeta's side and feed him beans, they were blocked by number 18. Who dares to go one step further? Number 18 looked at Son Gohan and Piccolo with a cold face, and said in a cold voice. Immediately, several people also stopped in their tracks, and Klin's body stepped back in horror. Although the woman in front of her has a world-renowned face, she is not in the mood to appreciate it at this moment. Because the strength that No. 18 showed just now is enough to beat them by several blocks. And at this moment, suddenly, a piercing sound rang in everyone's ears. Pock! Then, a familiar figure appeared in front of everyone. Didn't anyone tell you that you're not pretty when you're angry? Number 18. At the same time as the voice of ridicule sounded, the bodies of Son Gohan, Kellen, and others trembled uncontrollably. Linear. Lin Yan uncle. Mr. Lin Yan, it's Mr. Lin Yan. Afterwards, Son Gohan and Kellen shouted excitedly almost at the same time. That's right, the figure in front of them is very familiar to them, and it has been 3 years since they left the Earth. Lin Yan who told them the news about the artificial man before leaving. I didn't expect him to appear at such a critical time. The appearance of Lin Yan meant that they were saved, because 3 years ago, Lin Yan's strength far surpassed Goku and Vegeta. Now his strength must be even stronger, and he can definitely deal with an artificial human in front of him. Superscript 2.1 Who? Looking at Lin Yan who suddenly appeared before number 18, Lu Mei frowned slightly and asked. Because in her memory, there is no such a character. Then let me introduce you grandly. My name is Lin Yan, and I am your future husband. Looking at number 18 in front of me, gold's hair, beautiful face, and some torn clothes set off a strange temptation. Black stockings set off those straight beautiful legs even more slender, which made Lin Yan stare intently. That's what a gentleman said. As expected, she is worthy of being the number 1 beauty in Dragon Ball. You can't take your eyes off of her. Lin Yan thought excitedly. You wanna die? Looking at Lin Yan's undisguised appreciative gaze and her shameless teasing words, number 18 said coldly. This is the first time a man dares to look at himself naked like this. But I don't know if he has the ability to tease himself. Don't be so fierce. I was just joking, he. Looking at the angry number 18, Lin Yan suddenly smiled and said. It just happened that I was so full of anger that I had nowhere to vent it. You asked for it. Number 18 glanced at Lin Yan coldly, gritted his teeth, and said in a low voice. Just now Vegeta made her so embarrassed, she kept holding her breath. Now is a good time to take this uninterested guy to vent. Almost at the same time as the sound fell, the body on the 18th floor flew towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan, uncle, be careful, she is very strong. Seeing that number 18 launched an attack brazenly, Sun Gohan quickly reminded. Chapter 83 Molesting number 18, Copying Infinite Energy, for subscription. And the strength of number 18 was indeed as Sun Gohan reminded, and it appeared in front of Lin Yan in almost an instant. He punched Lin Yan. The corner of Lin Yan's mouth twitched slightly, looking at No 18's attack. Xiaonazai's attack was quite ruthless. But the current number 18 is only a little bit stronger than Son Goku and Vegeta, who have just become Super Saiyan. In front of oneself, that is really not enough to see at all. Just when No 18's fist almost touched the tip of Lin Yan's nose, Lin Yan's body suddenly disappeared, and it may not have disappeared completely out of thin air. Nanny? Missing. Number 18 frowned, and didn't see clearly how Lin Yan avoided his attack, as if he disappeared out of thin air. Okay, what an amazing speed, Piccolo, did you see Lin Yan's movements clearly? Lin looked at Lin Yan who did not know when to appear behind number 18 with a horrified face, and asked Piccolo. Because at that moment, he completely felt that Lin Yan's chi had disappeared, just like that without warning. He knows that Piccolo is much more sensitive than normal people like them in terms of hearing and vision. Che, I can't capture his figure at all, as if he disappeared completely in an instant. Piccolo frowned. With his vision of 6.5 million, he couldn't see Lin Yan's movements clearly just now, but he could see clearly when Vegeta was fighting number 18. The speed is so fast that it is hard to understand, and you can't even see the afterimage. Tian Xinyan also said in a horrified tone. After all, his structure is different from others, and his eyesight is much better than ordinary people. Hey, can a girl stop fighting all day long? At this time, Lin Yan, who had already appeared behind number 18, patted number 18 on the shoulder and said. And almost at the moment when Lin Yan touched No 18's body, those few lines of blue small characters appeared on Lin Yan's retina again. Copy object, artificial human number 18, Lazuli. Copyable skills, Key Blast, high speed movement. Reproducible talents, unlimited energy, slow cell aging. Do you want to copy? Looking at the small words blue on the retina, Lin Yan wasn't too surprised. After all, he had known for a long time that the 18 strings had unlimited energy. It's just that the cells age slowly, which is a surprise. Because I am originally a scion, my aging speed is much slower than that of people on Earth. If I copied the cells of number 18 to age slowly, my own aging speed will be even longer. Copy the talent of No 18. Lin Yan thought of it in his mind without hesitation. As for those useless key blast skills, completely ignored. Copy successful. Then, after 4 big characters of blue appeared, they disappeared. At this moment, number 18 heard the playful voice behind him, and without any hesitation, he swung his left foot and swept his right leg towards Lin Yan in a circle. The sharp wind shakes the air buzzing. D. And the next moment, Lin Yan directly raised his right hand, grabbed the anklet of number 18, and released all the huge power. Hey, it's a pity to kick someone with such a beautiful leg. Feeling the smooth texture of black stockings, Lin Yan grinned, and the feeling made him feel dazed for a while. Let go, you bastard! Number 18 obviously didn't expect that Lin Yan would take over his strenuous kick so easily. What's even worse is that his hands are like iron tongs, making it impossible for him to resist. Looking at Lin Yan's stupid smile, he snapped. At the same time, I was extremely shocked in my heart. How could this guy have such a powerful force? It is not comparable to Vegeta at all. Oh? To be able to deflate number 18, that guy looks a bit unusual. What about number 16? Looking at the angry number 18 and the calm Lin Yan, and the number 17 double, Abai, bracelets on the mouth, with a smile on his face, he spoke lightly. His strength is very powerful, my database can't fully read his strength. Maybe the 3 of us together are not his opponent. Hearing No 17's voice, number 16 spoke calmly. He has no way of detecting Lin Yan's strength at all, the only thing that is certain is that his strength is very strong. Impossible number 16, I am number 17, the strongest android in the universe. It is impossible for anyone in this universe to be stronger than me. Your database is wrong. After hearing No 16's words, number 17 was taken aback for a moment, then immediately returned to normal, and spoke confidently. In his opinion, there is absolutely no one in this world who is stronger than him. As for the casual number 16 in front of him, he completely regards him as a failed work that doesn't know how to fight. So on the 17th, I am sure that the database on the 16th must have misjudged. Looking at the confident number 17, Tian number 6 didn't want to explain any more. He just looked at Lin Yan and frowned slightly. Lin Yan looked at the angry number 18, and let go of No 18's legs. And the moment Lin Yan let go, number 18 suddenly turned around like a cunning rabbit, and punched Lin Yan with both fists one after another. Lin Yan still had a calm expression on his face. In his opinion, the speed of number 18 was simply too slow. While the body was moving slightly, he dodged all the attacks of number 18. Bastard, you are still a man if you hide like this. After attacking for a full minute, they didn't even touch the corner of Lin Yan's clothes. Number 18 scolded Lin Yan with anger on his face. Ah! Looking at number 18, who had a distraught face, Lin Yan flashed his body and appeared behind number 18. He grabbed No 18's slender waist and pulled number 18 into it. I don't care. Am I a man now? Lin Yan lowered his head, just in time to see the frightened face of number 18, with a dull expression on his face. He didn't realize what was going on at all, he was already hugged by Lin Yan. Let go of me, bastard. While number 18 was struggling, he directly greeted Lin Yan's face with his fist. Lin Yan grabbed No 18's hand in his hand, and looked at number 18 with a wicked face. Looking at number 18 at such a close distance, feeling the alluring scent, the desire to commit crimes becomes stronger. P.S. Ask for subscription, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Thank you, Thank you. One thing I am very sorry for, I sent this chapter to another book by mistake just now, I am very sorry. Chapter 84 Lesson to Brother-in-Law Number 17, for subscription. You can let go, promise to be my girlfriend. Lin Yan still had a naive smile on his face, but he spoke shamelessly. When Lin Yan's words fell, even the cold beauty number 18 blushed, and no one had ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. And no one dares to confess so bluntly. Suddenly, she was a little at a loss. Although Lin Yan's voice was very low, he didn't deliberately suppress it, so Piccolo and Sun Gohan who were not far away could hear him clearly. TCH, that guy can't be serious, can he? The corners of Piccolo's eyes trembled slightly, and he muttered softly. Number 18 is a cold-blooded artificial human. That guy Lin Yan is confessing his love to an artificial human, is he kidding? Lin Yan uncle seems to be confessing his love to no 18. Sun Gohan said in a daze. Then, that guy is too courageous. Kellen and Tien Shinyan looked terrified, and they could clearly see the strength of Android 18, which was on par with Super Saiyan Vegeta. And looking at her frosty look, isn't Lin Yan just asking for trouble? You, don't even think about it. Number 18 blushed and struggled violently, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Lin Yan's control. On the 17th, you have to see how long the bustle lasts, if you don't come to help. Seeing that he had exhausted all his strength, but couldn't break free from Lin Yan's embrace at all, number 18 looked at number 17 anxiously, and shouted in a reproachful tone. Thought you didn't need help. Number 17 looked at number 18 who was ashamed and angry, smiled and said lightly. TCH, you bastard, you shoot around when you shouldn't help, and pretend you don't see when you should help. Number 18 looked down on number 17, and muttered resentfully. All right. Number 17 gently landed in front of Lin Yan and number 18, and said to Lin Yan calmly. Lin Yan, isn't it? You're a gentleman in such a rough way. Then, the palm was directly aimed at Lin Yan, and a blue energy ball condensed out of the palm. What's the matter, brother-in-law, do you want to compete with me? Lin Yan smiled, looked at number 17, and said lightly. The strength of number 17 is indeed stronger than that of number 18, but it is only a little bit stronger. In front of him, he was still a weak mess. If you want to be my brother-in-law, it depends on whether you have the qualifications. The corner of No 17's mouth pulled out a long arc, and the energy ball in his palm blasted out at Lin Yan without any hesitation. Seeing the rapidly approaching energy ball, Lin Yan blocked number 18 behind him, and then stretched out his right hand like lightning, blocking No 17's blasted energy ball. It looks very relaxed, as if doing a very casual movement. Immediately afterwards, with a slight force on the right hand, the energy ball was directly crushed and exploded. It looks like it really has a little strength. Seeing that Lin Yan took his energy ball easily and exploded it, a serious look gradually appeared on No 17's calm face. At the same time as the faint voice fell, No 17's body flashed out and rushed towards Lin Yan. The speed is indeed faster than the 18th. After a burst of shouting, the fist directly hit Lin Yan. Seeing No 17's fierce blow, Lin Yan punched out directly, but he didn't use too much strength. Because if I used too much strength, number 17 might be killed by my own punch. $5. As soon as the fists of the two touched, they separated immediately. At the same time as the low collision sound sounded, No 17's body instantly flew upside down, and plunged heavily into the rocks of the cliff. Shocking cracks spread from the edge of the hole made by number 17. Okay, what a terrifying power! Son Gohan, Piccolo, and others were shocked, and their hearts were even more turbulent. Although they couldn't feel the breath of the artificial man, it can be seen from the speed just now that the speed of the 17 strings is obviously stronger than that of the artificial man. And just now, number 17 defeated Vegeta almost instantly. Unexpectedly, such a powerful number 17 would be blown away with a single punch in Lin Yan's hands. And obviously, Lin Yan, who didn't become Super Saiyan, didn't contribute much at all. 0 for flowers 00. How is it possible, even the 17th? Standing behind Lin Yan, number 18 also had a look of horror on his face. Unexpectedly, even number 17 was blown away by Lin Yan's punch. They are modified artificial humans with infinite energy. Is that guy a monster? Number 18 turned her curious eyes on Lin Yan, looked at Lin Yan's back, and became curious in her heart. What is the limit of this guy in front of him? As everyone knows, the moment a woman becomes curious about a man is the beginning of her fall. And at this moment, No 17's angry roar suddenly came from the cave on the rock wall. Then I saw a huge gap directly bursting out of the cliff, and No 17's body jumped up, standing in mid-air. The hateful power is so strong, it seems that I really underestimated you a bit. Number 17 narrowed his eyes, looked at Lin Yan, and murmured in a low voice. In that confrontation just now, although he didn't try his best, he also felt that Lin Yan also didn't give his best. This guy, it seems, is really like number 16 said, not to deal with. But fortunately, I am an artificial human with unlimited energy bases. Thinking of this, number 17 raised his palms high, aimed at Lin Yan, and 2 energy balls condensed directly from his palms. Then he slammed down on Lin Yan unceremoniously. Boom! When the energy ball fell on the ground, the whole ground shook violently instantly. The violent explosion blasted a big crater where Lin Yan was standing. Feeling the terrifying explosion, number 18 withdrew her body and appeared 10 feet away. She didn't want to be hit by that shock wave. After a while, the flames disappeared and the smoke dissipated, leaving only a huge deep pit where wisps of blue smoke rose slowly. But Lin Yan's body is gone. Number 17, he's behind you. Suddenly, No 18's surprised voice came into No 17's ears. Before number 17 turned around, Lin Yan's hand knife had already fallen heavily towards No 17's neck. 0. Chapter 85 Your strength makes you qualified to be my brother-in-law, please subscribe. DB. The low muffled sound rang almost at the same time as the reminder on the 18th. Lin Yan's knife directly landed on No 17's neck, and the terrifying force instantly knocked number 17 into the air. It formed a slanted straight line, and it was inserted into the rock wall of the cliff again like a cannonball. This time, Lin Yan used a bit more force than before, and number 17 should have lost his ability to attack. After all, although number 17 has unlimited energy, his body is a human body after all, and he can't withstand 2 terrifying attacks at all. Number 17. Number 18 hurriedly looked at the cave that No 17's body smashed out of, and frowned tightly. That guy seemed to be playing with them from the very beginning, and he didn't try his best at all. Could it be that they were just released by Dr. Ge Luo, and they were about to be destroyed by the man in front of him at 220? Have you solved it yet? Piccolo and the others looked at the cave, but they didn't respond, they just opened their mouths suspiciously. Because they can't perceive the aura of the artificial man, they don't know whether Lin Yan's attack just now has eliminated the artificial man number 17. And at this moment, Vegeta, whose arm was kicked off by number 17, hugged his right arm, covered in injuries, and walked out with a disheveled face. Looking at Lin Yan's figure, he gritted his teeth fiercely. Damn, that damned subordinate scion, actually walked in front of us again. Vegeta frowned tightly, with a look of unwillingness. In fact, as soon as Lin Yan appeared, he felt Lin Yan's aura, but he always wanted to see how far that guy's strength has improved in 3 years. Unexpectedly, just relying on his normal strength, he could easily play with the artificial man number 18, who was hard to win, and even defeated the man-made man number 17 with absolute strength. His strength once again made him completely incomprehensible, but what is certain is that he is definitely more than 100 times stronger than himself. Unwilling, deep unwillingness makes Vegeta feel very aggrieved. Obviously, I am the most talented Scion warrior, the noble Scion prince. But unwilling to return, the fact is in front of him, and he must accept this fact. In 3 years, that guy has grown even more perverted. Finally I'm willing to come out. Vegeta. Lin Yan looked at the unwilling Vegeta, and spoke in a faint voice. He could feel that although Vegeta's strength couldn't beat Android 17, it was pretty good. After all, his cultivation speed is not as abnormal as his own, and it seems that he has not entered the spiritual time room to practice. Vegeta uncle. Son Gohan saw Vegeta coming out of the cave in a mess, so he quickly jumped up and appeared in front of Vegeta, and handed a fairy bean to Vegeta. If Vegeta hadn't fought against the androids by himself, they wouldn't have been able to stop the 3 androids at all. And at this time, Tien Keqing also walked out of the cave. With a gloomy face, he looked rather unhappy, and the clothes on his body were a little tattered. Damn! Damn it, I am the strongest artificial human in the universe, number 17. How could I lose to such a human? It is absolutely impossible. Number 17 stared at Lin Yan with gloomy eyes, clenched his fists, and roared unwillingly. Swipe! Then, the bodies of number 18 and no. 16 flashed at the same time, and appeared in front of number 17. Number 17, we are no match for that guy at all. Number 18 Lu frowned and spoke. Although they are arrogant, they don't want to admit this fact. But she could also see that the guy named Lin Yan didn't go all out from the beginning to the end. His power is so strong that I feel hopeless. Number 16, who had always been taciturn, also spoke lightly. Although number 17 and number 18 don't know how strong number 16 is, but number 16 himself knows it very well. His power is much stronger than number 17 and number 18. You two go first. I think I can stop him for a while. Then, number 16 frowned looking at the two and continuing to speak. VR. Number 17 and number 18 raised their brows, and they had some doubts. You must know that this guy has never fought in the first place. And from what Dr. Ge Luo said, he is just a failure. So the two have always regarded number 16 as just a little brother with little power. Go, or it will be too late. Number 16 yelled at the two of them, then turned around and attacked Lin Yan directly. Lin Yan can feel that android number 16 is much stronger than number 17 and number 18 in terms of speed and strength. Seeing number 16 rushing towards Lin Yan, number 17 and number 18 gritted their teeth, flashed their bodies, and flew out in the opposite direction. The two of them want to escape. Piccolo and the others frowned. These two androids were powerful. If they were sent back to the mountains, there would be endless troubles, but they didn't have the ability to stop them. As for the robot number 16 below, its fist appeared on Lin Yan's mouth almost instantly. Call out! The next moment, No 16's fist directly penetrated Lin Yan's chest without hindrance. Frowning, he immediately turned his head and cast his eyes on number 17 and number 18. Sure enough, Lin Yan's body appeared in front of the two of them. I can't even stop him. Number 16 1.4 smiled helplessly. The speed Lin Yan showed just now made him understand that there is still a huge gap between them. TCH, this guy. Number 17 and number 18 gritted their teeth tightly and stared at Lin Yan. The waves in my heart are tumbling, this guy's speed is too abnormal. Hey, number 17, am I qualified to be your brother-in-law now? A smile appeared on Lin Yan's face, and he looked at number 17 jokingly and asked. Certainly. Number 17 clenched his fist tightly, his facial features distorted. But after a short while, he seemed to understand something, his frowning brows relaxed, and his fists loosened. Looking at Lin Yan, he said lightly, your strength is indeed qualified to be my brother-in-law. P.S. spend a lot of money and go. Chapter 86 No 18's Heart Sprouts, for subscription. Number 17, what are you talking about? Hearing that number 17 suddenly said this kind of betrayal of himself, number 18 was not happy at that time, and looked at number 17 coldly. This guy, who was dealt with so badly just now, wants to turn his elbows out, and he doesn't know if he took the wrong medicine. After coldly reprimanding number 17, No 18's body flickered and turned into a ball of light, disappearing from everyone's sight. Although I don't have any objections, but with my sister's proud personality on the 18th, it's not so easy to be conquered, so you. Come on. Future brother-in-law. Number 17 looked at number 18 who had disappeared, and then looked at Lin Yan. After confirming that he had no intention of continuing to catch up, he said to Lin Ni with a somewhat teasing tone. Although Lin Yan in front of him defeated him, which made him feel very unhappy for a while, and even hated him, but after thinking about it calmly, if 18th can find a good home, as a younger brother, he will also be sincerely happy. But now it seems that the only person on this earth who can hold number 18 is Lin Yan, who is stronger than them all. Then, as soon as he turned his body, he followed in the direction where number 18 disappeared. Then 01 and number 16 did the same, and followed them in a flash. The road is long and long. It seems that it is not an easy task to use a gentleman's means to catch up to No 18. After watching number 18 and the other three leave, Lin Yan shook his head helplessly and said with a wry smile. But I still have a lot of time, so there is no need to be so anxious. Chasing a girl is actually like a cat catching a mouse. When you find it, you don't have to be in a hurry to catch it. After you catch it, you don't have to rush to speak. You have to enjoy the thrill of chasing after me. Process. To put it more precisely, it is like two peerless beauties. When one of them is naked in front of you, your interest will be reduced by at least half. Men actually enjoy the process of conquering and losing themselves more. Hey, why did you let those artificial humans go? At this time, seeing Lin Yan let go of the three artificial humans, Vegeta, who had recovered from his injuries, stepped forward. Appeared beside Lin Yan, and asked Lin Yan coldly. Vegeta, I told you to pay attention to the way you talk to me, remember, this is the second time. Hearing Vegeta's questioning tone, Lin Yan was a little upset. This guy really thinks of himself as the Prince of Sion in front of him. If you think I shouldn't let them go, you can go after them yourself, and you should be able to catch up now. Turning his eyes to Vegeta, Lin Yan said in a playful tone. Cut, bastard! Vegeta clenched his fist tightly, cursing inwardly. This guy, knowing that he is no match for those man-made humans, even deliberately said such words to anger himself. Although he was very angry, he had nothing to do, because he knew that he was not Lin Yan's opponent. Lin Yan uncle, those artificial humans are so strong, do you really want to let them go? At this time, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Keek, and others also appeared in front of Lin Yan. At this time, Son Gohan, who looked a head taller than 3 years ago, also asked. Although they are artificial humans, their personalities are not bad, why can't they be let go? Regarding Son Gohan, Lin Yan's tone is obviously much gentler. The androids number 18 and number 17 in the main dimension of Dragon Ball are not bad in nature, and they haven't killed anyone since they were transformed. The only Vegeta who was injured was praised because he was too arrogant and provocative. To talk about other bad things I did, that is, snatch a few nice clothes. As for the artificial man number 16, he is a guy who loves nature very much. But androids number 19 and number 20, they killed many citizens. Kellen said with some lingering fear. Not long ago, androids number 19 and number 20 killed a dozen citizens in a small city. This also makes them very afraid of artificial humans. Don't worry. The three of them are different from android number 19 and No 20. Lin Yan spoke confidently. Seeing Lin Yan's self-confidence, everyone had nothing to say. After all, if Lin Yan does not act, they will have nothing to do with the artificial man. On the other side, number 17 and number 16 have already caught up with number 18. Wait for the 18th. The body of number 17 accelerated again and appeared beside number 18. TCH, number 17, if you talk nonsense next time, be careful that I will kill you. Number 18 still had a bit of anger on his face, looked at number 17 beside him, and said coldly. Actually, that guy named Lin Yan is really not bad. He has good looks and strong strength. Isn't this just worthy of you? At this time, number 17 instantly turned into Yuelao, and began to draw the red line. If you want to find another one like this, if you miss this village, I'm afraid there won't be such a shop. What do you mean, number 16? After finishing speaking, number 17 did not forget to turn around and pull number 16 towards his team. I only know that that guy's strength is unfathomable. I don't know whether he is worthy or not. 267. Number 16 still has a calm expression on his face, which can be regarded as an answer to no 17's question. Shout, that bastard! Number 18 frowned, muttered something, and suddenly remembered the scene of being hugged by that guy. At that time, I just felt humiliated and very angry. Looking back now, I suddenly felt a burning sensation, and my face was burning. Then, number 18 actually felt his heart beating violently, completely uncontrollable. A picture of Lin Yan suddenly appeared in my mind, and I couldn't get rid of it. It's like being enchanted by magic. How? How is it possible? How did that annoying guy appear in my mind? Do I really have feelings for him? 18th was suddenly frightened by his abnormal reaction. No. Impossible, that guy is so annoying, how could I have feelings for him? It must be that I was too angry and hated that guy too much to have this strange feeling. On the 18th, I comfort myself in my heart. Number 17 looked at number 18, who was blushing, and smiled slyly. It seemed that number 18 was not as angry as she said. P.S. Ask for subscription, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Grateful. Chapter 87 Fierce Battle Bulma. Seeking subscription. In the next time, everyone dispersed. Lin Yan came back to Bulma's house. I haven't seen Bulma for 3 years. During these 3 years, I spent most of my time wandering in the universe. I really miss Bulma. 3 years, you, finally come back. Bulma looked at Lin Yan in front of him, and became stronger, with crystal tears in his eyes. 3 years is not a long time, but it is not short either. Especially the feeling of waiting for someone to miss, although it is a bit exaggerated to not see each other every day, but it is also very long. I'm sorry to keep you waiting for so long, but I'm back. Do I have flowers on me? Being watched by Lin Yan in this way, Bulma blushed and said shyly. There are no flowers, but there are things more beautiful than flowers. Hearing Bulma's voice, Lin Yan looked away from Bulma's body, looked at Bulma's face, and said with a smile. During breakfast, Bulma told herself a lot about what had happened over the past 3 years. After Lin Yan told Son Goku about the heart attack before leaving Earth, Bulma told Dr. Breves about it, although Dr. Breves is a mechanical scientist. But in the medical field, he also knows a lot of medical doctors, professors, etc. So 3 years ago, entrusted by Bulma, Dr. Breves commissioned his friends in the medical field to start developing specific drugs for heart disease. After all, if this drug is developed, it will not only benefit Son Goku. It's about thousands of heart patients on the earth, and those elites in the medical field will naturally not refuse. Then what's going on now? Has a special medicine been developed? After hearing Bulma's description, Lin Yan asked. I met with Son Gohan and the others before, and after they left on the 18th, they rushed here in a hurry, and didn't ask about Son Goku's heart disease. The specific medicines that have been developed now can't completely cure heart disease, they can only delay the attack time, but it won't take long before we can completely develop special medicines for heart disease. Bulma said firmly, she believes that with the current technology, it won't take long to develop a special medicine for heart disease. That is to say, Trunks has never appeared before, and his own appearance may disrupt the history of future time and space. Lin Yan frowned, thinking in his heart. For the role of Trunks in the future, Lin Yan actually likes it very much. I don't know if he will appear again in the future. One more thing, you never think is it about Vegeta? Hee. Suddenly, Bulma smiled slyly, looked at Lin Yan and said, Qin. What about Vegeta? I really can't figure it out. Lin Yan shook his head, he didn't have much interest in Vegeta's matter. Hey, that guy Vegeta actually lived with a woman from Earth, and it was Li Qian's, that really surprised everyone. Bulma said with a gossipy face. Really? That's really a bit surprising. Lin Yan responded casually. That's good, Vegeta has a good home on Earth. P.S. Actually, I don't want to write the next paragraph, but after all, Vegeta will still live on Earth in the future, so we still need to give him a stable foothold. Readers who don't like it, please be patient. Chapter 88 Go to Planet Wampa and pick up Broly, for subscription. Bulma, I might leave in a couple of days. After breakfast, Lin Yan took Bulma out for shopping and a drive. After all, I turned Bulma into a real woman last night, so I must be responsible for her. It is his responsibility and obligation as a boyfriend and future husband to make her happy every day. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Bulma stopped suddenly, looked at Lin Yan, and asked with some disappointment. How long will it take this time? Unexpectedly, he and I didn't even arrive for a day, and he actually told himself that he was going to leave him again. This naturally makes Bulma a little unhappy. It's very fast this time. At most, a day. Lin Yan held Bulma's hands, and said with a loving look on his face. Sure enough, after that relationship happened, the relationship between two people will undergo a qualitative change. That gluey feeling is completely different from before. God? Well, that's acceptable. After hearing Lin Yan say that he only went out for 3 days, the disappointment on Bulma's face disappeared little by little, revealing a playful look. She just got 470 and was really afraid that Lin Yan would leave for another 2 or 3 years this time. It's been 3 years, and 3 years ago, I promised Broly that when I left the Wampa planet, I would take him away from that ghostly place. Unexpectedly, this delay took a full 3 years. I don't know if Broly thinks that he is the master, and he has forgotten him after leaving. Thinking about it, I am really ashamed, but at that time I did not have the ability to learn instant transmission, and it was quite cumbersome to go to the Wampa planet, so I was stranded at that time. Early the next morning, Lin Yan started to move the scars immediately after waking up. To be honest, he still has no idea where Wampa planet is. Because it was brought back to Earth by Shenron last time, I don't know the route to the planet Wampa at all, but fortunately, there is a person who should be able to help me. That is the King Kai who lives on the planet King Kai. The 2 antennas above his head might be able to help him find out the whereabouts of the planet Wampa, and then he will be directly sensing Broly's breath instant transmission past. After thinking about it, Lin Yan didn't hesitate anymore, almost, after leaving the yard, he went straight to the North Ghost Lord planet with instant transmission. You, how did you show up? What are you doing here? Lin Yan, who had instant transmission to King Kai's planet, suddenly appeared in front of King Kai, which really shocked him. Especially the guy Lin Yan, also a scion, doesn't seem to be as good as Goku, nor as evil as Vegeta. With that feeling of being both good and evil, King Kai couldn't see what kind of person Lin Yan was at all. So for Lin Yan, it is natural to be wary. Master Realm King, please help me find an asteroid called Wampa. Lin Yan didn't make any twists and turns, and spoke directly to King Kai. In fact, he is not sure now, whether a mere King Kai has such a strong ability to find the Wampa planet. After all, planet Wampa is just a barren asteroid. Not as easy to find as Namek. Ahem, it's okay to help you, but... King Kai covered his mouth with one hand and coughed dryly twice, obviously ready to raise conditions. Tell you two funny jokes. Lin Yan said it directly for King Kai. He knows this guy, and he doesn't have any other hobbies, but now, he doesn't have time to tell him any stories. Whoa. You're really smarter than Gaku. King Kai looked at Lin Yan with a look of relief, and said excitedly. I didn't expect Lin Yan to know her hobbies so well. It seems that she has put in a lot of effort to find her help. Looking at the excited King Kai, Lin Yan squeezed an energy ball out of his palm, and said lightly, do you think it would be funny if this energy ball landed on your King Kai planet? Ah! King Kai looked dazed. Isn't this guy trying to tell himself a joke? Why did the atmosphere suddenly become a little awkward? Ah ha ha ha, it's so funny. After King Kai laughed awkwardly, seeing Lin Yan's indifferent face, he quickly stopped his laughter. Wampa planet, right? Where is it? Almost instantly, it turned into a very serious look. It is simply the originator of the funny world. After 10 minutes, King Kai was already sweating profusely. Looking at this work is also quite exhausting. I found it, in that direction. Suddenly, King Kai spoke a little weakly. Lin Yan quickly closed his eyes, and began to perceive the direction King Kai pointed. Sure enough, after half a minute, Lin Yan felt that faint familiar breath. That's right, it's Broly's breath. Broly's breath is strong enough, so he can feel it. As for Paragus, his breath is too weak, so it's hard to feel it. Then Lin Yan opened his eyes, pointed at the center of his eyebrows with both fingers, looked at King Kai, and said, Thank you, Lord Kai. Then the body faltered for a while, and disappeared on the planet King Kai. Hey, that guy is finally gone. After watching Lin Yan leave, King Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Although this guy is smarter than Gaku, he is much more dangerous than Gaku. Hope he never comes to his own planet again. And on the other side, the planet Wampa. Broly raised his head slightly, looking at the sky, which was the direction where Lin Yan disappeared 3 years ago. In the past 3 years, he looked forward to that direction almost every day. Broly, don't be in a daze, it's been 3 years, that guy won't come back, maybe he died in the universe. Paragus said to Broly with some resentment. That guy, they waited so long with hope, until now, his expectations and patience have been completely worn out. No, I believe in Master, he promised me that he will definitely come back to pick me up. Hearing Paragus' voice, Broly replied calmly. In the past 2 years, these 2 sentences have been spoken almost every day. But he absolutely believed that Master would definitely pick him up and leave here. And at the same time that Broly's firm voice fell, a crisp sound of breaking through the air rang out. ATT. Chapter 89 Returning to Earth, Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Subscribe. Almost at the moment when Broly's firm voice fell, suddenly an exceptionally clear piercing sound rang out. In this quiet space, it is particularly eye-catching. A figure appeared behind Broly. A familiar voice sounded from behind. Broly's body was suddenly startled, and then he turned around excitedly, and saw that familiar figure. Familiar silhouette, familiar smiling face. And this figure is Lin Yan, who just traveled from King Kai planet instant transmission to Wampa planet. Master, Master! Broly cried out excitedly, his eyes shone with excitement, and he could clearly feel that his voice trembled a little. 3 years, a full 3 years. Although he has always been convinced that Master will definitely come back to pick him up and leave this planet, but at this moment, he is really looking forward to it every day. Although he has always believed in it, but after a long time, that firm belief is also a little bit loose. Fortunately, the master really came to pick him up and left. Keeping you waiting, Broly. Lin Yan patted Broly on the shoulder, and could clearly see the excitement in Broly's eyes, not just because he knew he was going to pick him up and leave. But the excitement of seeing myself is beyond words. Master, I have always believed that you will definitely come back to pick us up. Broly was still full of excitement. In this world, besides his father, Paragus, the only thing he loves is his master, Lin Yan. See you again in 3 years, how can you not be excited? Well, thank you for trusting me, Broly. Lin Yan held Broly's shoulder tightly. This guy is really pure like a child. After all, the environment in which he grew up was different, so his temperament was naturally affected a lot. Linear. Lin Yan, it's really you, I thought. Not to mention Broly, even Paragus was excited. However, his excitement was fundamentally different from Broly's. It wasn't that he was excited when he saw Lin Yan, but that he knew that Lin Yan's arrival meant that they could finally leave this shitty place. What, do you think I lied to Broly, or that I'm dead in the universe? Lin Yan turned his head, the smile on his face suddenly changed. Although Paragus is Broly's father, he doesn't have much affection for this guy. You, where are you talking? Paragus blushed, and quickly defended himself. In fact, this sentence was basically what he said to Broly before. But you didn't bring the universe spaceship, how are you going to take us away? Paragus glanced around, but saw no trace of the universe spaceship. He knows that Lin Yan can survive in the universe, but he and Broly don't have that ability. If he hadn't brought the universe ship over, they still couldn't get out of here. That's right. Master, can we get out of here without the universe spaceship? Hearing what Paragus said, Raleigh also asked in doubt. That thing is too troublesome. I recently learned an ability of instant transmission, which can take you to other planets in an instant. For Broly, Lin Yan has nothing to hide. In fact, after coming to this world, although he also knew Son Goku, Vegeta and other Z warriors, his relationship with them was not as good as that of Broly. The first is because I have lived with Broly on this Wampa planet for a year, and the second is because in comparison, I prefer the simple-minded Broly in front of me. Nanny? Instant transmission? Can instant transmission go to other planets? With a shocked expression on his face, Paragus tried his best to find a sense of existence between Broly and Lin Yan. Broly wasn't too surprised, and didn't ask what kind of ability instant transmission is. Instead, he said directly, then can we leave here? Of course, grab my shoulder. Lin Yan spoke directly to Broly. Paragus had a look of embarrassment, feeling that Lin Yan was deliberately indifferent to him. However, his feeling was quite accurate, because Lin Yan didn't want to talk to him in the first place. I don't even want to take him away from here, because although this guy has only 4,000 fighting power, he is evil, scheming, and has always harbored hatred for King Vegeta in his heart. I am afraid it will be easy to cause trouble when he arrives on Earth. Zero looking for flowers. It's just that Broly is simple-minded and filial. If he doesn't take Paragus away, he probably won't leave here alone. Paragus walked behind Lin Yan with an embarrassed expression on his face, and then put his hand on Lin Yan's shoulder. Okay, here we go. Because I came directly from the King Kai planet by instant transmission before, so I remembered the general direction, and this time I was familiar with the road. Pointing directly between the eyebrows, the bodies of the three of them swayed for a while, and then completely disappeared on the planet Wampa. When it appeared again, it had already arrived at the planet King Kai. Nanny, why are you here again? The two of them are also Scion. King Kai was taken aback by Lin Yan's sudden appearance again. This guy, why is he always elusive? Zero. And this time, I brought 2 more people. And one of them gave him a very dangerous feeling. Excuse me, Lord Kai. After Lin Yan nodded to King Kai, he made an instant transmission again, directly to the earth. And at this time, people like Vegeta and Son Gohan Piccolo on earth suddenly felt a very powerful breath, and it was a strange breath. At the moment when the breath appeared, he rushed in that direction directly. The bodies of Lin Yan, Broly, and Paragus appeared directly in the courtyard of Bulma's house. Just a minute or two later, Vegeta and others also appeared in midair. Nah! That guy, Saiyan too. The moment Vegeta saw Broly, he recognized him and frowned tightly. Because he felt that breath emanating from Saiyan's body next to Lin Yan. Very powerful. As for Paragus, he was directly ignored by Vegeta. Then, King Vegeta? No, it's King Vegeta's son. How could he be on this planet? The moment Paragus saw Vegeta, his face was full of shock, his pupils constricted, and endless hatred poured out instantly. P.S. Sorry, my daughter caught a cold yesterday, she is in trouble, the update is a bit lacking, I will stay up all night tonight, try to make up for it when I come back home. Chapter 90 Vegeta's Provocation, Vegeta's Broly, subscribe. Who are you? Vegeta looked at Paragus when he heard someone call out his name. It stands to reason that planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza more than 20 years ago, and almost all Saiyan were recalled by Frieza to planet Vegeta and killed. In addition to themselves, Nappa and Raditz performed the mission and did not listen to Frieza's dispatch and escaped unharmed. After that, I met that guy Kakarot on Earth, and then I realized that there are other Saiyans, and then I met Lin Yan in Namek. Unexpectedly, 2 purebred Saiyans appeared now. It was really a bit beyond his expectation. And looking at that guy's eyes, it seems that he has endless resentment towards himself. But think about it, I have never seen such a guy. Broly, he is the son Vegeta of King Vegeta who put our father's son Stream 310, kill him now. Seeing the same appearance, Paragus was instantly furious, pouring out endless resentment in an instant, and roared hysterically at Broly. Dad! Dad! Broly obviously didn't want to fight, he looked at Paragus hesitantly, and then at Lin Yan. But before Lin Yan could speak, Vegeta said provocatively, "Cut, what kind of rubbish, an exiled low-level Saiyan is worthy of yelling in front of my King Vegeta." Vegeta spoke disdainfully, and schemed Paragus. He could feel that Paragus only had a few thousand points of combat power, killing him by himself. Killing an ant would be as easy as killing him. How dare you threaten to kill yourself, it's really shameless. Lin Yan originally wanted to do ideological work for Paragus, instilling some positive energy that Saiyan wants to love each other, but when he heard Vegeta's arrogant words, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the cold light flickered. Actually speaking, I am just an inferior Saiyan warrior who was exiled. Vegeta's words naturally made him a little uncomfortable. Up to now, the planet Vegeta has been destroyed for many years, and it is really uncomfortable that Vegeta is still wearing his King Vegeta bag all day long. Master! Broly turned her questioning gaze to Lin Yan, apparently asking for Lin Yan's opinion. Seeing Broly's soliciting gaze, Lin Yan nodded. Vegeta should be cleared up, and let him know that the Earth is not Vegeta's planet, and he is no longer a proud son of King Vegeta. If you want to fight, come with me. Lin Yan said to Vegeta and Broly, then his body flashed out and disappeared in front of everyone. Fighting here, I'm afraid my nest will be destroyed. Then, Broly and Paragus followed suit. Oh, I always feel that something bad will happen. Kellen drooped his face, sighed, and said weakly. Unexpectedly, just after the cyborg issue has been quelled, this group of Saiyans are starting to make trouble again. 1. It's a bunch of troublemakers. Piccolo also frowned and said in a low voice. What's worse is that they have no way to stop. Lin Yan uncle should be fine here, let's go and have a look. Son Gohan looked a little ahead of Piccolo and Kling, and then followed with a flash of his body. In just 2 minutes, Lin Yan appeared in a valley, a barren valley surrounded by mountains, perfect for fighting. Then, Broly, Vegeta, Piccolo, Paragus and others also appeared one after another. Broly, don't kill me, let me see how your cultivation is going. Lin Yan said directly to Broly. He really wanted to see if Broly had learned to control his violent state during these 3 years. Well, I know, Master. Broly nodded and answered seriously. Lin Yan's voice was not deliberately lowered, so it was enough for Vegeta, Piccolo and others to hear clearly. Cheech, a nasty bastard, an inferior scion, how could he be my Super Vegeta's opponent? After hearing Lin Yan's words, Vegeta clenched his fist tightly and gritted his teeth. Lin Yan and Kakarot, 2 inferior scions surpassed him already, made him feel a great humiliation, the stupid guy in front of him. How could it be my opponent? Be sure to let him feel the power of Super Vegeta. Immediately, he folded his hands proudly in front of his chest, looked at Broly with contempt, his indifferent eyes were full of provocation. Oh! Seeing Vegeta's haughty look, Broly also gritted his teeth, and his eyes revealed a beast-like coldness. Being with beasts all these years has also made Broly's aura even more violent. That scion seems to be terrifyingly strong. Kellen swallowed hard, and said in a daze. Well, from him, I can feel a very dangerous feeling. Even Lin Yan doesn't have this feeling. Piccolo nodded and said. But Vegeta uncle is also very strong after becoming Super Saiyan. Looking at the two with serious expressions, Son Gohan spoke. And at this moment, Broly stepped forward without any fanfare, and punched Vegeta directly. A bad scion is a bad scion, too slow. Seeing Broly's sluggish movements, Vegeta raised the corners of his mouth, and spoke dismissively. Foul! Broly's terrifying fist slammed into Vegeta with a clear cracking sound. Vegeta's toes touched the ground, and his body rose into the air, easily dodging Broly's attack. This kind of attack also wants to hit himself, it makes people laugh out loud. Then, looking down. 1.0 Nanny. Nanny, where is it? When he looked at the ground, he couldn't see Broly anymore. Okay, so fast, I didn't see how he moved at all. Piccolo panicked instantly, because he didn't see any movement of Saiyan at all just now, and just appeared behind Vegeta out of thin air. Too strong. Klin's eyeballs are about to fall to the ground, that guy's speed, he can definitely surpass Vegeta. Even Super Saiyan Vegeta. Go down! Broly roared, and directly hit Vegeta's back heavily with his fist. Boom! At the same time as the deep voice fell, Vegeta's body smashed into the ground like a shell. P.S. Ask for subscription, ask for flowers, ask for rewards, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation tickets. Chapter 91 Lin Yan's Rage, Murderous Moment appears, subscribe. Boom! Vegeta's body hit the ground heavily, and the hard ground instantly spread like a spider's web. Vegeta stuck his hands and feet on the ground, his complexion became very ugly, he clenched his fists tightly, and felt a burning pain in his back. He didn't even realize how that bastard appeared behind him just now. It's really disgusting. Damn bastard, Lao Tzu Vegeta will never forgive you. Vegeta stood up slowly, with a look of resentment in his mouth, to be treated like this by an inferior scion, it made him feel more humiliated than losing to a cyborg. Ha ha ha, ha ha. A series of low-pitched roars came out from Vegeta's throat, and the next moment, Gold's arrogance burst out instantly, and his golden hair stood up high. Impressively, it directly became Super Saiyan. Looking at Vegeta, Lin Yan and Palace who turned into Super Saiyan, there was no change on their faces. Because Broly, like 01, can become Super Saiyan, and as long as Broly becomes Super Saiyan, his fighting power will surpass Vegeta by more than 1,000 times. In this battle, Vegeta has no chance of winning. Go to hell! Vegeta roared again, his body shot out like an arrow from the string, and a crater appeared on the ground instantly. Compared with just now, the speed is simply incomparable. He appeared in front of Broly almost instantly, and punched Broly on the forehead. Broly didn't dodge, let Vegeta's fist hit him. Vegeta's fist was tightly stuck between Broly's eyebrows, but his complexion changed drastically in an instant, because he hit Broly's eyebrows with such terrifying power, and that guy seemed completely fine. He took 2 perfunctory steps back without retreating, just like a standing stone pillar, motionless. Didn't pay attention to Vegeta's attack at all. Immediately afterwards, Broly frowned, grabbed Vegeta's wrist with his right hand, and threw Vegeta out forcefully. Vegeta's body shot into the ground again like a cannonball. With a flash, Broly appeared in front of Vegeta, and his fist directly plunged into Vegeta's abdomen. The next moment, a mouthful of acidic water spit out from Vegeta's mouth, his pupils constricted, and he masked pain. The gold arrogance around her disappeared in an instant, and her hair returned to normal, directly returning to normal. This is too scary. Son Gohan and Lin Yi had dull faces, they knew from the beginning that Vegeta might not be the Saiyan opponent. But instant kill, this is too much. Moreover, Vegeta's real punch hit him between the eyebrows, and nothing happened. Saiyan are a bunch of monsters. Piccolo was a little jealous, and said a little apprehensively. Vegeta, Son Goku, Lin Yan, and now another one has come out, and his strength seems to be even stronger. This makes people like them, their sense of existence plummets. Okay, so powerful, his strength should be almost the same as Lin Yan uncle's. Son Gohan looked at Broly excitedly, and said. The speed and strength just now felt no weaker than Lin Yan at all. Of course, this is because they have never seen Lin Yan's true strength. TCH, who knows? Piccolo pouted, he had never seen Lin Yan fight with all his strength. Broly, kill him for me. Just after Broly defeated Vegeta, Paragus ordered to Broly in a vicious tone. A hesitant look flashed across Broly's face, he didn't like fighting. And he didn't like killing people. But he had to listen to his father's words. I told you to kill him, hear no Broly. Paragus roared out again. Then he took out a remote control directly from a pocket on his waist. Looking at the remote control in Paragus' hand, Lin Yan's expression turned cold instantly, and then his body flashed, and he took the remote control directly. Then squeeze and explode. Lin Yan, what are you doing? Paragus looked at Lin Yan's actions, and looked at Lin Yan with angry eyes, like a wild beast that went crazy. Paragus, pay attention to your attitude. If you want to live a good life on Earth, be honest with me. I can bring you back from the planet Wampa, and I have the ability to send you back, even, kill about you. Lin Yan didn't give Paragus any face at all. If he dares to make trouble like this again, I will definitely not spare him. Come back Broly. Then, he said to Broly coldly. There is no way to subdue the two of them, and I will not bring them back all the way. If you want to kill a Paragus, you have 10,000 ways. Hearing that cold voice, Broly's body trembled slightly, and he quickly appeared beside Lin Yan. Master, please don't blame Dad. Seeing Lin Yan's angry expression, Broly asked quickly. This is the first Paragus, don't challenge my tolerance. Lin Yan glanced at Paragus coldly, his tone was as cold as ice for 10,000 years. Paragus couldn't help shivering. He fully believed that Lin Yan would kill him in an instant, and that even Broly couldn't stop it. 067 Then, Lin Yan pinched the collar around Broly's neck, pulled it hard, and pulled the collar off. There is no need to bring this kind of thing with you. Learn to control your own power in the future. After pulling off the collar, Lin Yan spoke. It's master. Broly nodded obediently. Okay, let's go back. Bulma has prepared a lot of delicious food for you. Lin Yan's complexion gradually returned to normal. Before leaving, he told Bulma to prepare more food, presumably in the past 3 years, Broly has been eating beasts again. Then, Lin Yan, Broly and Paragus left. But... damn it! I'm a dignified Vegeta. Vegeta slammed his fists into the ground heavily. He never thought that Vegeta would be defeated by this inferior scion. And again. It seems that there is another unstable factor on the earth. Klin sighed helplessly. Broly's strength also made them feel intimidated. A double-edged sword, it depends on how Lin Yan controls it. Piccolo said thoughtfully. If it is controlled properly, it will be a very powerful force. If it is not controlled properly, it will be a time bomb. P.S. Don't vote for flowers and votes, won't your conscience hurt? Hee. Chapter 92 The Bold Lolita, the biochemical monster cell appears. Subscribe. Linear. Lin Yan, are you sure these two guys are not refugees from famine? Looking at Broly and Paragus, who were devouring the food for dozens of people they had prepared in almost a minute, Bulma asked Lin Yan with a look of hell on his face. Yes. Didn't tell you. Seeing the two gobbled it up, a black line flashed across Lin Yan's brows. Eating like this, even the Bulma family's wealth can't afford to eat it. But after all, these two people haven't eaten such a rich food in 3 years, so this kind of scene is also expected. And at this moment, the picture being played on the TV suddenly changed. Now I'd like to break in a shocking news for everyone. In the city of Byunga, south of the western capital, tens of thousands of people disappeared inexplicably overnight last night, and strange scenes appeared on the streets. Accompanied by the sound of a slow broadcast, the TV screen appeared on the reported street. I saw clothes and shoes strewn all over the street, as if the whole body was completely absorbed by some monster. Only the clothes are left. What's going on? How could such a thing happen? Bulma looked at the horrible picture on TV in shock, and said with a trembling tone. She could also see that those clothes were obviously worn by someone before, but the bodies of those people seemed to be absorbed, so the clothes became like that. Cell appears. Lin Yan said in a calm tone. At this time, the only ones who can do this kind of thing are the cells that are still in the growth stage. Sand. Cell, what is that? Hearing Lin Yan's voice, Bulma asked in puzzlement. She didn't know, nor had she heard the name. A biochemical monster made by Dr. Ge Luo. 11. Lin Yan looked at Bulma and explained. It's Dr. Ge Luo again. Bulma gritted his teeth. This guy is also a genius scientist, but his mind is all spent on this crooked way. Okay, wait for me at home, I'll be back soon. Lin Yan said to Bulma. Bulma nodded obediently. He knew that Lin Yan must be going to deal with that monster. Master, do you need my help? At this time Broly looked at Lin Yan and asked with a serious face. Judging by Lin Yan's expression, he knew something was wrong. It's okay, I can handle it, you just need to protect Bulma and them at home. The current cell, at most, is still in the first transformation. Even if he becomes a perfect body, I don't take him seriously at all. And if Broly protects Bulma and Dr. Breves, they will be very safe. Yes. Broly nodded heavily, very obedient. Where is it? Lin Yan closed his eyes and began to perceive Cell's breath. That guy Cell has Piccolo's cells and also got Piccolo's smart brain at the same time. If he doesn't get enough power, he must be very obscene and won't expose his aura. So even if he is himself, it is not easy to find his whereabouts. Yes. After a full minute, Lin Yan suddenly felt faint auras disappearing continuously. It must be the breath of the common people on the earth, and it is not very far from here. After feeling the disappearing breaths, Lin Yan pointed his fingers between his eyebrows, and after shaking his body, he disappeared in front of Bulma and Broly. At this time, in a small village on the edge of Byunga city, one could see sets of empty clothes lying quietly on the street. In front of a residential house, dozens of figures almost curled up into a ball because of extreme fear. Shaking non-stop, some people couldn't stand the fear directly, and started crying. On the opposite side of the crowd, there was also a green monster, 7 feet tall, with a green and orange body covered with black spots. With a long tail trailing behind him, he walked towards the dozen or so people step by step. It looks ugly. Every time you take a step forward, there will be sound like footsteps. A weird sound came out from the monster's throat, and one could hear the taste of cruelty and bloodlust. And every time the monster took a step forward, everyone's hearts trembled, and finally it went straight to the throat. Ugly monster, stop quickly, I won't let you hurt everyone again. And just when everyone was panicking, a weak figure suddenly stood up. That figure is about 10 years old, a little lowly, wearing a white sportswear, with a playful ponytail, looks very pure and cute. Appeared directly in front of Cell, although it is not difficult to see the fear on the face, but the voice is extremely firm. Then, who is that child, do you want to die? Come here quickly. At this time, everyone was shocked by what that little lowly did. Doesn't she know the horror of this monster? That's an adult who can be eaten by him in a few seconds. She knows that a child is brave, isn't this courting death? Oh! It's quite courageous. 1. When the monster saw little Lolita, it was startled for a moment, and then its expression became cruel. In order to quickly become a perfect body, he doesn't care whether the one absorbed by him is an adult or a child. You brat who is not afraid of death, let's start with you. The monster smiled evilly, then the tail behind it slapped heavily on the ground, and then appeared directly above its head. The sharp unpunctured pokes directly at the little Lolita. He didn't hold back at all just because the other party was a child. Ah! Looking at the sharp tail thorn, the little lowly screamed in fright, Zhao. Although she acted very strong just now, but she is a child after all, when faced with such a moment of life and death, she naturally cannot calm down. And almost when the monster's tail stab was about to hit little Lowly, a figure suddenly appeared in front of little Lowly. Grabbed the monster's tail thorn. It really is you. Cell. This figure is exactly Lin Yan, who came over from instant transmission after feeling those faint auras. N.A. Nanny? Who are you and how do you know me? Cell was shocked when he heard Lin Yan call out his name. How is it possible? How does this guy know his name? You must know that I have been hiding in this time and space for 4 years, but I have not found myself at all, and in the future, there will be no such guy at all. The one who killed you. P.S. Hua, ticket. Chapter 002. When consciousness was restored, Broly had been born. Watch the babies next to them being put into the capsule one by one and then sent to unknown planets. Suddenly, Broly discovers an incomparably familiar face, the Monkey King, whose name is Kakarot. Is this Bardock's son? Humph, this father and son are really strange. Bardock's combat effectiveness as a low-level warrior has reached the standard of elite fighters, but his son only has 2 points of combat effectiveness, and he is a lower-level fighter among lower-level fighters. A voice with a thick disdain appeared, and Broly thought to himself, if you knew about the future achievements of the Monkey King, you would not say so. And the current scions are really degenerate, and the word bullying is really appropriate for the current scions. The whole group is full of the desire to kill and destroy, losing the pride of the fighting nation, and the mentality is not right from the beginning. No wonder in the original work, Vegeta was hit by the Monkey King again and again from the second time after crushing the Monkey King at the beginning. Because Broly was born on the same day as Sun Wukong, it will be his turn immediately. This little guy is the son of Paragus. Humph, the combat power is only 5, which is a little stronger than Badar's son. It is really a shame for us scions. At this moment, Broly was cursing in his heart, this product belongs to the Tang monk, no wonder you are a villain, there are really a lot of, if you can't expose it now, otherwise the little master will tear your mouth. Fortunately, there were no twists and turns, and it was smoothly sent to the spacecraft and then sailed according to the designated planet. I don't know if it's the reason for the weak combat effectiveness, Broly's target planet is relatively close to the Earth where Sun Wukong went. Not long after the spacecraft flew out, planet Vegeta exploded with a bang. Broly knew that Frieza had already made a move on planet Vegeta, and except for a few Scions who survived, all the other Scions perished with the explosion of planet Vegeta. Although I don't have any feelings for the Scions and planet Vegeta, since I have crossed into a Scion in this life, I will destroy Frieza in the future and avenge you. Broly silently swore in his heart. At this time, Broly in the spaceship called out the system, "System, how far is it to reach the target planet?" According to the system, it will take about 63 days to reach the destination. System, then is there any way to replenish your energy other than my own strength? Yes, the system found that there is a very powerful force in the host's body, and if you absorb this power a little, you can almost recover. Please rest assured that the host will not cause damage to the host's constitution, and at most it will cause the host to sleep for a period of time due to the effort, and believe that the system permissions are all open, and the host will not be disappointed. The system said with some induction. Well, anyway, it's still a long time before reaching your destination, and it's just time to pass the time with a deep sleep. At this time, Broly felt that the mini dragon bead in his body shone for a while, and then he felt that the violent energy in his body quickly flowed into the bead, flowing faster and faster. Broly felt that his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. And finally his eyes were black and fainted. Time is like flowing water, and it will never return. At this time, Broly had been sleeping for 7 years, and 7 years had passed since the destruction of planet Vegeta. 7 years ago, in order to restore the super assistance system to normal, Broly agreed to absorb the energy in his body. Who would have thought that once he slept, he would have slept for 7 years, and Broly had already arrived at his destination. After waiting for the spacecraft, Broly noticed that something didn't seem to be right, recalled for a while, and then, "System, you give me out, this is what you call sleeping for a while. Please don't be angry with the host, the starting point of the system is all for the host, although the host has been sleeping for 7 years, but it has also eliminated the sequelae of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, that force is not the current host can control, sooner or later it will be eroded by that force." Broly was shocked, but when he thought about it, he was. In the original book, Broly lost his sanity because he could not control this force, and his father Polygath made a head ring-like control device in an attempt to control Broly to achieve his ambition to conquer the entire universe. Although the system absorbs this power, the host's Scion bloodline is still there, except that it cannot automatically increase its combat effectiveness from time to time, and the rest is no different from the original. This bloodline power will gradually recover as the host's strength grows. When the host's combat power reaches 10,000 again, it can be fully restored. Broly was depressed for a while, and then wanted to open too. With the lessons of the past, who knows if he can control this force? If he can't control it, wouldn't it be tragic? The system spoke again at this time. Because of absorbing the power in the host's body, the host's combat power dropped to 50 points, and in order to compensate the host, the system decided to give the dance technique to the host. Broly was no longer able to complain at this time, and the only thing he felt comforted was the dance technique given by the system, although he could also comprehend it, but he could save a lot of time who was willing to spend time pondering. After thinking about it, Broly returned to the spacecraft and asked, "System, can it locate the coordinates of the Earth? It is the planet to which Sun Wukong was sent. I remember what seemed to be a beautiful blue planet located in the southern part of the northern Milky Way. As for why go to Earth? That's because Earth was relatively safe in the early stages of Dragon Ball, and there were no alien invasions with particularly high force values. It just so happens that he can improve his strength on Earth, and because he was an Earthling in his previous life, he will always have a special sense of closeness to the earth in another world. Fortunately, it is not far from the earth, and it takes about 3 days to reach the earth. About to see the earth again, Broly was still in a good mood, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a smile, and he embarked on a journey to the earth. Chapter 003. It's a beautiful planet. Looking at the blue planet in front of him, although it is not the earth where his previous life was, Broly is still full of nostalgia. After the spacecraft entered Earth, Broly saw an endless ocean below. Everywhere you go, the clouds are shrouded, the seagulls are chirping, and there is a whistling sound of the waves. It's really pleasant. It seems that coming to Earth is a good decision. By chance, Broly saw a small area of inconspicuous islands in the sea. But that's not the point is that there is a small villa on this small island, and there is a weather vane in front of the roof of the villa that is turning slightly. It wouldn't be such a coincidence, would it? Broly was slightly surprised in his heart. Isn't this where the turtle immortals live? After a little thought, Broly decided to land, without him, because Broly wanted to meet the martial arts grandmaster who created the turtle immortal flow, the enlightenment mentor of Sun Wukong. Speaking of this turtle immortal, Broly remembered what the turtle immortal did in his life in the original book. Turtle immortal, also known as Wushan Teacher, which is also his real name, created his own martial arts school, Turtle Immortal Flow. In terms of the current Earth, it can be regarded as a group of people with the highest combat effectiveness. On the surface, he is a squinted and disrespectful old and unorthodox martial artist, but in fact, he is a martial artist who is full of justice in his heart and has the courage to fight evil forces to the end. In the early days of Dragon Ball, the Turtle Immortals had the reputation of the god of martial arts, and although the combat effectiveness of Goku, Klin, Tianjin Rice, etc. in the later period became more and more explosive, the respect for the Turtle Immortals never changed. Broly also admired the actions of the Turtle Immortals. So Broly's hand moved, and the spaceship boom turned into a universal capsule that Broly spent a little point exchanging. I looked at the white-bearded man below, with black sunglasses, and a large turtle shell behind his back, leaning cute and lewdly on the beach chair, holding a magazine to read with relish. Coming to this familiar and unfamiliar planet again, Broly chuckled, I come, I see, I conquer. I will give 82 points to the host of this B-suit, and the remaining 18 points will be given to you in the form of 666. The system teased again from time to time. Just after saying the word me, Broly suddenly felt that something was not right. Look down. Nima, how is it falling down? Wow. Broly hurriedly used the dance technique to stabilize his body. However, the painful thing is that the use of the dance is very incongruous. So, he magnificently interpreted and told about an actual high-altitude free fall of the human body. The old man below thee is about to dodge, he is going to smash people to death, quickly hide to the left. The turtle immortal who was reading the hot beauty in the magazine was frightened by this fierce voice, and the large sea turtle next to the turtle immortal who had been shrugging his eyelids and leisurely basking in the sun was even more frightened into the sea. The turtle immortal subconsciously hid to the left, and then only listened. Bang! Bang! 2 voices sounded one after the other. The turtle immortal only had time to shout don't, and then the whole person printed a human-shaped crater on the beach. Just when the witty escaped and the big sea turtle who secretly paid attention wanted to climb forward to see what was going on, a pair of small hands stretched out from the pit, and then a 7 or 8-year-old little Shota rolled over and climbed out with his elbow supporting the edge of the pit. Oops, I'm so dizzy. Fortunately, there is a turtle immortal as a meat pad, otherwise it may be disfigured. Then Broly got up and put up the middle finger of his right hand and cursed, you bastard system, do you want to trap the little master, for Mao Wu void art will fail, if there is no reasonable explanation, hum. At this moment, a groan sounded behind him that seemed to be about to hang. Oh, it's hurting my old man, who is so unsophisticated, it just costs my old life. Old man. Hello old man, my name is Broly, because something happened to the plane I was driving, so it fell. Broly scratched his head in shame. After all, he pit the old man on the other side. Broly didn't want to tell the turtle immortals his identity to avoid any accidents. Oh, forget it, old man, I don't have a big deal. But little doll, the next time you go out to drive, you'd better be careful. If you want to change to someone else, it's not as good to talk to as my old man. Maybe just lie on the ground and hum, dead or alive just can't get up. If you don't deceive you, it's definitely not over. The turtle immortal rubbed his old waist, and then pressed his shoulder and swiped his arm, grumbling, really, whose little ghost is this, dare to let him run alone at such a young age? Broly thought to himself, should it be said that this is really worthy of being a turtle immortal, it is so easy to talk to? Since you have nothing to do, that's great. By the way, you are the legendary turtle immortal who created the turtle immortal flow, and the teacher of Wushan, known as the god of martial arts. I came to find you specifically, but I didn't expect us to meet in this way. Oh, you little devil actually knew I lived here? So what did you come to me for? The essence in the eyes of the turtle immortal flashed. That's right, although I'm young, I'm actually a martial artist, and I heard that teacher Wushan you live here, so I want to learn martial arts here in your old man's home. Oh, that's right, but I don't accept disciples anymore, unless you can find something that pleases me. In fact, the turtle immortals had already noticed when they first saw Broly, the potential in Broly's body was very strong, and the breath on his body was also very pure. Otherwise, whether the turtle immortals will be as good to talk as just now, then it is not certain. Well, it's purely an intuition. By the time Broly proposed to learn, the turtle immortal was already moved. Of course, the old man of the turtle immortal also subconsciously thought that Broly wanted to worship himself as a teacher. But for the sake of face, I can't say worship to Broly, I have to accept your psychology, so I made this request and gave myself a step down. Haha, I'm so smart. The turtle immortal had already decided in his heart that no matter what Broly took out for a while, he said that he was very satisfied, and then he could accept him logically. Countless thoughts had turned in the turtle immortal's heart. But Broly could not read the mind of the turtle immortal, so it was impossible to know what calculations this old man had in his heart. That I don't seem to say, I want to worship under your door, do I? Broly laughed secretly in his heart. Humph, I knew that you would come to this set, but I don't do this, as long as I find a way to fight with you, as long as the skills on your body are used, then they are all mine. Hey? Little ghost, did your head just get broken? When the turtle immortal heard Broly's words, he wanted to check his head to see if there was a problem. Joke. I want to come and learn without a teacher, old man, I worked hard to create something. Where in the world is there such a cheap thing? Cut, your head was just broken. Dodging the turtle immortal's outstretched hand, Broly said with an unhappy face, do you think it's like this? I also don't want you to teach me what cultivation methods, turtle immortal flow skills or whatever, you can just accompany me to fight a few times, how about it? Oh, these are your hard work. Saying that, Broly took out the universal capsule, spent a little point from the system space, exchanged a bunch of that implicit photo disk out, pretended to be conjured from the capsule, and sent it to the turtle immortal. The turtle immortals should like this disc more than magazines, Broly guessed maliciously. In fact, following the turtle immortal learning, Broly did not feel that there was anything to be ashamed of. First of all, Broly recalled the Monkey King in the original book, and his methods of cultivating himself to become stronger were almost all inspired by the turtle immortals. In this way, he went to challenge the strong people in the world, and took advantage of various harsh climates, combined with some other external restrictions, and strictly trained himself, so that his combat effectiveness kept improving as if there was no bottleneck. Secondly, the skills that Wukong used the most in the original work are Turtle Qigong, teleportation, Realm King Fist and Genki Bullet. In the middle and late stages, Dragon Ball warriors have developed their own skills, but only Goku's Turtle Sect Kigong has been used until the end. Now think about it, why didn't Wukong develop his own skills? In Broly's opinion, maybe Wukong used to it, or discovered the potential of Turtle School Kigong, and added his own perception to the original skill, creating his own Turtle School Kigong. Of course, these things, except for the Realm King Fist and teleportation, Broly does not need anything. Because no matter any skill of the Turtle Immortal, Broly has absolute confidence that he can instantly develop it and even perfect it with just one glance. In fact, Broly just came with the technique of using Chi. Because this planet, known as Earth, in the eyes of science, is only a lower planet. At present, on this Earth, the most top-notch existence in combat power is probably Tenjin, Vic, or Mr. Bobo. And the combat effectiveness of the three of them is even only a few hundred points. In the case that it is difficult to improve combat effectiveness, mining the use of Chi has become another effective way to improve combat effectiveness. And this method, which is the main purpose of Broly's coming here to find the Turtle Immortals. As the top combat power on the Earth in the early stage of Dragon Ball, the Turtle Immortal must have a unique insight into the use of Chi. And this is what is most needed for the current Broly. Finally, not for now. In short, for now, getting all the good things on the Turtle Immortals will definitely not be wrong. It must also have great benefits for their future development, anyway, it must be more beneficial than disadvantageous. If the Turtle Immortal has to worship his own teacher before he is willing to teach, then he can only fight with him every day, and after a fight or two, Broly is estimated to be able to figure out a lot of useful things. Although studying by yourself is not as fast as the Turtle Immortal's finger point, this is also a matter of no way. Oh hee, hey. Little ghost, you are very good. Even if it's a fight or something, my old man doesn't have that energy anymore, and there is nothing to fight with this little guy of yours. Seeing that the Turtle Immortal saw the beautiful women on the covers of those discs and magazines, his eyes seemed to start to glow, and Broly was also drunk. The Turtle Fairy quickly flipped through those magazines at the speed of being single for more than 300 years, and then hugged them with those CDs, and disappeared in front of Broly with a boom. After 2 seconds, with a poof, the Turtle Immortal rushed out of the house again. Where does this agile skill look like an old man over 300 years old? The Turtle Immortal who rushed out, his face instantly became serious. Ahem, little fellow, I am very satisfied with your worship gift, from now on, you will be my disciple of the Turtle Immortal flow. Hey? I said, why are you old man like this? I didn't want to. Ahem, since you have agreed, then we have decided so happily. Chapter 004. Newcomer New Book, Week Ask for Flowers and Collection. In the morning, the rising sun is shining with golden light. Seagulls fly close to the sea in flocks, and the warm sunlight reflects the sea surface brightly, and the colorful light floats like wisps of gold silk floating in the sky. I didn't find it yesterday, the view here is still great, and it is good to stay here for a while. Broly was surprised by the picturesque scene in front of him, and his originally somewhat unhappy mood was suddenly relieved. Even if he was cheekily punished by the Turtle Immortal yesterday, he was left behind. After all, beautiful sights always bring people a good mood. Broly felt that his cells were cheering and ready to start the first day of practice. Suddenly, Broly remembered yesterday's failure of the dance void technique, so he decisively summoned the system, and then slashed his head and covered his face. But then I learned from the system wizard that the skills exchanged from the system need to be practiced and familiarized several times before they can be used normally. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Broly growled. The system elf responded weakly, you didn't ask me again. If you redeem a new skill in the future, just remember to familiarize yourself. At number yen, Broly found himself speechless. Broly, when I saw you yesterday, I found that you already had a very solid foundation in martial arts, so I won't do it to you anymore, my introductory special training of Turtle Immortal Flow, and directly explain the use of Qi to you. When you can fully master and skillfully apply it to the battle, I will teach you the meaning of our Turtle Fairy Flow Turtle School Qigong Wave. What do you think? The Turtle Fairy sat cross-legged on the back of the giant turtle and began to teach Broly. Feel free. A day later, Broly was already able to manipulate his Qi skillfully during this time and could hide his Qi without relying on foreign objects in non-combat situations. A month later, Broly can already perfectly exert his own strength. If his own strength can only punch 70% of his own strength or even less without professional guidance before, after a month of careful teaching by the Turtle Immortals, he can already perfectly exert all his strength and even 12 points of strength. This reminds Broly of the national art of his previous life, and the knowledge of the Turtle Immortals is very simple, but also complicated. It is similar to the power method of Kyushu, but it is very different. Through a solid lower disc, the dispersed force is transmitted to the waist using Qi, and then the slight twist of the waist sends the power up the spine, and the force of the spine and torso accelerates the forearm and the swinging fist. As long as you practice for a long time, your arms and fists can work with an iron whip and hammer. Once this power bursts out, the damage to the human body is simply devastating. The most important thing in this method is the strength of the spine, followed by the coordination of the whole body. If the coordination is not good, the strength of the body cannot be twisted into a rope. P.S. The above is purely the author's blindness, please do not be true. But Broly is not satisfied with this. In the novels he read in his previous life, Broly knows that there is still an inch of strength, dark energy in this realm. Broly suddenly thought, if you can fuse this power technique guided by the Turtle Immortal with the dark energy known in the previous life, and bombard the enemy's body, what effect will it have? There is also inch strength. When the enemy is close, at this time, inch fist has become the most effective way to strike. Inch fist is also known as inch fist. The core essence is to burst out the maximum power in the shortest distance. Bruce Lee's self-created Jeet Kune Do belongs to the inch of strength boxing, which can be summarized in 8 words: simple, to spirit, to mighty, and fierce. Watching the Dragon Ball anime in his previous life, Broly felt that the strength of the Dragon Ball warriors was not cohesive enough when they fought, and they scattered too much power. The consequence is that most of the power is not poured out on the enemy, and most of the power is not fully utilized. It is easy to be guided by the opponent into the surroundings, and then all kinds of buildings or rocky ground are affected. If you can master these 2 skills, you can use the minimum force to deal the most damage when fighting people in the future. Of course, this is only what Broly seems. When Broly fought his enemies a few years later, he discovered that it was not the Dragon Ball warriors who were dispersed, but that he found that he could form a protective shield outside the body. When the limbs of the fist bombard each other, if the protective shield formed by that layer of Qi cannot be violently shattered, most of the force really cannot act on the enemy's body, so that the shock wave formed by the force collision rushes around. That is, Broly has mastered the skill of dark energy, so that he can hit the opponent more effortlessly. This is a later story, let's not mention it for the time being. Thinking of drying, Broly flew to the city to buy a large pile of tender tofu, cut into cubes the size of a fist, not thick. Then put the tofu on the stone, punch down, and when can you completely crush the inside of the stone under the tofu without hurting the tofu, even if you have completely mastered it. At first, every time the fist fell, the tofu dregs splashed Broly's face, and the first day was the same result. But his heart was firm, without a trace of wavering, and he practiced for 10 days if he couldn't do it one day, and he practiced for 100 days until he mastered it. Gradually, the tofu dregs are getting smaller and smaller, and the following ones are crumbling more and more. Time goes on day after day, year after year. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. Broly is 10 years old, and his height is almost 1 meter 6. I don't know if it is the blood of the scion. Broly is particularly fast. I remember that Broly in the previous life seems to be more than 2 meters tall. And in these 3 years, Broly also got his due reward. Now he punched through the tofu. The appearance of the tofu is not damaged at all, the stone is not damaged in the appearance alone, but if someone knocks with his hand, he will find that the inside of the stone is hollow. The turtle immortals also said that they have nothing to teach, and the rest is only to rely on Broly himself. It is worth mentioning that the turtle immortals handed over the turtle school Qigong to Broly in the first month of Broly's worship. Broly said he was really able to learn at a glance. The turtle immortal did not believe in evil, and then demonstrated her tricks to Broly one after another. The afterimage fist, the heaven-shattering palm of all nations, the golden binding technique, and even the mind-reading technique were all demonstrated, but the result was still difficult for Broly. The turtle immortal was silent for a long time, speechless and choked, indicating that Broly was too shocking. Silently lay back on the beach chair and continued to study the philosophy of the human body. Of course, Broly also wiped the sweat on the top of his head, almost hit his face. The first three are fine, the last one belongs to a special function, he will really not learn for a while. Fortunately, the system elf solved the siege in time. Of course, the price was spent 100 points, because it is not exchanged, it belongs to teaching, so it is not particularly expensive. At the same time, Broly's combat effectiveness has also made great progress. When he first came to the earth, it was 50, because the violent force in the bloodline temporarily slept, so in the past 3 years, Broly's legendary super race physique has not automatically increased strength. Under Broly's intentional suppression, Broly's current combat effectiveness has approached 200 under the full burst. At first glance it feels blind to the physique of this legendary super race, but Broly knows in his heart that only the foundation is solid. In the future, explosive improvement of strength will be convenient for stability. P.S. The Earth roll is not very long, it is expected to end in 20 chapters, after which the theatrical version of Dragon Ball Z and interspersed with Dragon Ball Z will begin, and the protagonist will begin to explode in strength. Chapter 005. Newcomer New Book, Week Ask for Flowers and Collection. Saying goodbye to the Turtle Immortals, Broly plans to go out and experience it. At the same time, I also want to relax. After all, 3 years of hard practice also needs to be relieved. One by one is the way of civilization and martial arts. Thinking a little far, Broly's next goal is to prepare to go to Bun Mountain to find the Monkey King, and as a Dragon Ball fan, of course, I want to see what the real Monkey King looks like. Asking for directions, Broly flew over Bun Mountain, and by the time he arrived, it was already dark, and the soft moonlight shone down, lighting up the road ahead for Broly. Broly looked up at the white and flawless moon. Well, the moon? The heart was suddenly shocked and relaxed. Fortunately it was not a full moon, otherwise it would not be good to transform. Then Broly thought again, this is not a thing, you can't hide yourself every time you reach the full moon, you will always see. P.S. The scion tail is an important organ for transforming into a gorilla, and can only be transformed into a gorilla if it is illuminated by the bolt's light of the full moon if there is a tail. If you pull out your tail, it will affect your own combat effectiveness. As for not being able to transform into a gorilla after pulling out its tail? Since Broly accepted the identity of a scion, I have never thought of becoming a gorilla, but I want to become the strongest man in the universe. If I want to become a super scion, how can I become a gorilla? Broly's heart moved, and he asked, System, is there a way for me to see the full moon, do not change or control myself from changing when I have a tail? Yes, gene-modifying agents, used to improve genetic defects, this system is tailored for the host. There is only one in the universe, there is no semicolon. Affordable, service-oriented. Only you can't think of it, and I can't do it without me. For just 500 points, you can take it home. Broly directly ignored the chatter of the system. In fact, he also found that since the last airborne incident, the feelings of the system seem to be getting richer, but they are also becoming more and more talkative, no longer the cold tone before. Broly stared at the 500 points, and I went, it was fatal. The system has not said how to earn points so far, and the remaining nearly 800 points will be gone when it is spent. Host, I suggest you buy this potion. There will be a surprise after using it. After thinking about it, Broly decided to buy it. Looking at the azure blue liquid in the syringe in front of him, Broly plunged into his wrist without saying a word. It doesn't seem to feel anything special. This is an improvement agent, it is to improve the function of genes, not recombinant genes. In other words, the host's genes are already perfect, and only a small improvement in the problem of the transformation of the full moon is needed. Doesn't it have to be normal to die and live in pain? Also, it takes about 24 hours to take effect after the gene agent is injected, and there will be a surprise after the effect, and the system will notify the host after the effect of the drug. This time the service is quite thoughtful, Broly said secretly. Looking at the remaining 298 points, after thinking about it, he spent 200 points to buy an improved version of the weight-bearing training clothes made by Tenjin, which appeared directly on Broly's body. The moment the weight-bearing suit appeared, Broly felt his body sink, felt extremely incongruous, and quickly asked the system what was going on. After being explained, I learned that this modified version of the weight suit has 500 kilograms, acts on every cell of the body, and will not be damaged with the changes of the body. Broly temporarily put the weight suit in the system storage space. This kind of thing will not be able to adapt to for a while. System, how do I get points? Broly asked next. Points can be obtained by publishing tasks through the system, and the host can earn reward points after completing the task, or by recycling the goods that the host has redeemed. Then why have you never posted a task? I forgot. At number Yuan. System, I'll give you a name, it's also awkward to always call you System. Broly raised his eyebrows and smiled a little sinisterly. This system is to better assist the host and help the host to be strong. Host convenience, how to call it casual. Then I'll call you Urha from now on. I protest, solemnly protest. Protest invalid, oh. At number Yen, the system silently circles in the corner. Urha, is there a task? Humph. Urha is very arrogant. Ding, mission release, meet the Monkey King. Mission reward, 200 points. Seeing that the mission was released, Broly walked up decisively, sensed Sun Wukong's chi, and flew towards the top of the mountain. P.S. I can't tell if it's the top of the mountain in the anime, just count it by the top of the mountain. After reaching the top of the hill, Broly saw a small house, and far outside the house, Broly saw a small figure busy. Start a fire, then carry the legs of an unknown beast and grill it on the shelf. See the familiar hedgehog head, the innocent smile, and the wishful stick behind it. I don't know if it's a genetic problem with scions, except for direct relatives, other scion hairstyles are not the same, of course, Darren's is an exception, not only the hairstyle is the same, but even the whole person is the same. Off topic. Broly stood there straight, his eyes blank, clearly caught up in memories. Broly, who thought of it, involuntarily let out a chuckle, which immediately alarmed little Gaku. Who is where? Gaku drew his wishful stick and pointed in Broly's direction. Don't be nervous, I'm not malicious, I just got lost and found here when I saw the fire here. Broly casually made up nonsense, there should be no pressure to deceive this simple little Gaku. At this time, Broly did not realize that he was the same age as Gaku, but he looked precocious on the outside, like a 14 or 5-year-old little Shota. Ding! The task is completed and the points have been issued, please check the host in time. What kind of monster are you, can you still talk? But it looks a bit like me, and has the same tail as me. Of course, Broly knows why Gaku said this, he has never seen anyone living other than his grandfather since he was a child, and it is certainly not surprising to say so. So Broly patiently explained to Gaku for an hour, and finally, Gaku learned that there are many humans like his grandfather in this world. Broly is of the same race as him, and Goku knows that Broly has no place to live for the time being, and with curiosity, invites the first living person other than his grandfather to live in his home. Chapter 006. Newcomer New Book, Week Ask for Flowers and Collection. In the morning, the gentle sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves and shines on the two figures. Along with Goku's cheerful laughter. Broly is ready to stay here with Goku for a while, first because he wants to relax. The second is to see that Wukong's combat effectiveness is a little low at present, just give guidance, and in the process of guiding Wukong's practice, by the way, sort out and precipitate what he has learned in the past 3 years. Broly, you're ready, I'm going to attack. Goku said with a slight excitement. Looking at Goku's excited look, Broly secretly said, it is worthy of being a fighting nation scion, and he really has an extraordinary passion for fighting. But then again, in fact, Broly is also excited, after all, in the physique of the legendary super race, although the soul comes from another time and space, it is easy to be affected by the warlike of the scions. Attack Goku, don't keep your hands, you can't hurt me. Drink. Goku swung his right fist and smashed into Broly's cheek. Broly unhurriedly raised his right hand in a backhand gear, then turned sideways to the left and right, and a hand knife slashed at Goku's body. Only to see Goku suddenly lying on the ground. Broly, you are so strong, can you guide me in my practice? Since my grandfather died, no one has guided me in my practice. Don't worry, I will stay here for a long time, and you can ask me any questions about your practice during this time. At night, Broly, who was lying on Chuang, looked at Goku, who was sleeping with his nose bubbling next to him, and looked up at the starry sky outside the window, pondering how to go in the future. Just as Broly was in his mind, Urha's voice suddenly sounded. The host, the effect of the gene improvement agent has been fully absorbed, and after the host sees the full moon after being irradiated by bolts light waves, the blood will have a clear boiling feeling, and the heart will beat more powerfully. In this state, if the host is a giant ape that does not change its body, the combat power can also be increased twice on the original basis, such as the host's existing combat power of 200, which is 200 plus 2*200, equals 600 after doubling. Hearing this, Broly was overjoyed and just about to boast about Urha. Who knows, there is another piece of good news. Because the host gene is relatively perfect, the gene agent has only produced 2 optimizations, one is what was just said, and the other is that when the sleeping violent force belonging to the legendary super race awakens again, it will not erode the host's sanity, and the host's spirit will not be affected in any way. Hearing this, Broly finally grinned, these 500 points are really worth his Niang. Then he praised him well, and turned over and went to sleep. In the blink of an eye, from summer to winter, and from winter to summer. Spring and autumn have come, and it has been a year since Broly came to Goku's house as a guest. During this time, Goku had to fight Broly several times almost every day, and needless to say, he was beaten every time with a blue nose and a swollen face, and then Goku was happy. Broly also informed Goku of the essence of the Turtle Immortal Flow's practice, wondering if Goku would go to challenge the world strong earlier than in the original work. Of course. The skills of the Turtle Immortal Broly are not taught, anyway, Goku will have to worship under the Turtle Immortal sooner or later, it is better to let the Turtle Immortal teach. It is worth mentioning that because he has been pestered and fought by Goku every day for the past year, although Broly did not show much strength, he also took everything he saw and learned in the Turtle Immortals before to review it. Now his combat power has reached 278, and Goku's combat power has also reached 66, which is not much stronger than when the original book first appeared. After beating Goku down again, Goku goes out hunting again to find lunch, a bet between the two of them, and whoever loses will prepare food. Suddenly, Broly heard Goku's cry of pain and the scream of a young girl. Broly's heart moved, and he quickly followed the sound and flew over. I hit someone. the girl's terrified voice sounded, but before she finished speaking, she saw the boy who was hit stand up again like a nobody, and the girl was immediately dumbfounded. "You monster, if you want to snatch my prey, I won't let you succeed." With that, he lifted the girl and the car she was driving and threw it out. "Ah!" A high decibel girl screamed. It turned out that the girl was thrown out of the car by this huge force and was falling towards the ground. At this time, Boomer was very scared in his heart, originally found a strange bead in the warehouse at home, and secretly ran out of the house after making a difference. After wanting to find all the dragon beads, he made a wish to find a handsome boyfriend, but the dragon beads were about to die before he found one. Just when Boomer was desperate, he suddenly found himself in a warm embrace. He opened his beautiful big sapphire-like eyes and found that it was a handsome boy who saved him. This young man with long black hair and shawl, his face is like a crown jade, his eyes are like cold stars, and there is a kind smile on the corner of his mouth, and he holds himself in his arms in a princess-holding position. Boomer's dream of Prince Charming burst out at once, and his eyes stared at Broly for half a ring before he regained consciousness. "Oh, it's such a shame, how can you be so fancy? Although he is really handsome. Bomana Snow White powder." The tender cheeks flushed to the neck at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Goku, how can you be so rude to girls?" Broly said with a slight reproach. At this time, Broly lowered his head to look at the girl in his arms, with long silky blue hair, frightened and coquettish. Mixed delicate cheeks, embellished with a straight and beautiful yao nose, two curves seem to frown, but the most impressive thing is her pair of eyes that seem to be happy and non-happy as if they can speak. At this time under her red face looks shy and disgusted, such a pair of eyes, a glance makes Broly drowned, the beauty of this moment, make Broly also crazy. The hands are like soft shades, the skin is like curd, the collar is like a grub, the teeth are like a rhinoceros, the head of the moth is eyebrows, the smile is delicate, and the eyes are beautiful. This poem is really appropriate for the girl at this time. "Thanks. Thank you for saving me," the girl whispered. Mumbling woke up Broly, who was immersed in this beauty. If it weren't for Broly's strength, he really wouldn't have heard this sound like a bee's wings. P.S. In case some readers may wonder, why didn't Broly have no hatred and killing intent for Monkey King like the original? Xiao Hei is here to share Xiao Hei's insights with all book friends. First of all, when Broly and Sun Wukong were born, Sun Wukong was frightened by the violent power of Broly's body and cried, only because of the annoying cry that Broly, who was already dominated by that violent force, first had hatred and killing intent for Kakarot, and then met more than 20 years later, and Broly, who was a legendary super race, was defeated by Kakarot and made him burst out in anger. Of course, Blackie believes that part of the reason is that Broly is unconscious, and no one is born bad. Goku's cry only made Broly angry and did not drive Broly crazy. Broly was dominated by uncontrollable forces at birth, so he became more and more crazy. But in this book, Broly hides his chi early on, does not scare Goku, and has not eroded his mind, so there is no negative emotion when Broly confronts Goku. Sun Wukong and Broly did not have a very good fate when they were children, but fortunately Sun Wukong hit his head and changed the fate of Wukong's life. Whenever he saw Broly in the theatrical version, the roar felt the same as Sun Wukong's angry roar. It was cathartic and tragic. The difference is that Goku catharsed the death of relatives and friends, and Broly was a cathartic fate. If there was a choice, I think he would rather choose to be an ordinary scion. Xiao Hei often laments Broly's ill-fated. How good it would be to save Broly in the original book, and now it can be regarded as achieved in an alternative way. Finally, in the application, the above feelings are purely the author's complaints. Please do not be more true. If there are book friends with different opinions, you can share them in the comments. Every comment Xiao Hei will read it with heart. Chapter 007. Rolling around all over the place for flowers and collections, it is best to have recommendations. Thanks. Thank you for saving me, my name is Boomer. The girl whispered. The murmur woke up Broly, who was immersed in this beauty, and if it weren't for Broly's strength, he really wouldn't have heard this sound like a bee's wings. Looking at the girl in front of him who seemed to be in love, Broly chuckled, "It's okay, protecting girls is what boys should do. My name is Broly, and the boy over there is called Monkey King. His voice is so gentle, lying in his arms really feels safe. I really want time to stand still in this moment." Boomer couldn't help but start fantasizing, why is this handsome boy so gentle with me, does he like me? What should I do if he proposes to me? Do you want to say yes or not? Really, shame on you. As everyone knows, Broly really likes Boomer, an innocent and romantic girl. In the original book, Broly believes that Boomer has always liked Goku, and even after marrying Vegeta, he has always had one person in his heart, that is, Sun Wukong. Broly once thought that Goku would definitely be with Boomer when he grew up, but it turned out. Angry Broly rebought a TV set, well. The original one was smashed into a hole by the furious Broly with the remote control. Of course, this is not to say that Boomer water-based Poplar, nor that she does not love Vegeta, but has a deep bond with Goku. Not being with Goku has to be said to be a pity, which makes countless Dragon Ball fans sigh. At that time, Kiki flashed marriage with Sun Wukong at an incredibly fast speed. Before Boomer did not realize or realized but did not pay attention to Sun Wukong's feelings for Wukong, until Kiki appeared in the sky and fulfilled his promise to marry Goku, Boomer realized what kind of position Sun Wukong occupied in his heart. Unfortunately, it was already late, and Boomer withdrew sadly with a blessing for Goku, but even if he withdrew, Boomer still did not change his feelings for Goku. At the beginning, after Sun Wukong returned from cultivating from the heavenly gods, Boomer was very happy to learn that Wukong had grown into a very handsome boy. Secondly, when he heard that Goku was coming, he was also very happy, and said that he didn't expect Goku to be so handsome and choose the wrong object. And the most convincing thing is that near the end of Dragon Ball Z, Kiki said to Boomer, "Actually, you have always loved my family Goku." At that time, Boomer must have been very shocked in his heart, the same woman, but also a friend, Kiki should be very familiar with Boomer. Women's intuition is unreasonable, once smart women's intuition is even more unreasonable. Even Kiki said that, can it be wrong? Therefore, in fact, Kiki can also feel with a woman's intuition that Boomer has always loved Goku. At the beginning of Dragon Ball Z, Boomer was 28 years old at the time and almost 30 when he married His Highness Bei. The ignorant love in the girl's heart germinated unconsciously, grew silently, and finally fell sadly. Thinking of this, Broly felt more and more pity for the girl in his arms. "Meeting you in my lifetime cost me all my luck. Finally, the theme song in GT is gradually attracted to you." Although Broly originally thought that this song was very good and touched and nostalgic, but it was a little inappropriate as the theme song here, because if this song is translated, you will find that this is a love song, and Broly was full of puzzlement at that time. Later, Broly thought that this was talking about friends and even enemies around Goku, and was slowly conquered by Goku's personality charm, such as Vic and Vegeta, so he used this song to express it. In the end, Broly discovers Boomer's feelings for Goku and suddenly realizes that the song easily resonates with Boomer's feelings for Goku. It feels like telling Boomer's feelings for Goku, and many of the lyrics are like what Boomer has always wanted to say to Goku but didn't dare. To say that the coincidence may not be big, such a passionate fighting style anime like Dragon Ball does not choose inspirational songs, but chooses this kind of song that expresses feelings in the heart, and the lyrics are easy to resonate with the feelings of the two. Perhaps there is indeed a reason for it. Maybe Old Bird feels that if Boomer is really with Goku, the plot will be too perfect, and it may have a big impact on the existence of some other characters, and it may also have a more or less impact on the excitement of the plot. So the Old Bird was ruthless and broke up the two of them, leaving the emotional dispute between the two to the audience's own imagination. For Dragon Ball fans who love Goku and Boomer, it is really a big regret of Dragon Ball, and it has achieved a regretful beauty. As for whether Gaku realized Boomer's feelings for him after he understood the feelings between men and women after remarrying? Have you also discovered your feelings for Boomer, but have you considered your own family reasons, so you have been avoiding this relationship and hiding your feelings for Boomer deep in your heart? Is it really like in the original book? Well, let's talk about that later. P.S. Again special meow off topic, well, the above is purely Xiao Hei's speculation, really not vomiting unhappy. Xiao Hei likes the role of Boomer very much, please forgive all book friends. Writing here, I suddenly thought that Boomer had never done anything to be sorry for Vegeta in his original work. Why did he always feel that Vegeta's head was green? What are you talking about? What kind of girl boy, isn't she a monster that came out of that big yokai? Gaku broke the beautiful atmosphere in front of him very inappropriately, and became a super light bulb, but he didn't have a little sense of enlightenment, and asked with a small face seriously, making people want to be angry and can't get up. Goku's sudden voice interrupted Boomer and Broly, who were immersed in fantasy, and Boomer, realizing that there was someone else, screamed and hurriedly broke free from Broly's arms. Broly cried and laughed, and told Gaku about the difference between boys and girls. Ah, are you a girl? It does look like I have a Dragon Ball. Gaku looked confused and puzzled. What, haven't you hillbillies even seen girls? Boomer also looked at Gaku suspiciously. Yes, you're the first human I've seen besides Grandpa and Broly. Gaku responded innocently. Boomer took a deep breath and was speechless, looking surprised by the little brother in front of him. The look of the brother defeated. But Grandpa often tells me that if I see a girl in the future, I must be gentle with her. That's right, your grandfather must be a very personable gentleman. Did your grandfather live with you? Boomer asked curiously. Grandpa died when I was a kid and I was the only one who lived. But Broly still lives with me. As he spoke, Gaku ran behind Boomer to lift Boomer's skirt to see if he also had a tail, but was blocked by Broly first. Gaku, girls' skirts can't be lifted casually, so it's very disrespectful to girls. And Boomer and other humans are different from us, they all have no tail. Broly explained to Gaku. By the way, Boomer, what are you doing here? Broly said suspiciously. Ah, I forgot if you don't mention it. Boomer quickly took out the Dragon Ball radar and found that there was a Dragon Ball nearby, so he took out the 2-star bead and 3-star pearl found in the warehouse at home to show the two. This bead is called Dragon Ball, I found this bead in my home warehouse, and there are 7 of them, and if you gather them all, something incredible will happen. At the same time, in an unknown palace-like existence, there is an altar-like place at the innermost part of the palace, and a Dragon Ball is enshrined at the top of the altar. Suddenly, the gate of the palace opened, and you could vaguely see that there were 3 reflections of a large or 2 small 3 outside the door. P.S. Brothers, please ask for flowers and collections, please support the next book, Xiao Hei will repay everyone with more wonderful content. In addition, because many details in the anime Dragon Ball Xiao Hei can no longer remember, so in the evening Xiao Hei has to take part of the time after work to revisit this anime. Xiao Hei codeword speed is really slow, but Xiao Hei will work hard to code. How many codes are uploaded and how much? Guaranteeing 1 every day is absolute, and working hard for 2 or even more. Chapter 008. These 3 people are the trio of Piraf in the original book. Piraf carefully walked to the center of the altar, carefully removed the Dragon Ball from the offering platform in the center of the altar, and couldn't wait to make a wish. Stopped by a little dance. There are 7 Dragon Balls, only 1 is useless, and the stars in each Dragon Ball are different. By the time Mai finishes introducing how to use Dragon Ball, Piraf is already immersed in his fantasy of world domination. On the other side, after Gaku saw Boomer take out 2 Dragon Balls, the whole person was smekta, and directly rushed over to grab the 2 Dragon Balls in his hand. Puzzled, he said, "Why are there 2 grandfathers? How did you steal Grandpa out?" After Boomer's explanation, Goku returned home and saw the 4-star pearl, that is, Goku's grandfather's relics were still on the table. Goku picked up the Dragon Balls and sighed, "It's amazing, it turns out that as long as you collect 7 Dragon Balls, you can achieve any wish." In this regard, Broly also lamented the wonder of the Dragon Ball world. At this time, Urha, who had been diving for a long time, finally bubbled. "Boss, the system has just discovered that the system can already activate another function of the system to earn points." Since the last time he named Urha, Broly has asked Urha to call himself the boss in the future, because the system is always the host, which makes Broly extremely uncomfortable. "What function?" Broly instantly sobered up. Currently points can only be earned through missions, God knows when the next mission can be triggered. There are 2 ways to open it. The first one requires the boss to open it after the combat power reaches 1 million. This can't be achieved in the short term, change to a more reliable method. The second method is to make a wish with the Dragon Ball, and the system can quietly steal a part of the mysterious power generated when the Dragon Ball grants the wish at that time. This point-earning function is that when the boss defeats or kills your opponent, you can get the corresponding points, and the higher the combat power of the defeated enemy, the higher the points obtained after defeating, and vice versa. This is a good way to earn points, and Broly's mood instantly stirred, and he had already booked his first Dragon Ball wish. "Although I don't have any wishes to fulfill for the time being, I also want to come up with a wish to fulfill this point reward." The exchange points in the points mall are as low as 1 point, and the highest value of the unblocked exchange items currently requires 100,000 points. At that time, make a wish to the dragon and choose one of the most expensive skills, such as teleportation, time stopping, and other skills worth tens of thousands or even 100,000 points, and you can save a lot of points. Suddenly, but there was one exchange item that caught Broly's eyes lit up. Nerve tree fruit, the fruit that can only be eaten by the gods. This fruit is planted by its seeds into the vitality-rich life planet. After germination, its roots will deeply penetrate the earth, quickly absorb all the vitality of the planet, so that the land of the planet becomes a barren desert. The absorbed planet vitality will give birth to fruits full of vitality on its branches, which is called spirit tree fruit. This fruit is rich in vitality, which can increase a lot of combat power after the first consumption, and can replenish or restore a large amount of vitality. The effect of increasing combat effectiveness with repeated use will gradually weaken until it disappears, leaving only the effect of replenishing vitality. Nerve tree fruit, small 300 points. Nerve tree fruit, middle 500 points. Nerve tree fruit, large 1000 points. Looking at it, he had 298 points left. Broly sighed, his pockets were shy, he couldn't even afford the smallest spirit tree fruit. Urha suddenly spoke up again, in fact, the host does not need to use the nerve tree fruit for the time being. This system recommends that the host pass harsh special training in the future, such as dozens of times the gravity training done in the spaceship like the original Sun Wukong did when flying to Nami Nok, or the best effect will be used with the spirit tree fruit when the special training is carried out in the spirit time house. Because this kind of special training is very harmful to the body if the body is not strong, if it is not recuperated in time, it is likely that various problems will occur. If you are unlucky, it is more likely that like the Monkey King in the original book, the time to adapt to the gravity environment during the flight to Nami Nemesis is too short, resulting in the pressure on the heart not yet adapting, but suddenly increased again, causing some subtle viruses in the universe to invade Sun Wukong's heart when the heart function is temporarily desintegrating. If not for the bottle of heart disease medicine sent by the future tenants, he would really die in such a suffocation. And if there is a nerve tree fruit is different, it can not only provide the host with the body's lost vitality, repair the dark wounds in the body, the host can do a lot of special training without worrying about physical problems. With the cooperation of the nerve tree fruit, the host's body will not leave any hidden dangers. After hearing this, Broly praised Urha a lot, and highly praised Urha's work very conscientiously, and it seemed that he was also suffocated when he could say so many things at once. Then Broly began to secretly ponder that exchanging points for nerve tree fruits would definitely not work. Because the number of nerve tree fruits he needs is not 2 by then, since the point exchange does not work, then he can only beat the idea to Dallies. Anyway, sooner or later he will meet this pirated Monkey King. When the time comes, get close and intimate with him, and then snatch his nerve tree fruit seed, and use it as much as you want. While Broly was making future plans here, in the unknown base of the universe, a burly scion with a thick tail wrapped around his waist suddenly felt violent, and a cool breath came from the bottom of his heart. On closer inspection, this scion is exactly the same as the adult Monkey King. Damn, what a hell! You fools will give me the fastest speed to study the planting method of this seed, and if there is still no result within 5 years, you will all accompany the previous few old immortals. Darrens frowned fiercely, whispered depressed, and then vented this unhappiness on dozens of people in white coats who looked like old pedants. Let's get back to business. After Boomer says she wants to collect the 7 Dragon Balls, she wants to invite Broly and Goku to join her team. Broly's side doesn't matter. He originally wanted to collect the Dragon Balls to make a wish, and he could still get points. But Goku listened to Boomer say that the outside world could become as strong as his grandfather, and readily agreed. As everyone knows, Boomer also has her little idea. Goku, this kid is so young and has such great strength, he must be very powerful. Seeing how he respected Broly so much, it seemed that this handsome boy should be even more powerful than Goku. And it's such a blessing to be able to stay with this handsome guy all the time in the process of searching for Dragon Ball, and to protect me when I am in danger. Now that they have decided, Goku and Broly simply clean up, then decide to set off, and use a universal capsule to conjure a hovering car in Boomer to startle Goku again, making various jokes, and being despised by Boomer. Just like that, the 3 of them embarked on a journey to find the Dragon Balls. Broly will also begin his path to his strengthest. P.S. On the heroine question of this book, Xiaohei initiated a vote, and interested brothers can go and vote. These 2 days of codewords are always a little stuck. Later Xiaohei looked for the reason, found that it is because although the plot in the anime is still remembered, but many details are not clear, for the future plot development, Xiaohei needs to take part of the time to restudy the entire anime and theatrical version of Dragon Ball. These 2 days may only be guaranteed 1 more, but Xiaohei will try his best to change more yards. Please forgive me, brothers. Chapter 009. I beg you to take great care of this new book, enjoy some flowers, and collect it. Along the way, various talking dinosaur-based beasts appeared in front of the 3 people, wanting to eat a few of them as delicious. It's a pity that under Goku's fist, it has become a dinner for 3. Looking at the beasts that can talk and have a higher IQ than humans, Broly said that Dragon Ball is really a magical world. If placed in the fairy world of the previous life, these fierce beasts could be properly divided into the monster series of cultivation essence. Broly, wearing a special weight-bearing suit, is gradually adapting to the discomfort it brings to him, and the weight of this special weight-bearing suit is actually nothing to Broly. But the most awkward thing is that this 500 kilograms weight cannot be simply supported by a certain part of the body or joints, but acts on every part of the body. In this way, Broly seemed to be cultivating in a gravity environment equivalent to 5 or 6 times the Earth. This is extremely obvious for the improvement of strength, and when Broly completely adapts to this weight, his strength will usher in a breakthrough. Of course, it was obviously not so easy to get used to the weight, and Broly refused to travel with Boomer and them. Insisting on chasing Boomer and them by running, Boomer saw that Broly's tone was very firm, so he had no choice but to let Broly. So Broly began his practice of pain and pleasure. Whenever Broly felt that he was about to fall apart, he decisively put the weight suit into the system space, and then flew to Boomer's hovering car, lay in the car like mud to recover his strength, and after recovering, he became alive and jumped and continued to jump out of the car to catch up with Boomer and them. In fact, Broly can directly exchange fairy beans from the exchange mall, but although this thing is not expensive, only 10 points can be exchanged for one, but Broly does not only need one to use, it can be seen from his nearly 20 car breaks along the way. So you can still save it, maybe when you need to use fairy beans or other exchange items, but you will be fucked without points. Just as Broly is lying in the car again to rest, Goku doesn't know where to save a lost giant turtle, and the kind Goku decides to return the turtle to the sea. Broly, who was resting to recover his strength, heard a familiar voice, looked up and opened his eyes, and saw a familiar and obscene large turtle head. Broly was not ready to rest anymore. Jumped out of the car and landed in front of the turtles. "Hey, old turtle! Long time no see!" Broly said with a smile at the giant turtle. "Hey? Broly? I just heard Goku mention your name, but I didn't expect it to really be you." The big sea turtle was pleasantly surprised when he saw Broly. "Since you met, let's send you back to Teacher Wushin by the way, just in time to visit Teacher Wushin. Then it's going to trouble you. Just 20 kilometers or so ahead of us, we can reach the edge of the ocean, you guys sit tight, I'm going to accelerate." On the road, a monster with a dog bear who did not have long eyes blocked the way and was knocked out by Goku. Several people arrived at the beach smoothly, and the turtle entered the sea and asked Broly to wait for a while, and it went to find the turtle immortal to help it repay Goku for saving his life. After a short while, Goku saw the big sea turtle swimming this way from far away. Along with it came a person standing on his back, who had not seen anyone from afar, and the first thing that caught Goku Boomer's attention was this person's shiny and smooth mirror-like head, which seemed to reflect in the dazzling sunlight. Getting closer, Goku and Boomer began to look at the comer. Snow-white beard, a pair of sunglasses, a crutch in his right hand, a large turtle shell behind his back, and the lewd temperament and frivolous eyes that could not be concealed. Don't ask me how I see through the sunglasses, I don't know. What kind of owner there is, what kind of pet? The corner of Broly's mouth twitched, looking at the person and pet with the perfect temperament in front of him. "Really, Broly, you little bunny, you haven't come back to see my old man for so long, I thought something happened to you." The turtle immortal came up and complained, but Broly heard through the complaining in the old man's tone of the turtle immortal, which contained a strong worry and longing, and his heart was warm. "And la. Didn't I come to see you, old man? Besides, with my current strength, it is enough to protect myself." Broly said in his heart, isn't it enough to protect himself? It can literally sweep all the powerhouses of the earth before Dragon Ball Z. These days of weight training, although Broly still can't fully adapt, but it is much stronger than the beginning. Weight running for a few hours is no problem, but exercise time still needs to rest. In 2 more days, you can fully adapt to the weight suit like Goku in the original book. Of course, Goku's weight-bearing suit in the original book is not comparable to what Broly is wearing now. In the past few days, just by adapting to the pressure brought by the weight suit, Broly's combat power has also reached 396, nearly 400, which is almost comparable to the combat power of Goku when Raditz descended to Earth in Dragon Ball Z in the original book. "You're the boy who saved the old turtle," and sure enough, the people who can stay with this smelly boy Broly are not ordinary people. "Since you saved the old turtle, I'll give you a gift." "Old man, stop talking nonsense. I remember that you don't have a somersault cloud, anyway, you can't use it, so I gave it to Goku. His heart is kind, the 6 roots are pure, and his personality is simple, and he can drive the somersault cloud." The turtle immortals immediately exploded when they heard this. What? This is worth it. What do I can't use? Come out, Du Yun. The angry turtle immortal shouted with his crutches. Then, a cloud of yellow really appeared in the sky. The colored cloud flew in this direction and stopped in front of Broly and the others. At this time, Broly opened his mouth and introduced, "The name of this cloud is called the somersault cloud. If you can control the somersault cloud, you can fly in the air as you like." After listening to this, Goku's eyes lit up. Then can't you fly in the sky like you? That's right. In fact, for the Dance of the Void, Goku has been hungry for a long time, and once pestered Broly for a long time to learn from Broly, but he was shirked by Broly on the pretext that Goku is currently focusing on improving his strength. Of course, it's not that he doesn't want to teach it, and it's not worth Broly's broom for a small dance technique. It's just that at present, Goku should really focus on improving his strength, so Broly will wait a little longer now. Before Goku participates in the 22nd Tianxia First Martial Arts meeting, he is teaching Goku, if he learns the art of dancing in advance, coupled with Goku, who has been trained by himself for a year, it should be stronger and trickier than the original. Bidding farewell to the Turtle Immortals, the three of Broly embark on a journey to find the Dragon Balls again. This time Broly sat with Boomer and chatted to cultivate a relationship, since he was almost used to the weights, so he didn't need to train at all, while Goku drove his new vehicle, Do-Yun, to play in the sky. Unlike the original, Broly prevented the Turtle Immortal from personally demonstrating it, and also saved the Turtle Immortal from making a big embarrassment in front of his apprentice. The joke, even Broly himself is not sure if he and Boomer are eligible, let alone the Turtle Fairy. In order to avoid the Turtle Immortal being embarrassed in front of his disciple, Broly stopped the Turtle Immortal, and then quietly exchanged a bunch of magazines carefully selected by the old driver of Urha from Urha to exchange the Dragon Ball of the Turtle Immortal. Boomer is a woman, she has decided. How can she meet the requirements of the Turtle Immortals? P.S. Blackie took the time to watch the theatrical version of the first part of Dragon Ball and found that there was nothing to write. So I decided to go and collect Dragon Balls, and even tricked the plot of some fairy beans and super god water from the Cat Immortals. There is also Xiao Hei arranging a creation for the protagonist. The protagonist's strength will get a leap from the divination mother-in-law in the future. You can leave a message in the comment area. Guess in what way the protagonist will get a leap in strength? Finally, by the way, I am asking for flowers and collections, and your support is Xia Hei's motivation. Chapter 010. Ask for flowers, ask for collection. Because Xiao Hei is a novice, the writing is not good, and the update is slow. Therefore, Xiao Hei never asks for anything else. If you think it is okay after reading this book, please collect it. If you have flowers, please vote for this book. Looking at the 4 Dragon Balls that had been collected, Boomer said excitedly, Broly, look quickly, we have already collected 4 Dragon Balls. If you find the other 3 Dragon Balls, you can summon the dragon to make a wish. Boomer made no secret of sharing her happiness with Broly. Really? Hehe, that's really going to congratulate you in advance. Seeing that Boomer had such high expectations for the Dragon Ball, Broly frowned and didn't know how to speak. What's wrong with you, Broly? Aren't you happy that the Dragon Balls are about to be collected all and then you can summon the Divine Dragon to make a wish? We are good friends. If you have anything unspeakable, you don't have to, just say okay, just let me help, I will definitely help you. Boomer is also a nice clever girl, and may have seen Broly's insincerity, so he asked aloud. Really? Then I won't hide it from you. In fact, I currently have a very tricky matter that cannot be solved in the short term, so I need to rely on the help of Shenlong, and I must personally make a wish to Shenlong to solve this trouble, so... Oh, that's just it, that's okay. Then when the Dragon Balls are all collected, it's up to you to make a wish to the dragon. Without waiting for Broly to finish speaking, Boomer understood what was going on and directly and generously gave up this opportunity to make a wish. But this action made Broly even more embarrassed, so he stared into Boomer's eyes and promised seriously, then thank you very much, Boomer, if you have any wishes, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you complete it. No need Broly, we're good friends, and since you have important things that need Dragon Balls to complete, it is also appropriate to let it be given to you. After a pause at the end, his face turned red, and his voice became smaller and smaller. Moreover, in fact, my wish is not far from being realized, and you don't have to compensate me or anything." Seeing Boomer's flushed face, and then thinking of Boomer's wish in the original work, Broly felt a pang of loss in his heart. "But then I thought about it, no, when Boomer came to Bun Mountain, where Goku lived, he should not have dismissed this wish, but now. The more I thought about it, the clearer my thoughts became, and the only men I encountered along the way were beasts of fierce beasts, and the only males were Turtle Immortal, Goku and himself. Well, and an old turtle. The first Turtle Immortal will not say, 'Think about it,' I know that Boomer can't look at the Turtle Immortal so hard. If the second Goku does not have himself, it is very likely to happen in the future, but now there is himself, and at present Goku is a small doubting, and he has not been with him for a long time, so Joken will not be Goku." As for the old turtle, Broly didn't think about it at all. As for himself, although he is the same age as Goku and is currently 11 years old, neither Boomer nor Goku knows Broly's age. If you look at his appearance alone, he looks like a teenager of 15 or 6, and Goku also developed late as in the original book. When the two are compared, it will appear that Broly is more mature and stable. Plus he saved Boomer once on Bun Mountain, and Broly asked himself that his appearance in this life can definitely be called worthy of the audience, the people, and the country. Maybe that person's 8 achievements are me. No, that person must be me and must be me. Thinking of this, seeing Boomer's clear and beautiful eyes, as if a clear spring flowing blue-purple eyes were looking at him with affection, Broly seemed to be encouraged, and couldn't help but hold Boomer's slender jade hand. Summoning up the courage that came from nowhere, he looked at Boomer's eyes as if he had an indescribable charm, as if he had taken an oath, and said, "Boomer, can you be my girlfriend?" Boomer heard the Prince Charming in his heart so suddenly, and such a sensational confession, suddenly stayed there as if he had been struck by lightning, and when he reacted, he hurriedly covered his little mouth with his small hand. Happiness came too suddenly, like a tornado, violently hit Boomer's heart. "What's wrong, Boomer? Don't you want to? Don't even give me a chance?" Broly saw Boomer's appearance as if he had been fixed, and thought that he had guessed wrong, thinking that Boomer did not feel anything about him, so he hurriedly asked. No, it's not Broly. I'm just so excited. I didn't expect you to confess to me so suddenly, so that I was not prepared at all." Boomer was afraid that Broly would misunderstand, so he waved his hand again and again to deny it. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for collections, the protagonist is out of single, Yamcha or something, let's go play with Vegeta. Humph hum ha 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 ha. Chapter 011. What are you doing, Boomer, are you blind? Just when Broly is about to kiss Boomer's beauty. Feel the lips. At the time of the flap, the voice of the King of Light Bulbs, Sun Wukong, once again interrupted Broly's good deeds out of place. Lying down. Trough. At this time, Broly's heart seemed to have 10,000 Chun-Ji mounts roaring by, just a little bit. At this time, what Broly wanted to do most was to pull out the Monkey King, who was a bad old man and a good deed to play little Tintin to death. Ah! A scream sounded. Dead Goku, why are you again? It turns out that not only Broly, but Boomer is also going crazy. Starting from Bun Mountain, several romantic atmospheres along the way were ruthlessly interrupted by Goku, but Goku is still a simple teenager with an outrageously low emotional intelligence. I'm afraid he doesn't know what he did to make Broly and Boomer gnash their teeth, but can't blame Goku yet. Broly and Boomer continue to the location of the next Dragon Ball with a little regret, and along the way, the temperature is getting higher and higher. As we got closer to our destination, we found that it was a mountain with a raging fire burning all over the mountain, which caused the temperature around the area to rise sharply. This should be the Fried Bread Mountain where the Bull Demon King lives, and the 6th Dragon Ball is in the castle on the top of the mountain. After getting it, go to the 3 bitter dragon sets and grab the last Dragon Ball. You can summon the dragon to make a wish, and completely open the new point earning function. As for whether the Bull Demon King would agree to let him take the Dragon Ball, that was no longer in Broly's consideration. For the sake of the Bull Demon King is also a disciple of the Turtle Immortal, give him a little face, if he doesn't know how to lift, then he will directly grab it, dare to resist until he is convinced. Broly is now fully adapted to the weight-bearing suit, and has reached the combat power of 436, and the Bull Demon King is not the same as playing. Don't look at Broly, since he came to this world, he has always been very gentle with the Goku Boomer Turtle Immortal, and he thinks Broly is good to talk. That's because these characters are people that Broly admires or likes, so Broly opens his own kind side to them. Change to someone else, hee. Then ask for blessings. And the Bull Demon King, this person, not to say evil, but also not a good person, robbing something that is irrelevant to him, Broly does not have a little psychological burden. Still as before, Goku saw that Fried Bread Mountain was burning and could not go to the top, so he volunteered to fly in with a somersault cloud. As a result, the Bull Demon King was attracted by the burning of his tail and a cry of pain. Boomer, be careful! Seeing a giant axe flying across the sky, Broly picked up Boomer and flew to the side. The Bull Demon King just wanted to warn the three of them, and did not kill the heart, otherwise the angry Broly did not know whether he would directly kill the Bull Demon King. In the end, Goku still entangled with the Bull Demon King. After pestering for a while, the Bull Demon King found the somersault cloud driven by Goku and the Ruhi stick on his back, so as to learn about the relationship between Broly, Goku and his group and the Turtle Immortal and Son Gohan, and after talking for a while, turned to Broly's side. This little brother, you are Broly, the new disciple of Teacher Wushin, right? Since you are a new disciple of Teacher Wushin, I wonder if you can go with Wukong Sensei to find Teacher Wushin and borrow the banana fan in his hand to help me put out the fire on this fried bread? After all, it is also the same door, and the Bull Demon King still has a plea, and the Bull Demon King's tone softened a lot and begged. Don't bother so much, and you said that the banana fan has long been unknown where to let the old man go, I will directly use a simple and rude method to help you solve it. Broly looked unconcerned and said indifferently. What, the banana fan was lost? Then you don't? The Bull Demon King was unwilling at first, but after reacting to the second half of the young man's words, his eyes suddenly widened, and it was difficult to hide the shock in his heart. If it is true, then this teenager is also too against the sky. Then, Broly stopped talking nonsense, turned to Goku and said. Goku, look good. I will show you one of the core meanings of the turtle fairy flow, whether you can learn it or not depends on yourself. Broly did not teach Wukong the use of turtle Qigong waves, but wanted to demonstrate to Wukong the turtle Qigong waves after he mastered and improved, hoping that Goku would also create his own turtle Qigong waves after observing his use. Yes. Goku had seen Broly's power, did not speak much, and was currently preoccupied with observing Broly's every movement and fluctuations of chi. I saw Broly fly into the air, and then Broly swung out two arms, the left arm went down to the right, and the right arm swung half a circle to the upper left, and finally the palms of the two hands were facing outward, the left hand was in the lower right hand and the right hand was closed in front of the upper body, and then closed to the lower right abdomen. When Broly's chi gathered to a certain extent, a blue light wave appeared between his hands placed under his right abdomen, gathering larger and larger. Turtle Pi Qigong Wave. Suddenly, a blue light rushed towards the raging fire on the Fried Bread Mountain. At this time, if someone looks closer, they will find that the turtle Qigong waves sent by Broly are actually spinning and impacting forward. The inside of the Qigong wave is wrapped in layers of Qigong waves like 1,000 layers of rolls. The difference is that each layer of Qigong waves is different from the direction of rotation of the two layers of Qigong waves adjacent to it inside and outside, and the piercing force and strangling power of this Qigong wave are very strong. If the Qigong wave with a large enough area and strength hits the enemy, let alone the cell, even the various common elements that make up the cell will not be left. This was created by Broly after being inspired by the anime he watched in his previous life, adding some ideas of his own, and experimenting n times, and Broly named it the Void Annihilation Cannon. This means that once the enemy is hit, it will hit the part-bit directly strangled and annihilated into nothingness. And this method is not limited to turtle Qigong waves can be used, if there are other Qigong waves can be fused and used. Due to Broly's conscious control of the bombardment target of the Qigong wave, a strong airflow and dazzling light were suddenly generated around him. Ugh! It was accompanied by a long childish scream. Broly knew it was not good when he heard it. And he just didn't notice that there were people there. Hurriedly flew towards the place where the scream was made, and after a few seconds flew out with a little girl in her arms. After a while, when everyone's gaze recovered, they found that everything in front of them was suddenly stunned. The fire of fried bread mountain was extinguished, but everything that was original, including the castle, was all turned into ruins. Fortunately, this time it was just a fire. Of course Broly would not use much power, otherwise there might not even be ruins left. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for collection. Chapter 012. New books ask for flowers, ask for collections. Seeing this shocking scene, Goku's whole person froze, opened his mouth wide, and trembled. Shake. Of course, this is not a tremor of fear. Trembling, but trembling with excitement. Shake. As a scion who is more and more courageous and fights the world, Sun Wukong seems to be born with an extremely warlike spirit and never admit defeat in the depths of his soul. It turns out that there can still be such a powerful force in this world. It turns out that Broly didn't even show half or even less of his strength when he fought me before. However, I will not admit defeat, I will definitely surpass you. Goku secretly swore in his heart. Since then, surpassing Broly has become Goku's lifelong goal. After making up his mind, Sun Wukong ran towards a clearing in front of him, and then learned Broly's posture just now, controlling his chi and gathering his hands. Turtle Pi Qi Gong Wave. A blue light wave of small n appeared and blasted forward, thanks to Broly's guidance and a year of practice and sparring with Goku. The current Goku is much stronger than he was at this time. So although this Qigong wave is much smaller than Broly, and the composition is very different, it is also amazing enough. This shows that Goku's comprehension and talent in combat is truly amazing. Ugh! A scream that was even harsher than just now sounded, and it turned out that little Lori found that she was actually being held in her arms, and a warm big hand was wrapping around her little steamed bun that had just begun to develop on the head, while the other warm big hand is holding his own little fart. Share. At this time, Boomer and they found that Broly was still holding a cute little loli in his arms. Only listening to the sound of the bell, it turned out that the little loli saw that she was held in her arms whole, and couldn't help throwing out the ice axe on her head. Of course, it was casually blocked by Broly. Little Lori saw that the ice axe did not work, so she immediately shot an Emilim raid towards Broly. Of course, it was still useless, and the little loli knew that Broly was not easy to mess with, so she looked at the Bull Demon King with those pitiful little eyes. Kiki, why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to run around casually? The Bull Demon King quickly ran over after seeing the little girl and hugged Kiki from Broly's arms, but the Bull Demon King knew how terrible Broly was. Just now Kiki attacked him. In case Broly was angry, the Bull Demon King did not dare to imagine. After Kiki left Broly's embrace, she stared at Broly for a long time, and the expression on her face changed several times until she looked at Broly's straight hair. That. Will you marry me later? No one expected that the young Kiki suddenly burst out of her mouth with such a shocking sentence. Hey? Why? Broly was also lightly thundered. Woo share, Dad said that this is something that can only be done between husband and wife. Since you did this kind of thing to me, you don't even want to marry me, and you clearly don't want to be responsible. As soon as Kiki saw Broly's appearance, Kiki was almost at Broly's idea. The aggrieved eyes could no longer be controlled, and he began to cry. I didn't mean to. Seeing everyone's strange eyes, Broly was also drunk, so he hugged me gently. Do you want to talk about me like this? Beast! And why are you talking so skillfully? Woo woo, I don't care if I don't care, you touched my body, I can't marry someone else, then you must be responsible for me. Broly was also greatly troubled when he saw this, and turned his head to look at Boomer. I saw Boomer nodding slightly to him, indicating that you agreed first and coaxed her before speaking. Amount. Stop crying, Kiki. I'll marry you when you grow up, okay? Broly had no choice but to agree temporarily, thinking that if he still took this seriously when Kiki grew up like the original, it would be a big deal to accept it, and he would not go through it for a while. Really? Are you sure? Don't lie to me, I'll always take it seriously, and if you don't come and marry me when I grow up, I'll haunt you for the rest of your life. Kiki looked at Broly with big teary eyes. It seems that this little girl is really persistent. Forget it, wait until she grows up, it seems that she will do the thought work for Boomer in the future. Because if nothing else, just say the 18th Broly's harem reserved a place for it. How can the spicy and beautiful little sister be cheap, that little bald Klin? Getting back to business, looking at the castle that was destroyed by himself, the Bull Demon King also said that he didn't mind, and calmly admitted his mistake in what he did during the time when Fried Bread Mountain caught fire, saying that he would definitely change his evil in the future and never do it again in the future. In the original work, the Turtle Immortals also destroyed the entire castle, saying that they did not control it well. But this kind of words are okay to deceive others. Broly knows that although the old man of the Turtle Immortal is not very anti-heavenly, there are really few who can surpass him in the control of chi. I think I saw the Bull Demon King being lustful for money. Hope domination went astray, so he deliberately ruined the finances in the castle and cut off the Bull Demon King's thoughts in the hope that he would change his evil. So Broly also followed the example of the Turtle Immortals and destroyed everything, leaving only the Dragon Ball. When the 5th Dragon Ball was found, Broly and his party left Fried Bread Mountain together after bidding farewell like the Bull Devil. Lie Big and Boomer. Broly on his leg was thinking, so far he had collected 6 Dragon Balls, Boomer found 2, Goku 1, Turtle Immortal 1 there, and Bull Demon King 1. And then at an old grandmother's place got another 1. The remaining Dragon Ball, if Broly remembers correctly, should now be in the hands of the trio of Pilaf, who have devoted their lives to finding Dragon Balls and making wishes to rule the world. Broly thought of this bitter trio, the corners of his mouth twitched, and for some reason he always thought of another bitter trio in the anime world. It is also like the Pilaf trio, with the perseverance of the Grey Wolf, the determination to not get together with the Dragon Ball to fulfill his wishes, and the spirit of Xiaoqiang who cannot die. And most importantly, the members are also composed of a man, a woman, and an animal. Thinking of those 3 churning sticks, Broly always felt that if he was not careful, he might really capsize in the gutter. If it is wasted like the original, and finally made such a wish, Broly is going crazy. After thinking back to the plot, Broly decided to make a plan. So he said to Boomer, "Boomer, you give me the bag with the Dragon Balls." When Boomer heard this, although he didn't know what Broly was going to do, he obediently opened the bag and sent it to Broly. Broly picked out the 4-star Dragon Balls and placed them in the system space, handing the bag to Boomer again. The reason for this is that Broly is afraid that something unexpected will happen. So take out one of them first, and then even if the Pilaf trio tricks together the remaining 6 Dragon Balls, it will be useless. After gathering all the Dragon Balls, Broly decided to stay away immediately, and everything would wait until after he made his wish. Broly's group headed in the direction of the last Dragon Ball, and just as they passed a desert, suddenly a robot like a squid rushed out, and a cannonball slammed into the car where Broly and the others were riding. "Goku, dodge away!" While reminding Goku, Broly had already picked up Boomer and flew out. Boom! The sound of the car being blasted sounded, and the robot rummaged in the car for a while to find the bag with the Dragon Balls, and got up and left without checking. As for whether Broly deliberately did not stop it, of course he knew that this was done by the Dragon Set Trio again. Anyway, the 4-star beads are stored in their own system space, and Broly is not afraid that they will snatch the other 5 Dragon Balls. As long as you follow the direction he left, you can easily find the last remaining Dragon Ball according to the Dragon Ball radar. I beg all book lovers to take great care of this book, enjoy some flowers, and then collect it. Chapter 013. New books ask for flowers, for collections, for support. What to do, Broly? Dragon Ball was snatched, why aren't you worried at all? Don't you want to make a wish like a dragon? Boomer was so anxious that he almost jumped up, but he was even more angry when he saw Broly's indifferent look. It's okay, what do you think this is? Broly said, taking the 4-star bead out of the system space and holding it to Boomer's eyes. Hey? How so? Dragon Ball has obviously been snatched away. Could it be that at that time you were already? Boomer saw the 4-star Dragon Ball in Broly's hand and wondered, and suddenly remembered that Broly suddenly asked himself for the bag containing the Dragon Balls a few days ago, and at that time he was still wondering why Broly suddenly wanted to see the Dragon Balls on a whim. It turned out that he had expected that someone would come to grab the Dragon Balls. Looking at the look of realization and admiration on Boomer's face, Broly was also very weak-hearted, and he could almost guess what Boomer was thinking. As everyone knows, Broly is a day outsider, and he has long known that this scene will happen. I'm going to follow that guy to see where he's going to send the Dragon Balls and take the rest of them back. Otherwise, if you use the Dragon Ball radar to find it, you may have to look for several days. Are you waiting for me here or coming with me? Of course, I will follow you wherever you go, don't want to leave me alone. Of course we went together. Boomer said at the same time as Goku. After flying to the castle where the Pilaf trio were located, Broly did not stay any longer this time. With Broly's terrifying combat power that was enough to sweep the entire earth, he appeared in front of the 3 of Pilaf at a speed that destroyed the decay. Pilaf found that the various means he had prepared were so pale in the face of Broly's 436 combat power, and decisively accepted his fate. With lightning speed, he took out the Dragon Balls that had been prepared long ago, lowered his head, and presented it in front of Broly with both hands. Seeing Pilaf so knowledgeable, Broly was embarrassed to make a move. According to his thoughts, these 3 stirring sticks may spoil his good deeds at some point and directly kill 100. But seeing Xiao Wu, he hesitated again. After thinking about it, Broly felt that it was better to keep these auspicious 3 treasures. Without them, the future Dragon Ball world would be much less fun. And whether it is the original book or the present, the hearts of this trio are not bad. It should be to give the future tenants a face. Just with the combat power of the 3 of them, they will not pose any threat to themselves. Well, for the sake of you being so sensible, I will leave you with your lives. Remember to do more good deeds in the future, don't do any beautiful dreams of ruling the world. How good it is to be free and carefree. After saying that, Broly wrapped up the Dragon Ball, and the 3 of them took a car to the place where the Turtle Immortals lived. No one expected that Broly let go of the 3 of Pilaf on a whim, but he was greatly helped by these 3 inconspicuous dragon traps in the future. When he arrived at the beach where he first met the Turtle Fairy, Broly took out the 7 Dragon Balls and put them together, and the 7 Dragon Balls echoed each other with dazzling light. Come out! Shenlong! Broly called out loudly according to the method of summoning the Divine Dragon in the original book. Suddenly, the surrounding sky quickly darkened, the clouds were dense, and each of the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a dazzling light that gathered together and rushed into the sky, showing a dragon-shaped light in the air. After half a ring, a divine dragon covered in green and blood-red eyes flew out from that light. Looking at this appearance alone, it seems to be similar to the dragon totem of Huaxia, but this color is too different. Whoever summoned me out, please say what wish you have, I can help you fulfill any wish, but only one. Shenlong's thick, magnetic voice sounded as if it was dying. Looking at the most expensive exchanges in the system mall, The only skills that are currently useful to Broly are teleportation and time stop. Broly thought about it for a long time, and finally chose the teleportation skill, because the scope of this skill will not be limited like time stopping. As long as the higher the strength, the greater the range of movement. Like the late stage of Dragon Ball Z, Sun Wukong can directly move to the Realm King God realm. You must know that that place can only be entered by the Realm King God, and even the Great Realm King cannot enter. And in the future, whether it is to save people or dodge enemy attacks, it will be used frequently. The most important point is that the teleportation ability of the Jebat God is more profound than that of the Monkey King, and it is necessary to know that wherever the Monkey King moves, he needs to capture the chi of a person within the target location, and use the person's chi as a reference object, so as to achieve teleportation from one place to another. But in other words, this trick can't go where no one is. But the teleportation ability of the Jebat God is much greater. Whether there is gas or not, he can directly reach any planet in the nether. Although this ability itself cannot accurately find a person, when it comes to the realm of Broly, he has long been able to feel everyone's chi, let alone Jebat God, so learning this trick has one more advantage than Sun Wukong's teleportation. P.S. In GT, God Jebat once moved directly to Earth to save Goku based on Goku's chi. So Broly made a wish like a divine dragon, Shenlong, I want to have the two abilities mastered by the Realm King God Realm Jebat God, can you help me achieve it? Broly thought to himself, wanting to try to see if he could play word games with Shenlong, and if he failed, he would not lose, and if he succeeded, he would earn blood. Looking at the system wall, the redemption points of these two special abilities require a total of 18W, 10W for teleportation, and 8W for healing damage. If it can be achieved, it will be profitable. As soon as Shenlong heard this wish, a layer of sweat immediately broke out in his brain, and he said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, because the teleportation ability of the Jebat God belongs to a special racial talent, so this wish cannot be fully fulfilled, but another ability can be mastered by you. Broly's heart was half cold when he heard this. Didn't you say that any wish can be fulfilled? Why can't even a small teleportation be achieved? Shenlong was also anxious at this time. If the wish of the person who summoned him was reasonable but it could not be fulfilled or could not be fully fulfilled. It was reasonable that he could not leave unless he was consulted with the person who summoned him and the summoner agreed. Or you see, although I can't let you have the teleportation ability of Jebat, I can let you master another kind of teleportation, but I can't reach no one's land. But as compensation, I can give you another special ability of God Jebat to heal damage. In this way, you can heal not only others but also yourself, even if you are not conscious, you can slowly heal yourself. What do you think? Isn't that the kind of teleportation that Monkey King mastered? Fortunately, anyway, I don't have the luxury of really learning the teleportation ability of Jebat God directly. What's more, there is also a bonus skill, which is a superb skill, which can be both active and passive. In the future, as long as he is not directly killed in seconds, he will definitely not die. Coupled with his legendary super race physique, his combat effectiveness will continue to improve during the battle until he defeats the enemy. Such a buggy ability Broly is thrilled to think about. I beg all book lovers to take great care of this book, enjoy some flowers, and then collect it. Chapter 014. New books ask for flowers, for collections, for support. Well, I agree. Then let's get started. As you wish. Shenlong's flushed eyes flashed a red light and disappeared into Broly's body. Broly immediately found that he had two more ways to use special abilities in his mind. Since your wish has been fulfilled, then, goodbye. The Divine Dragon said that his complete body emitted a dazzling light again, and then transformed back into 7 Dragon Balls that burst out in different directions. Broly saw the direction where the 4-star bead flew out, his body rushed out, flashed in front of the 4-star bead, and then reached out and held the 4-star bead that had temporarily turned into stone. Then it fell in front of Goku and gave it to Goku. Goku, this 4-star bead will be returned to you, and he will return to his original appearance in a year. Thank you, Broly. Goku struck over and thanked him. He also saw that if it weren't for Broly, with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to catch the 4-star bead that was about to fly away. Broly, what did you just say about teleportation? Listening to Shenlong, it turned out to be a skill possessed by a god? At this time, Boomer also came over and asked Broly curiously. Since you want to see it, I'll show you it. You grab my left arm. After Goku and Boomer grabbed it, Broly put his right index finger and middle finger on his forehead and silently chanted, "Move." Swish! The figures of the 3 Broly instantly disappeared in place, and when they reappeared, they had already arrived on the island where the Turtle Immortals lived. Wow, what a great skill! It turned out to be the place all at once. Boomer and Goku were amazed, and made Goku look hungry, but they were still dismissed by the lack of strength. Just like the first time I saw the Turtle Fairy was lying on a beach chair with a magazine on his face and was faking sleep. Heard the sound and got up to see that it was Broly and them. It's really strange, if it's just Broly, this smelly boy, I don't notice it. Why don't I notice the other 2 people either? Is it too long without exercise? The Turtle Immortal muttered to himself. Broly first greeted the Turtle Immortal, and then explained the identity of Goku like the Turtle Immortal, wanting to leave Goku here to practice. When the Turtle Immortal learned that Goku was actually the grandson adopted by his eldest apprentice, he immediately saw Goku's eyes a lot kinder. Goku also expressed his willingness to practice under the Turtle Immortal sect, because Goku knew that his grandfather, the Bull Demon King and Broly were all disciples of the Turtle Immortal sect, especially Broly, who was better than the Blue and was the most proud disciple of the Turtle Immortal. Broly knew that soon after, that Bald Klin didn't know where to get the news, and it was time to rush over to worship the teacher, so he was not afraid that Goku would be bored here alone. Goku, usually exercise your tail more, your current tail is too fragile, it is a very fatal weakness for you. When you finish participating in the 21st Tianxia First Martial Arts Association and go out to practice, you can climb the Karin Tower and come to me to learn the art of dancing. Before leaving, Broly called Goku to him and instructed him. Then after asking the Turtle Immortal for the specific location of Karin Ta and his sister divination mother-in-law, Broly said goodbye to the Turtle Immortal and took Boomer back to the western capital, and just on the way, Urha's voice sounded in Broly's mind. Since the boss has fully enabled the point earning function, the system specially rewards the boss with 1000 points. In addition, when the point earning function is fully enabled, it will automatically absorb energy, and 5 points will be automatically generated every day. Hearing this, Broly felt that the time he spent collecting Dragon Balls along the way was really not in vain. Get rich, get rich. Originally, I thought that just turning on the point earning function was cost effective. Unexpectedly, in addition, I gave away 1000 more points, and most importantly, I could give away 5 points for free every day. In this way, there are 150 points in a month for 30 days, and 1800 points for a year. Finally, I got rid of the embarrassing situation of looking at the many exciting exchange items in the system mall without points available. That's right, Urha. Why did you ask me to ask the location of the divination mother-in-law before? Is there anything I need to find her for divination? At that time, the boss will know, because with me Urha, this may be a bigger surprise for the boss than opening the point earning function. This benefit is enough for the boss to use the Awakening Legend KSI bloodline. For the Guanzi sold by Urha, it made Broly more and more itchy. What kind of surprise should this be to support himself until the super competition? When he just flew to a city not far from the west, Broly saw the police car whistling below, chasing and blocking a yellow-haired girl, and suddenly the ends of the blonde girl riding a motorcycle were blown to the lower end of Yao's nose by the wind, and then sneezed, and suddenly the hair color changed from yellow to blue. Seeing this familiar scene, Broly almost guessed who this girl was, this is a good girl who is sometimes gentle and virtuous, hard-working and kind, and sometimes savage and violent, rude and fierce female man. She is one of the few female characters in the early Dragon Ball period Lankai. Speaking of Lankai, Broly thought in his previous life that this female character is a dual personality. If you marry her, wouldn't it be a buy one get one free, which is equivalent to marrying two? What are you looking for? When did my mind become so dirty? That being said, people still have to be saved, and in the original work, the blonde Lankai fell in love with Tianjin Rice at the world's first martial arts club. Although Tianjin Fan knew Lankai heart for him. But it's a pity that Tianjin Rice put all his thoughts on martial arts, and had no interest in other things, deliberately avoiding Lankai feelings for him. Lan Chi may also have seen Tianjin Fan's thoughts, stayed with Tianjin Rice for a while and left, only occasionally went back to see, but in the end there was no news. It wasn't until Dragon Ball Z, Goku fought with Vegeta and Majin Buu in the realm of the King of the Realm, and Goku gathered the Genki Bomb, that Lankai appeared again in a shot, like doing a profession such as express shipping. Alas! Another poor girl who was abandoned by Cupid and his wife and needed to be saved by herself. I fell in love with someone I shouldn't, which caused the tragic fate of my lonely life. Broly sometimes viciously speculates that the reason why Tianjin Rice does not accept Lankai is not because of dumplings. To be reasonable, this is also a female character who makes Broly feel regret and reluctance, and since Z, the old bird has inexplicably diluted her sense of existence, if it weren't for Toei's final edition of Lankai's shot to the anime, maybe the old bird wouldn't even let her show her face. Broly wanted to let Boomer hurry first, and then flew down himself. At this time, Lan Chi in the blue-haired state no longer has the fierce character and the ability to use firearms, and the situation is precarious, and if he does not pay attention, he may be injured by a stray bullet or arrested by the police. Seeing this, Broly flew down directly, picked up Lankai and instantly flew into the sky towards Boomer's house. Because Broly was so fast, the policemen didn't know what was happening before they noticed that the robber Lankai had disappeared in front of their eyes. Chapter 015. P.S. New books ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for support. In addition, the Dragon Ball Z plot is about to begin, and it is predicted to start around 20 chapters, and there is the plot of the fight. The current protagonist's combat power sweeps the earth without pressure. It is better to write it at the beginning of the Z plot, probably before the maximum 40 chapters should be able to transform into a super race. At this time, Broly was flying towards the west with Lankai in his arms, and when he was on the way, Lankai finally calmed down. At this time, the blue-haired Lankai found that the handsome man who had just saved himself was holding himself in a shameful posture. The blue-haired Lankai blushed and said softly, "Thank you, sir, for helping. I really don't know how to thank you." "Xie doesn't have to. But I'm curious why the cops are arresting you?" Broly knowingly asked to find a topic to see if there was any way to keep the girl. After arriving at Boomer's house, Broly learned that Lankai, who had two personalities, knew about her split personality. But no matter what kind of personality she manifested externally, Lan Chi would not know what happened to her previous other personality. Therefore, when Broly learned that the current Lankai was temporarily unsettled, he immediately invited her to live in Boomer's house to help and take care of Boomer. As for what to do with Goku and Klin's worship after sending Lankai to live in Boomer's house, it is none of Broly's business. Anyway, Broly knows the old man of the Turtle Immortal very well, and if he really wants to take an apprentice, even if Goku and Klin do not complete the task, he will not deliberately embarrass the two. After returning to Sichu, they met Boomer and her parents, and the Brives had a very good impression of Broly after meeting him. When Broly introduces Lankai to Lankai's experience and personality split, Boomer and his parents also sympathize with Lankai. Boomer looked at Lankai in the blue-haired state again at her gentle and kind, and I saw a look of pity. With a soft heart, he directly married Lan Chi to his sisters, and let Lan Chi stay and be responsible for the diet and living of the Boomer family. This made Broly look stunned, and said in his heart, "This is too smooth, I haven't said anything yet." Unexpectedly, Boomer suddenly turned his head at this time and glared at Broly viciously. Broly suddenly froze, and secretly said in his heart, "Could it be that this little chick Boomer is so shrewd and can see my intentions so quickly? But I shouldn't have any flaws, this chick won't be cheating me, right?" Thinking of this, Broly's face was not red and his heart did not beat, and he looked at Boomer with a frank face. Which honest gaze made Boomer feel ashamed of his suspiciousness in his heart, and blamed Broly. As everyone knows, at this time, Broly silently ordered 32 likes for himself in his heart, lamenting that his acting skills, gods and horses are floating clouds. Although he knew that he was sorry for cheating Boomer like this, he couldn't hide Boomer for long. But it will take a while to take Lankai by himself, and during this time, the relationship between Boomer and Lankai will become deeper and deeper. At that time, I was provoking this matter with Boomer, presumably at that time, Boomer would have much less mustard in his heart, and it would be easier to accept Lankai. Which was better than telling Boomer the truth directly, God knows what Boomer would do. It seems that to reverse Boomer's opinion, there is still a long way to go to not oppose the task of opening a harem himself. The family was happy, and spent 2 months happily with Boomer and Lankai. During these 2 months, Broly deliberately exchanged a small nerve tree fruit, divided it in half, and ate it for Boomer and Lanky. In order to avoid accidents after the second daughter eats, Urha was specially asked to seal the energy contained in it, so that the second daughter could slowly absorb the energy released by it, so that the second daughter could have the power of self-preservation, so as not to have any accidents during the time she left the second daughter. One day 2 months later, Broly said goodbye to Boomer Anji and the Brief couple, ready to go out to improve his strength. Anyway, he has the ability to teleport, and he can come back at any time. Because of this, Boomer and Lankai did not have much reluctance. Broly plans to go to the divination mother-in-law first, and according to Urha, there is a chance to improve his strength that is a disaster for others, but an adventure for himself. After leaving the western capital, Broly flew in the direction of the desert where the divination mother-in-law was. It's not that Broly doesn't want to use teleportation, but he hasn't felt the chi of the divination mother-in-law and the 5 dragon sets under him, so he can only fly over slowly. After searching for a long time, I finally found a beautiful and clear small lake, which shimmered with dazzling light under the sun. There is a palace next to the small lake, and at this moment a line of people is lining up. At this time, a mini ghost that was greeting the warriors who were lining up to challenge flew over and flew in front of Broly. "You go to inform the divination mother-in-law, just say that his brother's disciple wants to meet the divination mother-in-law, and has prepared a hard fee of 100 million yuan to ask her for a favor." Without waiting for the mini-ghost to speak, Broly said first, and then stuffed some tips for the mini-ghost. "Dear and generous sir, please wait. I will bring your words to the divination mother-in-law as quickly as possible." As the little ghost spoke, he quickly flew towards the castle, apparently to report. It's good to have money is willful, even the ghosts who are not people and ghosts can be leveled with money. Broly thought with emotion. As for where did the money come from? Broly can pretend to say, Boomer's family lacks everything, but there is no shortage of money. After a while, the little ghost flew back and respectfully led Broly towards the palace where the divination mother-in-law was. When he saw the divination mother-in-law, Broly still couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. It is worthy of being the sister of the old man of the turtle immortal, and the two of them are dressed so well, funky. One loves money, one is. Genema is a brother and sister. I saw the diviner mother-in-law dressed as a witch. It seems that she was originally a witch, her short body sitting on a crystal ball, and the wrinkles on her face felt like she could catch a fly. Little ghost, are you the new disciple of my undisciplined younger brother? As soon as the divination mother-in-law spoke, the soul-destroying voice once again made Broly's goosebumps fall to the ground. Yes, that's right. I have something I want to ask your fortune-teller mother-in-law for help. This 100 million yuan is for my mother-in-law to laugh at, and the excess should be the debt I paid for the old man. Broly replied with the discomfort in his stomach, and then placed the huge cloth bag in front of the diviner. Oh hee, little ghost, you are very good. Tell me, what do you want to ask your wife to help you divination? The diviner's eyes narrowed into a slit when she saw a bag full of banknotes. I want to challenge those 5 dragons under my mother-in-law. 5 fighters. I almost said the word dragon set. Oh, is this all you want to ask me to do you with so much money, although this does not require me to divinate for you, but since you proposed it, I will not return this money, but what makes me curious is why don't you directly challenge it? This way you can save a lot of money? Because there are too many people who want to find your mother-in-law for divination, and I am not poor in money, I don't want to queue up, hurry up and start, I can't wait. Broly really couldn't wait, and according to that surprise was on those 5 dragon sets. Well, as you wish, come with me. Follow the diviner through a long passage, and when you are completely out of the passage, you will be greeted by a small lake, on which a ring is built, and there is nothing around the ring, that is, if you are beaten in the ring, you will fall directly into the water. Little ghost, the way to challenge is very simple. After the challenge starts, as long as one of the 2 sides raises their hands to surrender or falls into the water, it will be considered a loss. What do you think? No problem, let's get started. Broly didn't want to wait for a moment, he just wanted to finish quickly and then climb the Karantat, blackmail some good things in the hands of that old cat, and then seize the time to cultivate and awaken his legendary KSI bloodline as soon as possible. Ask for flowers and collections, your support is the motivation of Blackie. Chapter 016. P.S. The virgin reward of this book is thick line, thanks to the local rich book friends he cut me here. 2000 V-tip. Xiao He felt that the speed of codewords was much faster. Today's 3 changes, specially for the local tyrant book friends to add a chapter more. In addition, ask for flowers and collections, please support. Seeing Broly like this, the divination mother-in-law nodded and did not speak. Come out! Batman! The diviner mother-in-law shouted. The words fell, and I found that a bat flew out of the sky, and then bang turned into a scrawny like a human person. Well, that's right, it's indeed a human form. Let's go. The diviner mother-in-law spoke. Broly didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. As soon as the divination mother-in-law's words fell, the figure instantly disappeared in place, only to hear another pang sound, between which a splash splashed on the lake, and then looked at the Batman who had disappeared and replaced Broly who appeared in its original location. The diviner mother-in-law was shocked in both her heart and face. You are already so strong, why bother? I'm just looking for an opportunity to get stronger, and I don't mean anything else, so hurry up and start the next one. Broly interrupted without waiting for the diviner to finish. Next, Bro used action to illustrate what it means to be crisp and neat. One punch used 2 punches, one punch knocked out the transparent man and the mummy. Needless to say, transparent people make no difference in front of people who can use chi, whether they are hidden or invisible. And the mummy too, Broly didn't even let him say a word of nonsense, and directly printed it on the wall around the battlefield with a punch. Where exactly is the surprise you mentioned? There are only 2 left, and if I don't show up, I'll clear the level. Broly shouted anxiously to in his heart. Don't worry, boss, the surprise you told you is in the next one. Replied to Broly unhurriedly. Next? Could it be the demon man? Broly recalled the 5 warriors guarding the gate under the divination mother-in-law. That's right, it's the demon man. Devil man. Broly thought back to the demon man again and found that there really didn't seem to be anything special. Well, wait. If there is something special, Broly really thought of one, that is, this demon man has a light skill, called demon light. It is said that a person who has been hit by the demonic light will stimulate and breed a steady stream of evil thoughts in his heart, and when there are too many evil thoughts, the body will swell more and more until the person who is hit is blown up. Could it be? Is Urha's surprise for himself here? That's right, boss, this is a great creation. All you need is the boss to resist a few demonic rays, and I'll take care of the rest. Urha seemed to know what Broly wanted to ask, and said in time. Broly couldn't help but imagine that if he was hit by a demon light, and Broly didn't dare to continue thinking about it, the picture was too beautiful to bear to look at directly. Lying down, I'm not Sun Wukong's simple demon who doesn't have any distractions at all. Also special Meow hard anti-demon rays? How many more shots of special Meow? 300 words omitted here, Broly's broken thoughts couldn't stop at all, and he scolded Urha. Boss, after you listen to me, we are one now, how can I pit you? Don't worry, with me. This demon light can become a plug in general existence after being handled. Urha was aggrieved at first, but when it came to the back, he was more and more excited. Really? Broly stared at Urha suspiciously, as if to see something on his face. That's right, Urha can manifest its specific image in Broly's mind after the point earning function is fully turned on. As for its image, well, let Broly a little regret giving it such a funny name as Urha, and he knew that he should have named it Urfat. I saw a black and white creature with a body distribution color like a panda manifested in Broly's mind, the only difference was that this product had no limbs and no body. No, it should be said that the limbs, torso, and head of this product are all one part, because this product is a ball of black and white like a large sea creature. Chubby, round, soft, warm. Don't ask me how I could tell that the color division of its body resembled a panda. Well, I don't know anything. Got too fat? No, it was Urha's reply. Broly completely let go of his heart, and when the demon man appeared, Broly did not directly second him. Instead, he pretended to have a superior strength than the demon man to suppress the demon man, and during the suppression period, he made various verbal and spiritual mockery of the demon man. I hope that this demon man will quickly use the demon light, and then he will be able to achieve his goal, and he will be able to leave here early. Sure enough, this product also lived up to Broly's expectations. This product looked at Broly's mouth was too vicious, he couldn't touch a hair of Broly, so angry that his lungs were about to explode, and it was not like in the original book before releasing the demon ray. Boy, don't hide, if you can take my trick unharmed, I will pee backwards in the future. The demon man was really mad, and he probably didn't know how much he said. Okay, this is what you said, I don't hide, you make a move. It really made me wait for a good meal, and finally waited for you, but Broly pretended to be excited to succeed on the surface, and said with disdain on his face. Humph, ha ha ha, go die. The demon man sent a red wave of light from both hands towards Broly, and Broly still stood there without dodging. Little ghost dodge. You'll die after being hit. This is the divination mother-in-law suddenly spoke, this little devil is spending money to find himself to help, and he is his only brother's most proud disciple, in public and private, he can't watch him die. It's okay, divination mother-in-law, since I dare to resist hard, of course, I am sure to take it. Although Broly was slightly grateful, he didn't care and said. Suddenly, Broly was surrounded by a cloud of red envelopes, and he only felt that all kinds of hatred and killing intent, as well as anger and other negative emotions in his heart were rapidly breeding. But at this moment, outsiders could not see the inside of the body that only Broly himself could see. A mysterious and soft white light appeared, quickly turned into a large net, shrouded in a cloud of demon light, and after tightening, fixed the demon light deep in the heart where to constantly breed negative emotions in Broly's heart, and finally the negative emotions formed a stream of black energy. Then the bow's net separated a white hollow chain and linked it to the system formed by the mysterious Dragon Ball in Broly's mind, and then after a short while, A white hollow chain appeared again in the system space, transformed by the mysterious Dragon Ball in his mind, linking to the unknown place of Broly's body. I saw that the hollow part of the chain leading to the system, wisps of black energy formed by the negative emotions in Broly's heart, were constantly transported to the system, and the hollow part of the chain connected to Broly's body was a trace of grey energy. It should be colorless, but because the colorless energy is only a trace, the protagonist may not be able to see it, so use grey. That's right, just a hint. If the red energy transmitted into the system is the thickness of a little finger, then the energy transmitted into Broly's body is only as thin as a hair, and you can't really see it if you don't look closely. Rest assured, this demon light will not cause any trouble to the protagonist. After all, the system is not given for nothing. It will not be used by any of the protagonist's enemies. In short, this disgusting plot will never happen. This demon light will only bring great benefits to the protagonist. In the eyes of outsiders, Broly did not have the slightest effect after being hit by the demon light, and the immortal demon man sent 2 more demon rays to Broly, and the red light dispersed. Broly was still standing there intact, but he did not know that the 2 demon rays were also fused together by the white net and the previous expulsion. At this time, the grey energy in the chain transmitted into Broly's body also changed from the thickness of the hair to the thickness of the embroidery. Needle. Ask for flowers in collections. Your support is the motivation of Blackie. Chapter 017. P.S. New books ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for support. The last chapter is not well coded, and it will be sent again in the evening. Thank you again to the local Tyrant book friends. Cut me down. Great support. Just as Broly was about to stimulate the demon man again, Urha contacted Broly. Boss, there is no need to stimulate him anymore. The current fusion of 3 demon rays has been saturated, reaching the upper limit of the speed at which this skill breeds negative emotions. Even if it is absorbed a few more times, there will be no change. Yes, it's a pity. Since the goal has been achieved, it is time to withdraw. Demon man, it seems that your trick is of little use to me. Remember to stand upside down when you want to urinate in the future. Broly did not forget to continue to stimulate this tragic trick of selfless dedication to Broly. The demon man, who was full of grief and indignation, stood there motionless as if he had been struck by lightning, feeling as if the belief he had held for many years had collapsed. Broly's heart was full of malicious thoughts at this time. I don't know if this product will collapse after meeting Sun Wukong in the future, and after using the magic ray again, after finding that Sun Wukong is immune to his skills again, I don't know if this product will collapse. Broly silently calculated the psychological shadow area of this product. Gee, poor child paper, I hope you can withstand the next critical attack of the Monkey King on you, and then bravely continue to live. After leaving the palace where the divination mother-in-law lived, Broly flew away according to the coordinates of the Karanta given by the Turtle Immortals. On the way, Broly asked again about the role of the demon light in Urha's body. Boss, this time I made a lot of money. Although the black energy bred by the demon light is the energy of negative emotions, the system can just absorb and convert the emotional power generated by energy. That is to say, if the boss is due to other factors in the outside world that cause anger, hatred, and other emotions in your heart, the system has no way to transform, but the negative emotions generated by the demon light are not strictly real emotions, but a pure energy with emotional effects. So the system has a way to absorb and convert it, and most of the energy that is converted into emotional power is removed, leaving only pure energy. Although there is no 1 in 10, this is a steady stream of energy. Almost every minute and every second can improve the host's strength, almost equivalent to the weakened version of the legendary super race automatically improving the strength. As long as the boss is a normal person, there will definitely be negative emotions in his heart, and this demon light is only bred with the help of negative emotions, and will not have any negative effects on the boss's body. By the way, boss, didn't you find that your strength had improved a little? And the benefits don't stop there. Bar, small mouth is the same as Gatling, but it is difficult to hide the excitement. after all, not only Broly, the system has also gained a lot of benefits. What? It turned out to be such a powerful surprise, and there are other benefits? Broly was already dumbfounded, and as soon as he checked it, he found that his strength had indeed increased from 436 to 458, and in a short period of time. He had automatically increased his combat effectiveness by 22 points. After all, being able to improve your strength all the time can already hang up to the sky, and listening to Urha seems to have more than these benefits. Yes, part of the pure energy that has been decomposed is absorbed by the boss your body, and a small part of it can enhance your strength at all times, and most of it will constantly strengthen the strength of your bloodline at all times, stimulate your potential, and allow you to awaken the legendary KSI bloodline earlier. There is another small part of energy, due to the continuous loss of energy in the process of the system decomposition of energy, the system absorbs it in the spirit of waste and shame, so that without the host to improve the strength, the exchange items in the system mall can also be more and more, the functions will be more and more, and there will be points generated every moment. Oh yes, and the system removes all the negative emotions decomposed from the negative emotional energy bred by the demon light, but retains the angry emotional energy in it, because the system feels that this may be useful to the boss in the future, and when the boss needs to use it, you can choose a certain amount to release by yourself. I went, listened to the good news one after another from Urha, and saw that it had not been a day now, and the points were indeed more than 40 points. Broly was completely shocked. How unbelievable is this dragon set skill, it's really buggy. I like it though. Sure enough, the Dragon Ball world described by the old bird is really just the tip of the iceberg, the universe is huge, and the magical race is all strange, Broly said with sincere emotion this time. Not long after, Broly saw a long tower soaring into the sky ahead. Broly saw that he could already see the Karanta with his eyes, indicating that he was almost there. Of course, at Broly's speed, it was indeed almost there, so he immediately accelerated, and a wave of air formed behind him. Looking at the Karanta, which is only 3 or 4 meters in diameter but cannot see the end at a glance, standing straight there, without the slightest look to be dumped, Broly's heart lies straight in the groove. Well, anything that goes against common sense in Dragon Ball can't be viewed scientifically. Although he thought so, Broly did not stop and flew directly to the Karanta with his aerial dance. After about a few minutes, I finally saw the top of the tower. I saw that the Karlan Tower, which was only 3 or 4 meters in diameter, was supporting a rod with a diameter of dozens of times the diameter of the tower, like a squashed rod. Top of the Lollipop Tower. On top of the tower at this time. A white one. Fat cat. Well, that's right, it's a cat, and it's quite fat. But this is not the point is that this is a cat standing on 2 feet like a human, with 2 eyes in a line, 3 beards on the left and right where the cheeks are close to the end of the mouth, as opposed to the brain door above the eyes where there are also 3 eyebrows on the left and right. The difference is that the beard is horizontal, but the eyebrows are erect, slightly tilted to the sides, holding a wooden staff on the shoulder in the right hand, as if asleep and not moving. This classic image is the cat immortal who has lived for at least 800 years at the top of the Karlan Tower. P.S. The cat fairy is smoother than the Karlan fairy, and it will be called the cat fairy in the future. At this time, the cat fairy who seemed to have woken up opened his eyes like a thin line. Don't ask me how I could see his eyes open. As soon as the cat fairy's words fell, Broly rushed to the top of the tower, and then landed in front of the cat fairy. Looking at the cat fairy in front of him who looked like Garfield, Broly raised his eyebrows and walked in and asked. You are the immortal who lives on this Karlan Tower? Broly asked knowingly. On the surface, it looked like Broly was asking the cat immortal, but in fact, he was pondering in his heart how to get some good things such as fairy beans and super god water from this old cat's hand. That's right, don't you have any objections? But to be precise, fairy cats. And I prefer to be called a cat fairy meow. As for improving your strength, because your current strength is already very strong, I can't help you become stronger. Broly looked at the cat fairy suspiciously, although in the anime, the cat fairy only showed a little stronger than the strength of the Monkey King after his guidance, but God knows if this is the full strength of this old monster who has lived for at least 800 years. What a pity! Do you have any other special gifts here? Can't you let me come for nothing, right? Broly pretended to look pitying. P.S. Ask for flowers and collections, your support is the motivation of Blackie. Chapter 018. P.S. New books ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for support. Meow, how did you know I had good stuff here? The cat fairy was also looking at Broly, looking and observing for a long time, and found that there was nothing evil in the chi on Broly's body, and his feelings found that there was no evil thought in his heart, and the cat fairy immediately let go of his heart. Well, I said it from Teacher Wushan, and he said that you have a lot of good treasures here, such as Duyun and the like. And he also told me that if I come to you at any time, don't forget to ask for a few pieces. At this time, Broly said nonsense, and by the way, he took out the turtle immortal to the post. Oh, so you rogue disciple. I see that your strength is already very strong, and you can also dance the void art, and most of the treasures in my collection will not help you, meow. In that case, I'll introduce you to a magical bean that I cultivated. This immortal cultivation of this immortal bean, as long as it eats one, can directly heal people's internal and external injuries, and they will not be hungry for 10 days. How about it? It is very common for people who practice martial arts to be injured in battle. If they are seriously injured, that is not easy to heal. As long as they have this thing, they can recover immediately. How about it? Isn't it amazing? Hearing that the young man in front of him turned out to be the rogue disciple who had broken the cat fairy was completely relieved, although that person was really undisciplined, but his vision of the cat immortal was still trustworthy, otherwise the cat immortal would not have trained him and was soft and hard to take away several treasures such as banana fans, tendon clouds, and so on. In this way, then you can give me a few hundred pills at will. Broly saw that the cat immortal did not mention the super god water, and said with a slight disappointment, in fact, Broly climbed the Carinth tower in addition to the fairy bean for the super god water. Meow. When you are the immortal beans carefully cultivated by this immortal, you grab a large handful of jelly beans casually, and hundreds of grains, telling you that there is no meow in the door. Only give you a maximum of 3 capsules, don't pull down. This immortal has only cultivated dozens of grains, and gave you all the immortal beans. What will the immortal eat when he is hungry in the future? As soon as the cat immortal heard Broly's words, he immediately exploded. He really deserved to be the disciple of Wu Tian's smelly and faceless teaching, and he was simply a virtue. Do you eat this when you're hungry? Shouldn't cats like to eat fish? Broly is also quite puzzled by this in the original book. What fish? Well, what, meow. Fish, you say? Do you have the best fish under the sun? The cat fairy didn't care when he heard the fish at first, but after a second he reacted and jumped several meters high. Broly pouted in his heart. Sure enough, he was still a cat, and by nature he thought that fish was the most delicious. I don't have fish, but I have canned fish, which is delicious and can be stored for a long time. Saying that, Broly exchanged a bottle of canned fish and opened it and brought it to the cat fairy. The scent wafting from the can conquered the cat fairy on the spot. Little brother, do you still have canned fish? How about we make a deal? How about I exchange fairy beans for your canned fish? 1 fairy bean for 5 cans of fish. The cat fairy couldn't bear it anymore, and he didn't meow anymore, and directly called the little brother. What? This is the most delicious canned fish under the sun, but it is very rare, the price is very expensive. 5 cans can be exchanged for a fairy bean, won't I die? No, 1 can for 5 fairy beans is about the same. Seeing this, Broly rolled his eyes and had an idea. Secretly said in my heart, I was about to think of a way to pry something good out of your hand, but I didn't expect you to bump into it yourself. In that case, wouldn't it be sorry for your good idea if you didn't pit it? Thinking of this, Broly was not in a hurry, and began to ask for money at a sky-high price. Meow. It's good to say, if you have enough canned fish, you can also get a discount. How about 1 fairy bean for 4 canned fish? Or only 3 cans? What they don't change? Those 2 cans will do. What? Meow. Not yet? Then a can of canned fish for a fairy bean can always be done, no less. Of course, the cat fairy knows what Broly thinks, and in the eyes of the cat fairy, such a delicious canned fish will definitely be very expensive, which does not think that Broly is lying to him. The cat fairy and Broly finalized a bottle of canned fish for 1 fairy bean, and the two exchanged 1,000 copies, and then both sides waved and agreed. Well? What they? Just now the cat immortal said that there are only a few dozen fairy beans at most? Well, ahem. Don't eat it as a fish, don't do it. Broly almost grinned when he heard this, and after holding back, he pretended to be difficult and finally made up his mind and said, well, deal. You wait here for me for an hour, and I'll help you collect canned fish. Okay meow, just so I also went to see if the number of fairy beans is enough. If it is not enough, I will make some more. Then you have to hurry, I'll be back soon. Definitely, definitely. In the blink of an eye, he walked to the peak of the tall cat life, and the cat fairy's eyes almost lost their smile. As soon as the cat fairy's words fell, Broly also teleported and returned to Boomer's house. As everyone knows, after Broly teleported and just returned to Boomer's house, the cat fairy couldn't hold back anymore, and he was full of excitement, and his eyes were almost out of sight. Get rich! Get rich! Get rich! I didn't expect that the fairy beans I just used to fill my stomach could be exchanged for so many delicious canned fish. Talking to himself, the cat fairy also rushed into a warehouse at the top of the tower. At the same time that the cat fairy was dancing happily, Broly, who had returned to Boomer's house, also grinned in unison, repeating in his mouth, earn big! Earn big! Earn big! Broly was also happy at this time, feeling as if he was walking. That's right, Broly was not prepared to let Boomer help collect 1,000 canned fish, and directly spent a huge amount of 10 points in the system mall, exchanged 1,000 canned fish, and then exchanged 1,000 immortal beans worth 10,000 points in the system mall where the cat fairy was. Well, 10 points for 10,000 points. Gee, 1,000 times the profit, how come this transaction does not come a few more times? The cat fairy and Broly both felt that they had punished each other fiercely, and they were grinning and dancing like two neuropathy. A while later, the cat fairy finally gathered the 1,000 fairy beans it made. Broly told the cat fairy how to use the universal capsule. The cat fairy waved his hand, and the universal capsule on the ground became a large number of various canned fish disappeared, and I don't know where it was hidden by the cat fairy, and the cat fairy also handed a large bottle full of fairy beans to Broly. Broly got a large bottle full of fairy beans and hid it in the system space at a lightning speed. At the same time, he did not forget to give instructions to the cat immortal. Cat immortal, remember to cultivate more fairy beans when you are usually fine, and I will often come to you with canned fish in the future. Looking at so many fairy beans in the system space, Boomer will no longer have to worry about me fighting with people in the future. P.S. Ask for flowers and collections, your support is the motivation of Blackie. In fact, Xiaohei finished the code in the early morning of the day in advance, and uploaded it the next day, because Xiaohei was afraid that if Kevin did not come out that day, he would be embarrassed, and he couldn't even guarantee a chapter. Chapter 019. P.S. Please collect, please support Xiaohei. By the way, Cat Immortal, I have a question I want to ask you. What questions to ask, as long as I know will answer you. Maybe he felt that he had pit Broly fiercely, a little weak-hearted, and wanted to make up for Broly from somewhere else, and the cat fairy slammed his chest at the moment to assure. I heard teacher Wu Tian talk about the super divine water. It is said that its function is really in line with the legend of the super holy water. After drinking it can awaken the potential hidden in the body. I want to ask the immortals if they know how to find the super divine water. In fact, Broly came to Carlinta for two purposes. The first is fairy beans, and the second is super divine water. Unlike super holy water, which is just an ordinary bottle of water, super god water is a magical water that truly has the effect of exploring potential. In previous lives, Dragon Ball fans have always had great controversy about super god water, and one side believes that super god water is a well-deserved god water that can awaken potential and continuously increase potential. The other party felt that the super god water was just a prop specially created by Old Bird in order for Sun Wukong to defeat Bike. But the only thing that can be recognized by both parties is that the super god water is really highly toxic, causing Goku to be much less immune than other Saiyans after taking the super god water. And super god water and gravity training and realm king fist, each of which will cause a serious burden on the body, and Goku often does this. After doing it, he did not take good care of his body, which led to the fact that only Goku, a Saiyan, suffered from viral heart disease. Therefore, Sun Wukong's heart disease in the future is not unrelated to taking super god water when he was young. Super divine water is indeed a divine water with incredible power, but it is also highly toxic. Although after drinking and successfully surviving can stimulate potential, for the sake of you and me working together happily for the first time and for the sake of happy cooperation in the future, I secretly give you a piece of advice. It is best not to drink that thing as a last resort, and even if you survive after drinking that thing, it is not all for nothing. The toxicity of super divine water will lurk in the body and slowly breed until the day of the outbreak. The strangest thing is that this toxin itself is not the kind of toxin that is harmful to the human body, but it is equivalent to the existence of a large supplement for substances harmful to the body in the human body, so no one knows which germs in the body will provide nutrients after the toxicity. Once it is absorbed by a certain germ in the body and has an incurable disease, it is troublesome. It may be that Broly will become his long-term supply customer in the future, for fear that Broly will not think of drinking Chao Shen water for a while, and the cat immortal quickly told Broly about the disadvantages of super god water. Fortunately, as the cat immortal thought, Broly's brows furrowed tightly after hearing this, although the poisonous god horse was not okay with himself, but after thinking about it, Broly was relieved. With the terrifying potential he possessed and the terrifying physique of the legendary super race, as well as the demon light that was strengthening his potential and combat power every moment. There was no shortage of this super divine water. So he nodded his head to the cat fairy as a thank you, and then said goodbye to the cat fairy and returned to the western capital. After returning to the western capital, Broly began to prepare for his last thing in the early stages of Dragon Ball, and when he was done, he would no longer have to run around the world. I also have time to accompany my second daughter more. In this way, after accompanying the second daughter for a week, he once again embarked on a new goal: the King of the Northern Realm. That's right, it's the planet where the Northern Realm King who gave the King of the Goku Realm Fist and the Yuan Chi Bomb is located. As for why go to the Northern King? It's very simple. Broly is also ready to try to see if he can learn these two skills. The price of these two skills in the system mall is 50,000 points, the two together is 100,000, and the flawless teleportation is also at this price. So for these 100,000 points, Broly is ready to try to see if he can fool from this Northern Realm King who likes to listen to cold jokes. At this time, Broly found the diviner mother-in-law again and asked to take him to the prefecture to meet King Yan. The divination mother-in-law originally disagreed, but she couldn't resist Broly's offensive of not bad money, and then she also threw it away. Well, a lot more temperance than the turtle immortals. Little ghost, don't talk nonsense when you get to the prefecture, and don't say that I helped you enter the prefecture, but I risked the risk of being punished by King Yan Luo to make an exception to help you only this time. If you are driven out, don't be looking for me to help. The divination mother-in-law looked like I was forced, not because of the expression of money. It's okay, as long as the divination mother-in-law helps me enter the prefecture, the rest will be handed over to me. Broly swore with a look of conviction. In fact, in order to get through the relationship, Broly had already gone to the gods of heaven and asked him to write a letter of recommendation to King Yanluo, but how to enter the Hell House for living people, the gods said that they could not help. Even if the recommendation letter doesn't work, it doesn't matter, Broly has teleportation, and can enter the underground mansion with various chi at any time, so there is this scene. King Yanluo learned that it was recommended by the gods, and did not say much, but just instructed some matters about the snake path, so he opened the drawer and let Broly enter. Broly, who was ready to break in, breathed a sigh of relief. Since there is no one on the snake road, teleportation cannot be moved to a place where no one is there, which also makes Broly give up the idea of using teleportation to shuttle back and forth between the snake road and Boomer's house. After all, he didn't have the patience of Sun Wukong, and he actually ran on the snake road for half a year. Although he now far surpasses the strength of the original Monkey King, coupled with the art of dancing the void, he will not be able to meet Boomer and them for at least quite a while. No way, honestly asked Urha if there was any good way. Sure enough, with the help of Urha, Broly really found a very practical and reasonable exchange item in the system wall. Positioning flag. This item is a consumable. 100 points can be used 10 times, 900 points can be used 100 times, 8,000 points can be used 1,000 times, and 50,000 points can be used indefinitely. This guide flag can locate a total of 3 locations. The location is not limited to the Earth. If all 3 positioning locations are located and want to locate a new place, you need to specify and cancel a location that has been located before you can locate it again. The method of use is to integrate the gas into the guide flag. You can sense the place that has been located and teleport, similar to teleportation. Note: if you are about to run out of guide flags with consumption times and do not want to reposition, you can spend points to replenish the number of times. You can choose from the above 4 times, the cost is unchanged, and the original remaining number can be added after the new number of times. Broly decisively chose to redeem 100 points, and what he bought was a palm-sized guide flag. Use it for the time being, wait for the points to save enough 50,000 points, directly upgrade the teleportation, that is, the kind of Jebit God, but much stronger in all aspects, such as sensing gas or location much faster, releasing speed, etc., which is much more convenient than this guide flag. In this way, Broly flew along the snake path to the planet, and when he was tired of flying, he set the coordinates. Then teleported back to Boomer's house, prodded Lankai from time to time, and after resting, he used the guide flag to return to the snake road and continue to fly towards the realm of King Star. In this way, it lasted for more than a month and finally saw the realm king at the end of the snake road. P.S. Explain why the protagonist arrived at the realm in just over a month. In the original work, Sun Wukong ran from the Snake Road to the world of King and used it for half a year, that is, 6 months. But the protagonist only used it for more than a month, which has 2 reasons. 1. The protagonist's strength at this time is much stronger than when Sun Wukong ran the Snake Road for the first time. 2. The protagonist is flying, and in the original work, Sun Wukong is used to run, and the Snake Road is not a straight line, but presents an irregular curve, so the protagonist can directly fly to the Boundary King according to the law of the shortest straight line between 2 points, which can be at least 1/3 less than Sun Wukong. This is still going home from time to time to provoke the sister to delay time, otherwise it will be faster. However, one thing that made Broly very puzzled in his previous life was that Goku once fell off the snake path when he went to the realm of King, and then ran back from Hades' drawer. But why didn't he jump straight off the snake path when he returned? Wouldn't that be much faster than running from the realm king to the other side of the snake path? And those Dragon Ball warriors don't have to die either. Chapter 020. Looking at the planet in front of him that didn't seem to be as big as the Boomer Manor, Broly really didn't know how the king of the Northern Realm passed the time. When Broly arrived at the planet, he suddenly felt his body sink and was almost crushed. Of course, the gravity of 10 times that of Earth was acceptable for Broly, and he could adapt to it in about half a day at most. But the problem is that Broly is still wearing a weight-bearing suit, and after stacking, pressing, Broly weighed thousands of kilograms and was still scattered throughout his body. The pressure under 10 times the gravity is not just the weight plus the weight of the training suit multiplied by 10. Just as Broly was trying to adapt to the terrifying pressure on his body, a person with 2 antennas on his head, blue skin, wearing a pair of small black sunglasses, wearing a Realm King uniform, the one with the highest popularity and appearance among the 5 Realm Kings, including the Great Realm King, the little fat Northern Realm King who was driving his car, slowly stopped beside Broly. "Who are you? Did you come to race with me?" The King of the Northern Realm looked at Broly, who was bouncing up and down in place, and asked as he got out of the car. Broly always had an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he looked at the King of the Northern Realm standing in front of him, which made Broly's mind involuntarily think of the protagonist of a famous suspenseful reasoning drama in a previous life. "Well, book friends, what do you think? Gee, what should I think of to get the King of the Northern Realm to teach me his skills?" Broly thought to himself. Recalling the cold joke told by Goku to the King of the Northern Realm in the original book, Broly suddenly became clever, feeling that the whole person was not good. The corner of Broly's mouth twitched. Such a humiliating thing cannot be done to death, even if you can't learn the Realm King Fist and the Yuan Chi Bomb, it doesn't matter, it's a big deal to wait for enough points to save and directly exchange them from the system. What racing? I came to learn from the King of the Northern Realm, besides, you are so small here, and there is only one lane, what if you rear-end when racing? At that time, not only will the rear end be chased, but even the people will be thrown out. Broly pouted, this may be really big. Rear end while racing? Throwing someone off after a rear end collision? The King of the Northern Realm suddenly looked shocked, repeated the last 2 sentences, and then, his face was flushed, and then he really couldn't hold it back, and began to laugh all over the ground. Looking at the King of the North Realm rolling on the ground with a smile, it made Broly so embarrassed to watch, and Broly was also lying in the groove. This cold joke is not funny at all. Broly was also drunk when he thought about it, and the laughter of the King of the Northern Realm was really low. Well, IQ and EQ are not normal. Sometimes Broly wondered how this King of the Northern Realm became the King of the Upper Realm. "Young man, you are very promising, why don't you let me guide you and learn the supreme joke meaning with me?" The King of the Northern Realm looked like he was in love, and he didn't know that he thought that the good teacher had met Hao Puyu. Originally, hearing the first half of the Northern Realm King's sentence, Broly was quite happy. Thinking that as long as he guided me to practice, was he afraid that he would not be able to retrieve those 2 skills? Who knew that Broly almost vomited blood when he heard the last sentence? Let's not learn the joke, well, this learning is too spiritual, I ask myself if I can learn it, or learn martial arts practice with you in the Realm King. Really, why didn't you make it clear just now? Well, look at the 2 jokes you just told are the funniest jokes I've ever heard, I'll guide you to practice for a while. Although in the original work, the 4 Realm Kings have always seemed to give people a very inconspicuous feeling of combat effectiveness, and even the Northern Realm King said at the beginning of Z that Vegeta and Nappa, who are about to arrive on Earth, are stronger than themselves. However, Broly also listened casually. The King of the Northern Realm is famous for being black, and whoever believes in who is a fool is a fool. For now, Broly did not dare to underestimate this unassuming King of the Northern Realm. Because, Broly knew that Bojack was an unknown planet that was jointly sealed at the end of the galaxy by the kings of the East, West, South, and North. But in the Shailu plot, because Goku brought Shailu, who was about to self-detonate, to the Northern King Star, the Northern King was killed. Then because of the death of the King of the Northern Realm, Bojack broke the seal and escaped. As for Bojack, this house has appeared in several theatrical versions, especially the theatrical version of Galaxy Facing Crisis, where Bojack exists as a big boss. As Super 1 full power, Vegeta and Gohan couldn't do this, and in the end, Gohan turned into Super 2 with Goku's help and encouragement to kill this fight. In terms of strength, this house is definitely not worse than the complete Shailu, perhaps a little stronger than Shailu. The strength should be between Super 1 and Super 2, very close to the appearance of Super 2. Then, thinking about the extremely terrifying question, this kind of strength that can be comparable to complete body Shuru was actually sealed by the 4 Realm Kings. How bad can the strength of these 4 Realm Kings be? What's more, he created the King of the Northern Realm who created the 2 divine techniques that Sun Wukong used from the beginning of Z to the end of GT to the end of Dragon Ball Super before he was eliminated. God knows how much his true strength really is. P.S. Since this is said, Xiao He will tell you about the direction of the plot after Z. Next, Xiao He should arrange an opponent for the protagonist, and the protagonist's strength will soon begin to explode. The plot is still mainly based on the main film, but Xiao He is ready to intersperse and join the theatrical version as an aid. Although the theatrical version is a story that takes place in a parallel universe, here Xiao He wants to make changes, try it, and combine the plot of the theatrical version with the plot of the main film, that is, the characters and plots that will only appear in the theatrical version will appear in the time and space where the protagonist is located. Hopefully, this change will bring you a well, forget it, if only everyone didn't hate it. Broly practiced in the Northern King for about 4 months, of course, during these 4 months of practice, Broly used teleportation from time to time to return to the Western capital to visit his second daughter. And each time he stayed for a short time and returned to the King of the Realm again. At the end of 4 months of practice, Broly returned to the Western capital. Without him, because Broly's learning speed and strength growth are really amazing. When he first began to adapt to the gravity of the planet, Broly resolutely did not take off his weight-bearing suit, and as a result, he adapted to it for 3 days before the situation improved slightly. At first, like Goku, he also caught the 2 pets of the Realm King, but the task given to Broly by the Northern Realm King was to catch 2 pets at once within a specified time. From not even touching at the beginning, to completing the task in the next few seconds. In the last month, Broly finally learned the 2 most proud skills in the life of the Northern Realm King, the Realm King Fist and the Yuan Chi Bullet. When Broly is proficient in using both skills in combat, the King of the Northern Realm said that he had nothing left to teach, and the only thing left was to rely on himself. Before parting, Broly bowed to the King of the Northern Realm sincerely, thanking the King of the Northern Realm for guiding him unreservedly and imparting skills. Then he bid farewell to the King of the Northern Realm and returned to the Western capital. In fact, Broly didn't know that the King of the Northern Realm began to pay attention to Broly when he was not yet in the Realm King, and as the King of the Realm, he could easily use the antenna above his head to feel Broly's pure determination to pursue stronger and the terrifying potential in his body. Immediately, a heart of love arose, and even if it weren't for Broly's unintentional words that made the King of the Northern Realm laugh, the King of the Northern Realm would have taught Broly's practice. P.S. The Realm King Fist that the protagonist learns will be of great use in the later stage, and I ask all friends who see this book to give a collection. Chapter 021. P.S. Xiao He doesn't ask for anything, just ask for a collection. After returning to the Western capital, Broly did not run around again this time, but spent 5 years peacefully with Boomer and Lankai. 5 years later, Broly is almost 18 years old, and in these 5 years, Boomer seems to have sensed something wrong between Broly and Lankai in the first 2 or 3 months, but I don't know whether it is out of feelings for Broly's already inextricable feelings, Lankai's unfortunate encounter and friendship that has grown over time, or both. In short, Boomer acquiesced to all this, accommodated Broly, and allowed Broly to finally succeed in taking Lankai after a year, of course, just to confirm the relationship, not the kind of thing you think. Of course, Broly knew what kind of affection Boomer had for him, and it was a great sacrifice for him, and agreed to share his man with other women, because Boomer knew that he could not do without this little man. This made Broly deeply moved by Boomer and feel more and more pity for Boomer in his heart, wrapping Boomer's developed bumpy body, and swearing in his heart, no matter what happens in the future, in Broly's heart, Boomer, you will always be the first, except me, no one can bully you. In the past 5 years, Broly has flirted with her sisters every day, such as once Lankai changed back to a violent yellow-haired state because of a sneeze, which startled Boomer and almost demolished Boomer's house, and after being cleaned up by the unbearable Broly, the yellow-haired Lankai finally quieted down, staring at Broly with shameful eyes, as if to spew fire. In the future, as long as Lan Chi in the yellow-haired state, every time she makes a fuss, she will be cleaned up by Broly. Every time after cleaning up the yellow-haired Lankai, Broly always sighed, Lankai's buttocks. The ministry and the Xiong department seem to have developed a lot more than the last time. I don't know if the yellow-haired Lankai has a tendency to shake M, the more violent Broly is to her, the more excited she is, and several times Broly found that this girl was absolutely sabotaged, in order to attract Broly to punish her. In addition to his daily flirtation, Broly spent the rest of his time exercising his body almost all the time, and since returning from Emerald 5 years ago, he has spent a week warming up his slightly damaged body due to the weight to adapt to the gravity of Verkum. Then in the past 5 years, the intensity and endurance of deliberate exercise have been made, and now Broly's body is terrifyingly strong. Broly has spent almost all of his time in the past 5 years on the intensity of exercising his body. Even the colorless energy decomposed by the demon light is used to warm and polish the strength of the body, although he has not deliberately improved his strength, but due to the extreme terrifying strength, endurance, ability to resist blows, and vigorous chi and blood and strong physique, Broly's combat effectiveness at this time has also reached an astonishing 9,000 upwards, and another 1,000 can reach 10,000, awakening the legendary super race bloodline. This is still the 9,000 combat power achieved under Broly's intentional suppression, because Broly's combat power will not exceed 10,000 for the time being under the suggestion of Urha. It was decided to exercise the body to the limit first, and then changed 10 large nerve tree fruits. And after replenishing the energy associated with the legendary KSI that was absorbed by the system and seriously fell into a deep sleep, he was ready to awaken the bloodline. In this way, the accumulation is extreme, and when the combat power reaches 10,000, the day the bloodline awakens is when Broly rises. At that time, Broly's strength will erupt like a volcano, and he can completely control the violent force brought by the bloodline that belongs to the legendary super race. P.S. There is only one chapter today, and the card couldn't come out of a few words for half a day in the early hours of last night, and then I found the reason, because I couldn't remember many details in the anime, and I wrote it until almost 2 o'clock before the code came out, about 1,000 words. So Blackie has to take a little time every day to relieve the Dragon Ball in its entirety. The following is because the code can't come out, so Rong Xiaohei don't have to make up the word count, otherwise it's only 1,000 words, and it's embarrassing if you don't upload it. Let's talk about why the protagonist attaches so much importance to physical fitness. This path is what the protagonist will take in the future. As for why Broly attaches so much importance to the intensity of exercising in all aspects of the body without improving his strength, Broly found a few things after summarizing the original work he had read in his previous life. First of all, it is the Ji King Fist that has been learned. The Ji King Fist has very high requirements for physical quality, but the requirements for potential are not high, mainly depending on the user's physical endurance, the higher the multiple of the Ji King Fist. However, if you forcibly use the Realm King Fist that exceeds the user's physical capacity by too much, your body will collapse. For example, Vegeta descended on Earth and forcibly used the Realm King Fist to fight against the Monkey King. Therefore, the King of Realm Fist is a physical fitness to drive combat effectiveness, mainly only has strict requirements for physical fitness, and does not have great requirements for potential. And the increase in combat power obtained by transforming into a Super Saiyan does not actually mean that the original combat power has reached this point. This is only a part of the terrifying potential in the body can be released in advance, and the further back the transformation form, the more potential is released. Therefore, there is a division of Super 1, Super 2, Super 3, the higher the basic combat effectiveness, and the greater the potential, the more increase after transformation. However, after transforming into a super game, it is very physically consuming. Strictly speaking, the super race form can be regarded as a kind of buff, which is time limited, and once it is hit hard, it will be played out of this state. However, Scions can extend this buff indefinitely after rigorous physical exercise. For example, in the original work, in order to fight against Shailu, Sun Wukong's father and son maintained a super race form until they adapted to the spiritual time house cultivation. This is also very demanding for physical fitness, but once fully adapted, this state is the strongest state of Super Race 1, even if it reaches the most ideal Super Race state, which is called Super Race 1 Full Power. The advantage of full power is that it overcomes the weakness of the general super race in the battle with large physical exertion, can maximize the potential combat power of the super race, and avoids the energy loss that ordinary super race will produce even if it does not fight, and it is calmer. There is a detail in the original book that the normal little Trunks who trained with Vegeta in the gravity room could not adapt to the gravity of 150G, and easily adapted after becoming overtaken. This shows that the potential released by the transformation super race not only increases the combat effectiveness, but also increases some of the endurance. Then it can be launched. After the development of the potential, the combat effectiveness increases significantly, and the endurance will increase accordingly by a part. But this part of the bearing power directly bears the burden on the body after the transformation super competition, and it is definitely necessary to pay some price for releasing a part of the potential in advance to greatly improve the combat power, that is, the burden on the body. Therefore, super competition is potential to drive combat effectiveness, although there are strict requirements for potential, but there are also certain requirements for the body, such as when Sun Wukong's father and son practiced in the Spirit Time House, Sun Gohan also successfully transformed into a super race for the first time at that time, and also had to rely on anger to temporarily ignore the burden on the body during transformation to transform successfully, but it also succeeded for a few seconds and was tired of shock, which is the reason why the physical fitness is not up to standard, although it can transform into a super race, but the physical strength is huge. Secondly, the two children of Wushan and Trance can transform at about 7 or 8 years old. On the one hand, after their fathers are successfully transformed into super competitions, their mothers are pregnant with them, congenital genes are good, and they can grow quickly without much cultivation, until they reach the point where they can transform into super competitions. Secondly, Trunks can walk under the gravity of 150G, and his physical fitness and basic combat power have also reached the conditions for transforming into a super race, so he can transform, and Sun Wushan's situation is similar. As for why you want to transform into a super competition with a minimum combat power of 100W requirements, in fact, it is also related to physical fitness. When the combat power reaches 100W, the physical fitness also follows to a certain extent, and the potential has also accumulated to a certain extent, meeting the minimum requirements of the transformation super competition, but it is also extremely difficult to transform into a super competition, and it is necessary to have the ultimate anger guidance to be able to transform successfully. Sun Wukong is because of Klin's death. Vegeta is because he is a Scion Prince but has always lagged behind with Sun Wukong, with his own pride. Pride couldn't accept it, and his extreme anger turned into himself. Sun Wuhan Chao was based on imagination for a while, and Chao too was stimulated by the death of artificial man number 16 and transformed in anger. It can be said that the first batch of Scions at that time almost all successfully transformed with anger. And when the combat power reaches the level of 1000W after a long period of cultivation, the upper limit of the strength that the body can withstand becomes larger, and the physical fitness and potential are not the same as when it is 100W, so it is easy to transform successfully without much anger guidance. This is a blessing for the second or third generation of Super Sai other than Gohan. Sharp. But in Z, after the mysterious Gohan was exploited by the old world king god, it became easy to understand that he did not transform into a super race, and potential equals combat power plus endurance. The potential has been fully stimulated, naturally there is no need to transform into a super race, as for many people who have said that Mystic Gohan has no potential, so he cannot transform into a super race. In fact, it is not for this reason, because the potential has been fully released. Even if it transforms, it can't release much potential, and under normal conditions, it can reach the strongest combat power. Why waste more physical strength to transform into a super competition? To sum up, if you want to transform into a super race, you need 4 conditions: combat effectiveness, potential, physical fitness, and anger. Indispensable. Especially anger. The Saiyan race is very special. The more angry it is, the more terrifying the combat effectiveness is improved. You can imagine the importance of anger to the Saiyan race. Even Broly has always retained the anger catalyzed by the demon light, which may be useful in the future. Although it also requires a certain physical fitness to transform into a super match, it is not like the King of Realm boxing, which almost completely depends on the physical quality to determine the combat effectiveness. As for why Sun Wukong almost didn't stack and use the Realm King Fist in the case of the super competition? In Broly's opinion, Sun Wukong's burden on his body after transforming into a super match is already quite large, so in the superposition of the Realm King Fist, the body will directly collapse. Therefore, in the entire Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong only used the Realm King Fist superimposed on him in the state of the super match a few times. First of all, in Dragon Ball Z, when Goku fought Ribs Rice in the Jifu martial arts battle, because the Super 1 full power Son Goku was no match for Ribs Rice, he used the Kai Wang Fist in the super match form, and after using it, he knocked the Ribs Rice away, and it only took a moment to take it with only one scene in the anime. Goku transforms into a super tournament form, using the King of Realm Fist and only once in the entire Dragon Ball Z. And in Dragon Ball Super, because Hith in the 6th universe is too powerful, Goku uses the 10X Realm King Fist in order to defeat him in the Super Sai God Blue state, but after the battle, Sun Wukong's body begins to collapse a little. As for why this is the case? Or the physical fitness cannot support so much burden. Under Broly's speculation, as long as the physical strength is strong enough, it is not impossible to superimpose 100 times the use of the Realm King Fist in the state of the Saiyan God. Therefore, the reason why Broly attaches so much importance to exercising physical fitness is because he has a goal, that is, to superimpose the Super King Fist in the super match state. Think about it, in the state of super match 1 full power continues to superimpose 10 times the Realm King Fist. At this time the super match 1 increases the combat power by 50 times, and on this basis, it increases the combat power of the Realm King Fist by 10 times. Isn't it 500 times the combat power in the normal state? It must be known that the combat power increased by Super Match 2 is 100 times that under normal conditions, and the combat power increased by Super Match 3 is 400 times that under normal conditions. What's more, in Broly's mode of opening the legendary super competition, and then superimposing the use of the Realm King Fist, you can reach 1000 times the normal when you can Super Match 1, and you can simply hang the Monkey King of Super Tournament 3, of course, this is in the case of Broly's unlimited potential. As for the potential, does the legendary super match lack this thing? Of course, the above is just Broly's imagination, not to mention the continuous superposition of 10 times the Realm King Fist under the super match, just to say that the continuous superposition of twice is out of reach of Broly. Twice superimposed Realm King boxing. Broly estimated that when he surpassed the first match, with his physical fitness, he could still stick to it for a short time, and his body would collapse after a long time. But Broly can already see hope. As long as his persistent exercise increases physical strength, hanging Super Race 3 at Super Race 1 is indeed not an unattainable dream. P.S. Well, although the above is just Xiao He making some reliable guesses, by the way, make up the word count. Of course, the above description is only the foreshadowing that Xiao He as the protagonist can use the legendary Super Race 1 to beat ordinary Super Race 2 or even Super Race 3. I hope that the majority of Dragon Ball fans will not spray me if they don't agree or dislike it. Xiao He's heart is like glass, very brittle. In addition, the Z plot is about to begin, the protagonist's opponent is about to appear, and Xiao He's long-awaited fight scene is finally about to appear. I believe that all the book friends and brothers are the same. Well, there will be 3 waves of enemies that will arrive on Earth separately, both in the main plot and in the theatrical version. Chapter 022. P.S. I beg all book friends to give a collection. Ask for support. So, when Broly was about to polish his physical strength to the limit, about 2 years passed again. At this time, Broly's strength had been suppressed to the limit, and he only barely broke through to 10,000. This also makes Broly extremely hard to suppress in the past 2 years. However, Broly felt that everything was worth it, because his physical strength, his spiritual power, his potential and heritage, everything was cultivated to the extreme by Broly. At this time, Broly felt that he could no longer suppress the increase in strength, so he stepped out and disappeared in the cultivation room, appearing on the snake path that had been positioned with the guide flag. Because Broly is not sure what unpredictable consequences will occur after his bloodline awakens, in case he does not control his chi when his bloodline awakens, and destroys the earth too miserably, Broly is not in the mood to collect the dragon beads to make a wish. Seeing that there were still more than 10 points to reach 10,000 combat power, Broly stuffed a small nerve tree fruit into his mouth, and then slowly controlled the energy that the fruit turned into the long-sleeping bloodline. During this period, Broly once again suppressed his strength and slowly rose point by point. Finally, when his combat power reached 9,999, he could no longer suppress it, and Broly saw that he had polished himself to the extreme, so Broly suddenly withdrew all his suppression. Just listening to the boom, Broly's body erupted with a shining golden flame, and the golden flame that erupted soared into the sky, blowing Broly's long hair into the sky. The blood in Broly's body was flowing and boiling at an accelerated pace, and Broly seemed to have an illusion that he sensed cheers and joy from the depths of his blood, as if to vent its awakening. At the same time, all the scions who were still alive, including Sun Wukong, felt a tremor in their bodies at the same time, which was not their intention. It seemed that deep in their bodies, there was a force trembling. The trembling thus affected them, and it was the respect and submission of the Scion bloodline to the king. Of course, the golden aura that erupted on Broly's body was not Broly's transformation into KSI, but the vision caused by the long-dormant legendary KSI's bloodline awakening. At this time, Broly's strength that had been suppressed for 5 years increased rapidly with the awakening of the bloodline, 10,000, 13,000, 17,000, 24,000, 28,000 until it reached 30,000. Broly suppressed the growth of strength again, and instead used the unconsumed power of the bloodline to improve the strength of the body. Until this power was consumed, Broly's strength stabilized again at 35,000, and his physical fitness reached the limit again, and he wanted to improve only when his combat power increased again before he could continue to refine his body to improve his physical strength. After that, Broly can be regarded as a trapped dragon ascending to heaven, and he can focus on the strength of cultivating his body without bothering to find time to improve his own battle. Because the legendary super race can automatically improve its strength every moment, even if most of the energy that automatically improves the strength of the legendary super race every moment is pumped out of the body refining. There is no need to worry that its combat power cannot keep up, even if it is a small part of the energy. The speed of combat power improvement is extremely considerable. In the 7 years of Broly's retreat and cultivation, Sun Wukong still ran into several future Dragon Ball warriors and worshipped under the Turtle Immortal because of the plot that was automatically corrected by the world. When the Vic Great Demon King was unsealed, when Sun Wukong drank the super god water in order to eliminate the Vic Great Devil King, because of the reasons that Broly had told him a long time ago, the Turtle Immortals did not intend to sacrifice their lives to use the magic seal wave. After destroying the Great Demon King Bike, Goku returned after 3 years of cultivation with the Tenjin and spared the newborn Vic at the 23rd First Martial Arts Meeting under Heaven. Just 3 years ago, for a while, the Vic Great Demon King almost reached the western capital once, and made Broly, who had been practicing in seclusion and had no time to ignore the Vic Great Devil, make a move. It was also that time that Broly casually slapped the Vic Great Demon dying, and taught the Vic Great Demon a good lesson. Shocked in Bike's heart, Broly didn't mind it. Anyway, this Vic generation wouldn't live long. What Broly didn't expect was that when he was about to hold a wedding, Sun Wukong actually sent him an invitation. None of this mattered, the important thing was that the invitation was written that Sun Wukong was going to get married. This made Broly not slow down all of a sudden. Who did he marry? Later, on the day of Goku's wedding, Broly also held a wedding with Boomer's 4 daughters, and the 2 weddings were held together. Broly also learned from Goku. It seems that Goku also inadvertently saved a rich family named Parisa, but this rich family Kyunjin fell in love at first sight with Goku, a 2/3 rich and handsome lifesaver, fell in love with Goku, and wanted to marry Goku to repay the life-saving grace. Goku, an emotional idiot, naturally didn't know what the word marriage meant, so he agreed in confusion. Broly thought to himself, it's better to marry a rich family in this way than to put all the family burden on Kiki alone in the original book. It's no wonder that Kiki in the original book always complains that Goku doesn't care about home. How many women can there be in reality who can persevere under such a burden? I just don't know if in the future, in such a situation of solid family and rich life, without Kiki's forced education, will the Gohan born in the future concentrate on martial arts, and how many achievements will there be in the future? Chapter 023. More than 3 months have passed since Broly married the 4 daughters of Boomer, excluding the 2 months after marriage. The rest of the time Broly has all been used for cultivation, and under his intentional suppression, his strength has reached 8W. That's right, in the case of awakening the legendary Super Sai bloodline, it reached about 8W, mainly because Broly sucked away part of the legendary KSI energy that improved his strength every moment to refine the body, and the other part returned to the depths of the bloodline to cultivate the bloodline. Of course, Broly did this on purpose, and Broly always felt that he could use this energy to quickly improve his strength in the early stage without laying a foundation, although he could achieve unparalleled combat power in the early stage and sweep everything. But it is not good for his future growth, and he wants to reach the level of the God of Destruction. Here refers to the realm, not combat power. It will be very troublesome, and it will even take the method mentioned by Shenlong in God and God to get the energy of the other 5 scions to converge on the 6th scion to succeed. How could the arrogant Broly be willing to use this method of borrowing the power of others to improve his strength, so he could only sacrifice some time in the early stage to lay a solid foundation? Broly prefers to fight against strong enemies rather than practice alone. According to Broly's speculation, in doing so, although the strength is improving slowly, when his strength is getting stronger and stronger. Legend has it that the bloodline energy of the super race will grow stronger and stronger, and the energy that is increased every moment after it grows will increase accordingly. There will be more energy and faster speed refining, and the time saved can improve the combat power, so as to enter a virtuous circle. As long as it reaches 1000W in this way, he will naturally transform into a Super Saiyan, and he will not have to be so deliberately suppressed, because at that time, he can directly fix himself in the state of Super 1 full power. As long as you can transform into a super match, you can make maximum use of the bloodline of the legendary super competition, and you only need to divide a part of the energy refining body while your strength continues to increase, as long as you can ensure that the strength of your body can keep up at any time, and you can continue to bear the double burden brought by the super match superimposed Realm King Fist. At this moment, Urha, who had been sleeping for a long time without incident, woke up again and bubbled. Ding! the system releases 1/6 of the continuous mission, defeats 3 scions who are about to arrive on Earth, and the next mission will be automatically triggered after completing the mission. The first ring mission completion reward, 1 nerve tree fruit each for large, medium, and small ones, 20,000 points. Rewards for completing the first 3 ring missions, Gene Improvement Elixir *10, 50,000 points. All mission chains complete mission rewards, teleportation increases by 1 level and points 100,000 points. It should be Vegeta and the surviving scions. Well, this plot time seems to be much earlier, and the rewards are also very rich. Especially teleportation, another level up to the level of Jebet God. But is this Z plot finally about to begin? Then strong enemies will appear in the future. That being said, Broly was really excited, and he already felt his body start to move with excitement. God knows how hard Broly has endured in the past 10 years, as a warlike scion, or a scion with a legendary Super Saiyan physique. Broly, who is affected by his bloodline, does not reject this belligerent character at all, on the contrary, his enthusiasm for fighting is unparalleled. But then again, when the time comes, will Vegeta keep him alive? If he kills, the later plot will be a little boring. For Vegeta before and after the beginning of the plot of Majin Buu and Z, Broly has a very contradictory view of him, which is simply extremely two-sided. Before the beginning of Buu's plot, he looked down on Vegeta, and shortly after he first arrived on Earth, he personally killed his subordinate Nappa, who had followed him since childhood. When encountering a strong enemy that cannot be defeated, it is easy to lose fighting spirit and breed despair, but there is a breakthrough in strength, but it begins to be extremely arrogant, but every time it is pretending that he will be slapped in the face soon, and then lose his fighting spirit again, worthy of the name of Tragic Tower. But after the Majin Buu plot, Vegeta's mentality has a reversal, and the second tier is when Vegeta decides to sacrifice himself and die with Majin Buu. At that time, Vegeta very unusually hugged Trunks, which he had never hugged, and Bike's desire to speak, as well as the nostalgic glimpse into the distance before dying, all announced that the past Vegeta was history. It can be said that Vegeta is the most successful supporting character in Dragon Ball, deliberately manipulated by the magician Babadai, but with his own depth. Scion Prince into the bone marrow. Arrogant, abruptly out of control, just to find a suitable excuse to fight with Sun Wukong. When he fought against Goku, he still did not forget to say that he hated himself, who was softened by his feelings, and he could say that he was very arrogant, but he knew in his heart that he actually enjoyed this kind of life, having family and friends. There are proud capitals, and there are coquettish objects. His relationship with Goku's fateful nemesis and fighting partner constantly pushes him forward. So Broly decided at this time that when the time came, it would be better to leave Vegeta alive, and if his hands itched in the future, he would go to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the two friends of Vegeta. Otherwise, there is no opponent who can fight with themselves, and they will really be suffocated. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, and one morning after January, Broly, who was practicing in the gravity room, suddenly stopped. Because Broly felt 3 powerful chi and rushed towards the Earth's atmosphere. At the same time, several Dragon Ball warriors, including Vic, who was trying to cultivate in an attempt to defeat Sun Wukong, arrived at the place where the 3 powerful auras landed at the same time. Chapter 024. P.S. I beg all book friends to give a collection. Ask for support. Just as the Dragon Ball warriors were on their way, they saw 3 space capsules rushing into the atmosphere, rushing towards the ground at great speed. When the Dragon Ball warriors arrived at the scene, the surrounding area that was still bustling was already in ruins. I saw 3 different figures, large, medium and small, wearing strange combat uniforms standing in the center of the ruins. In addition, all 3 wore a thin lens on their left eye, and most conspicuously, behind them, they all had a thick tail wrapped around their waist. Since Sun Wukong also learned about his own life and the legend of the scions from the gods, seeing the familiar tail, Sun Wukong probably guessed his relationship with the three people in front of him. Unlike the original, Raditz did not come alone this time, and was killed by Vic's magic light cannon with Monkey King, but came to Earth with Vegeta and Nappa. At this time, among the three scions opposite, a scion with long hair similar to Sun Wukong spoke. Kakarot, although you have grown up, I still recognize you at a glance, you really look exactly like our father. But look at what you've been doing all these years on Earth, and why are the humans who should have been destroyed by you still alive? The scions led by Vegeta asked Son Goku for news of the Dragon Ball, and they planned to use strong force to make them submit, and then inquired. At this time, Broly, who was far away in the western capital, naturally sensed the three scions who descended on the earth. After using the real eye to roughly understand the combat power of the three people, he found that the combat power of the three scions did not seem to be quite right. Of course, it is not weak but strong, and it is not 1 point or 2. For example, Raditz, at this time, he was still the weakest of the three scions, but even so, his surface combat power reached nearly 2,500 combat power. Vegeta and Nappa are also, originally supposed to have a maximum of 2W and 8,000 combat effectiveness, respectively. At this time they are almost doubled. Vegeta has reached a combat power of nearly 40,000, and Nappa is about 15,000. Moreover, this is all superficial combat power, and after the strength breaks out in battle, the combat power should be increased accordingly. Hey, ha 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 ha! It's so much fun! The butterfly effect? The corner of Broly's mouth hooked an evil smile, and the four women who knew Broly knew that this was the smile that Broly's blood was boiling and his fighting spirit soared. I don't know if it's because of his own crossing, he has guided Sun Wukong's practice for a long time, resulting in Sun Wukong's strength being much stronger than the original, and the strength of the three Vegeta is also much stronger than the original. But Broly didn't care, and was even more excited. I finally looked forward to an opponent with decent strength, and finally able to fight heartily. Yes, there is only one decent opponent in Broly's eyes, and that is Vegeta. And it is Vegeta after transforming into a giant ape, with the strength of Vegeta who has not transformed at present. Broly is really a little unlike. Just when Broly was excited, on the battlefield on the other side. In addition to Son Goku and Bike, several other Dragon Ball warriors are being abused. And the three of Vegeta looked condescendingly at these Dragon Ball warriors who were abused by the vegetable people, 2 vegetable men against Sun Wukong, 2 against Bic, and the remaining 2 joined forces to attack Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Klin, and Yamcha. In addition to Sun Wukong and Vic who fought evenly with the vegetable people, the other 4 Dragon Ball warriors were directly beaten by the 2 vegetable people. Because the 3 of Vegeta arrived on Earth more than 3 years earlier at this time, although Sun Wukong's strength was much stronger than the original because of Broly, he had reached 1,500 upward combat power at this time. But because he did not pass through the Snake Road to cultivate under the gravity of the Realm King, nor was he instructed by the Northern Realm King and practiced the Realm King Fist and the Yuan Chi Bomb, so at this time, Wukong could only have the upper hand in the fight between the 2 vegetable people, but he couldn't take the 2 vegetable people for a while. Not to mention the other Dragon Ball warriors, if the 3 of Vegeta did not come to Earth in advance, these vegetable people would not pose any threat, but 3 years in advance, these Dragon Ball warriors would only be hanged. But Vic is different. At this time, Vic, who temporarily joined forces with Sun Wukong and them because he was also threatened, became more and more anxious, but the vegetable people planted by the 3 scions were so difficult, you can imagine how strong those 3 scions will be. Especially the shortest scion in the middle of the 3, but with a proud and disdainful face, you can see how strong it is by looking at the respect of the other 2 scions. Thinking of this, Bike's heart became heavier. While being besieged by 2 vegetable people, I took the time to glance at Sun Wukong, and found that Sun Wukong was leisurely fighting with 2 vegetable people, feeling like competing in the world's first martial arts meeting, and there was no sense of crisis that the earth was about to be destroyed. With Sun Wukong's excited and comfortable expression, which made Bike's heart lie straight, seeing that Clin's Tianjin rice was about to be unable to support it, Vic couldn't bear it anymore. "Monkey King, you bastard, don't you see what time it is now? It's still so leisurely. The earth is about to be conquered, aren't you idiots worried at all?" "Who knows?" Sun Wukong, who heard Vic scolding, said like a child. "Onla, the earth must not be destroyed, because there is one person who has not yet made a move. That person didn't know what was delayed, and he hadn't come over until now. If he rushes over, I believe he will be able to solve this thorny problem." Listening to Sun Wukong's words, Vic secretly wondered in his heart, if he didn't know Sun Wukong's personality better, he would never believe it. Vic thought that maybe there are really people in this world who are stronger than Sun Wukong, otherwise Sun Wukong will never put hope on others, and will definitely carry this hope himself and fight to the end. Thinking of this, Vic became more and more curious, so he tilted the battlefield towards Sun Wukong, and asked out loud at the same time. "Monkey King, is there really someone stronger than you in this world? Who is he? Why haven't I heard of it? Well, wait. Could it be him? If it was really him, maybe he could really defeat these scions. P.S. Collect it. Ask for support." Chapter 025. P.S. I beg all book friends to give a collection. Ask for support. Because Broly's own strength is too strong, participating in the world's first martial arts meeting is simply bullying, and it is of little use to improve his own strength. Therefore, he did not participate in the world's first martial arts meeting for 3 consecutive times, and Vic really did not expect that there was such a person in this world at first. But suddenly, Vic suddenly saw a scene from the memory of the predecessor Vic Great Devil, and was immediately stunned, and was punched from the sky by the vegetable man. But Vic didn't care, because he saw a scene from the memory of the previous generation of Vic Great Devils. It was a terrifyingly strong person. This person also had a tail wrapped around his waist, and with just a wave of his hand, he almost shot the Vic Great Demon to death, and that person's gaze did not even look at the Vic Great Devil. Although angry, although unwilling, Vic had to admit that the man was really strong, and if he really made a move, at least the earth would not have to be destroyed. Just the picture he saw from his memory brought him heavier pressure than those 3 scions, and you can imagine how strong this person really is. "Hey, Bike! Do you know who he is? He has helped me a lot to be where I am today. He is really strong. I only learned from the Tenjin many years ago when I was training in the Karin Immortals and the Celestial Gods. It turns out that he has been there for years before me. And at that time, his strength had already surpassed the heavenly god, and now after so many years, I don't know what kind of point his strength has reached." Just as the two were talking, Clin and several people couldn't support it, but Sun Wukong and Vic were entangled by vegetable men and couldn't get out to rescue. Seeing that several people were about to be killed, I saw a spiral-shaped energy beam that was very similar to the magic light-killing cannon but had different twists and slammed into a vegetable man who was about to sneak up on him. Suddenly, with a boom, the vegetable man who was hit was blown to pieces. Stepping on, a sound of footsteps came. The smoke cleared, and a handsome and masculine man with a height of nearly 2 meters walked out. Glancing at the scene in front of him, he smiled softly. "Long time no see, Monkey King." "Yes, long time no see Broly. I knew you would come." When Sun Wukong saw Broly arrive, he no longer wasted his physical strength. Although Sun Wukong is belligerent, he is not an idiot, although he is also very unwilling in his heart, but he has to admit that even the vegetable man that the other party makes a drum cannot win, let alone the scion who is stronger than one. Which vegetable people saw that the Dragon Ball warriors withdrew from the battlefield one by one, and aimed at Broly, who had never moved. "Be careful, they're strong." Looking at Broly, who did not dodge, Clin couldn't help but shout at Broly. "Hey, is it strong?" Just when the vegetable's attack was about to fall on Broly, Broly's figure suddenly disappeared in place, and then appeared behind several vegetable. Bang! 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 5 sounds like eggs bursting sounded, and it turned out that when the 5 vegetable men were passed through them at a very fast speed, each of them received a dark punch created by Broly. On the surface, several vegetable people are quite complete, but the inside of the body has been bombarded by Broly's fist, and then the fist force broke through the bodies of several vegetable people from his body and killed him directly. This scene made everyone present, including the 3 scions, stunned, to say that it was nothing to kill 5 vegetable people at the same time in an instant, which Vegeta could also do. But a split second of kill, and even Vegeta not being able to see Broly's trajectory, is scary. At this time, the proud disdain on Vegeta's face, the strongest of the 3, had already been put away, and his confidence had begun to waver. Vegeta saw Broly's calm expressionless face, and her heart flooded with unease. Nappa, Raditz, kill him with me. At this time, Vegeta had long lost the mind to tease which Dragon Ball warriors, and although he didn't know where the uneasiness in his heart came from, he also decided to fight quickly. Looking at Broly in front of him, although he was like an ordinary person, he did not leak a little chi from all over his body, but this kind of suppression was what made the 3 of Vegeta irritable the most. Looking at the 3 Vegeta who rushed towards him, Broly's expression still did not change at all. Until the 3 of them were about to approach themselves, suddenly, Broly's chi burst out of the body without warning, and the powerful airflow instantly blew the 3 scions out. I know that high-level warriors can make artificial full moons by themselves, you better transform into giant apes, otherwise with your current combat strength, you will never be my opponent. If you don't change your body, don't say that I don't give you a chance when the time comes. You! This bastard! Vegeta will not lose to you. When Vegeta heard this, his hands clenched fiercely, and with Vegeta's pride imprinted in his soul, Broly's words were nothing less than a slap in the face. Bang! Vegeta, who flew towards Broly, flew out faster than just now, smashing the ground into a large hole. It's so powerful, I didn't expect that Broly was already so strong. Just now the movement trajectory called Vegeta I didn't see at all but was sent flying out at once. Broly's strength must be much stronger than him. Sun Wukong and Vic and others were watching the battle at this time, but they were severely stimulated by the strength of the 2 warring sides, especially Sun Wukong, who was full of regret at the moment, but such a powerful opponent was missed because of insufficient strength. Abominable! It's so teasing me. Vegeta was almost mad. The other party obviously had the strength to kill him with one blow, but he just knocked it away without hurting him. Although Vegeta was extremely angry, there was nothing he could do. He knew that Broly's strength was indeed far superior to him. Standing up, Vegeta did not attack Broly again this time, but a ball of light appeared in the palm of his right hand, which gathered a part of Vegeta's energy and was thrown into the sky. This ball of light instantly swelled into a small full moon in the sky, and under the influence of this artificial full moon, all 3 scions began to become giant apes. Looking at the 3 people who transformed into giant apes under the artificial moon, Broly stood there with his hands on his shoulders, did not stop it, and certainly did not disdain to stop it. He had used genetic potions to improve the defect of seeing the full moon transform, and he could control himself and not transform. However, Broly suddenly found that with the transformation of the 3 scions, his own blood also began to boil, and his powerful heart bang kept beating. P.S. Collect it. Ask for support. Chapter 026. P.S. I beg all book friends to give a collection. Ask for support. Broly suddenly found that with the transformation of the 3 scions, his own blood began to boil. Then, the combat effectiveness is also increasing, originally only about 8W combat effectiveness, has skyrocketed to about 24W before stopping. At this time, Broly suddenly realized that he had forgotten a reminder of the system at that time, that is, in the full moon state, he could control his unchanging giant ape, but his own strength would skyrocket twice on the original basis, and his strength after the surge was 3 times that of before. Originally, Broly thought that he could use all his strength to superimpose the Realm King Fist and fight with the 3 scions after transforming into giant apes, but he still miscalculated. Forget it, in the future, powerful enemies will emerge one after another. If it doesn't work this time, let's next time. Broly, although slightly disappointed, didn't pay much attention. After transforming into a giant ape, Vegeta's combat power is still more than double that of his current one, and he is barely a good opponent during this period. Broly, hey? I didn't notice it just now, but now I just found out that you are also our scion race. Well, I want to think. Yes, your father should be the low-level warrior of Paragus. Unexpectedly, as a low-level warrior, his son's strength was so terrifying. However, he is also an arrogant guy. If you didn't give us time to transform just now and directly killed the 3 of us, we wouldn't have much power to resist. But now, you'll regret it. With that, Nappa and Raditz rushed towards Broly again. Seeing that Broly did not have a tail, the 3 thought that he had pulled out his tail like Sun Wukong, but in fact, this was because Broly did not want others to misunderstand anything and wrapped it close to his waist. Go and die. Napana is like a hill. The hilly fist fell from the sky and smashed into Broly, but then, something happened that made the eyes of Nappa and the other 3 almost fall to the ground. What? That's impossible. I saw that Broly was not in a hurry, and with one hand up, he easily supported the fist of the giant ape Nappa's terrifying power. Nappa's left hand, which had gathered his whole body strength again, pressed against his right hand, but the fist and Broly under the fist seemed to be fixed, and he didn't move. Instantly, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Nappa's back, and he subconsciously wanted to withdraw his fist. But to Nappa's horror, his fist seemed to be nailed somewhere, sucking into Broly's palm. Nappa finally realized that the strength of this scion in front of him, who was supposedly also a low-level warrior, could never compete even after his transformation. Looking at Raditz, who wanted to gather energy to release Qigong waves on the side, Broly firmly sucked Nappa's fist with both hands and threw it to the right, throwing it around a few times, and then slammed into Raditz. Bang! The 2 huge bodies smashed together fiercely, and the violent collision instantly made the 2 lose their combat effectiveness. After watching Broly defeat the 2 in a second, a faint disdain and killing intent flashed in Vegeta's eyes, but there was no fear. Because Vegeta is too confident in his strength after being transformed into a giant ape, he is so confident that even if Frieza, normal, about 5-3W combat power, appears in front of him, he will be defeated by himself. Save me, Vegeta, help us. Moaning in pain on the sidelines, the groaning Nappa and Raditz asked Vegeta not far away for help. Of course I will save you so that you will not suffer any more. Looking at the 2 who were seriously injured not far from him, a strange light flashed in Vegeta's eyes. Just when the 2 turned their grateful gazes to Vegeta, go and die, the strength has skyrocketed so many times, I can't even hold out that guy's move, Vegeta doesn't need waste. Why, Vegeta? Seeing that Vegeta not only did not save the 2 of them, but instead sent a super magic mouth shelling from his mouth towards him, the unwilling roar of Nappa and Raditz resounded in the ears of Broly and Vegeta. Seeing this scene, Broly became more and more disgusted and contemptuous of Vegeta at this time. At this time, he is still a big enemy, even if he is conceited about himself, in front of the enemy, killing his subordinates who have been loyal to him since childhood, although they are not good people, but Broly asked himself, this kind of thing he will never do. Suddenly, Broly's heart moved. It turned out that he saw Raditz, who was also seriously injured, and wanted to struggle to get up and resist. Broly saw disbelief, unwillingness, and sadness in his eyes. Broly suddenly thought of a person. This is the scene he saw when he fled the planet Vegeta shortly after he was born, and that scene gave Broly a great shock when he was born a short time. It was also this person, although Broly did not know him, but what he did made Broly firm in his desire to avenge him. It was a scarred figure, wearing a blood-stained turban, and his combat clothes were tattered, but his eyes were still as sharp and unyielding as an eagle falcon, and his spine was still straight. It's a one-man pass, and there is no way to open it. With his own strength, the momentum is like a broken bamboo, breaking through the figure of Frisia's legion like entering no man's land. It was a figure who stood tall against the heavens and the earth, knowing that he would die, still righteous, still full of wildness, and the fire of fighting spirit burned all over his body. He is not a good person, it can even be said that he is full of evil. But he is heroic, strong, wild, and dares to resist. In the face of the death of his companions, he did not shed tears, he knew that tears were useless, and only with practical actions could he let his companions rest in peace. In the face of the serious injuries he suffered, he did not fall, he knew that he could not fall, and only with the determination of life and death could he try to fight fate. Faced with the separation from his son, he put all his feelings into the call before the explosion of planet Vegeta. In the face of the ridicule of his companions, he chose to go it alone. Broly always wanted to say, "This is a real man, a pure man. The eldest husband should be like that." Although Broly's strength at this time has surpassed him too much at that time, this does not affect Broly's admiration for him. He is the father of Raditz and the Monkey King, Bardock. Broly has always had kindness to the Monkey King, which can be said to have a lot to do with his father, because no matter how much Monkey King's personality looks, he is too similar to his father. Look down at his right hand, which is open with 5 fingers, and then clenched into a fist. A confident, wild smile appeared at the corner of Broly's mouth. Broly, who had been watching coldly, changed his mind, and he was able to escape from planet Vegeta thanks to Bardock attracting the attention of Frisia and others. Just for Bardock's face, Raditz must not die in front of him. P.S. Collect it. Ask for support. In addition, explain that the protagonist will not be the virgin. Chapter 027. P.S. I beg all book friends to give a collection. Ask for support. By the way, I recommend friends who have not read the chapter of Bardock to take a look. The author said that this one is indeed very burning, refractive. There are many problems we encounter in real society, and Bardock, as the protagonist, has greatly inspired the author. Looking at the super magic cannon that was about to hit him, the hearts of the Raditz duo were full of despair at this time. Just when they closed their eyes and were ready to die full of resentment, they found that there was no pain in their bodies. His closed eyes suddenly opened, and he found a figure that was not big in their eyes, but seemed to stand up to the sky, and used his left palm to block this killer blow. "Thank you. But why? Why save us? We are the enemy." After a long silence, Raditz finally couldn't help but ask. "Save? No, I don't care if you live or die, I just don't want you to die in front of me because of someone. If you have anything to thank, thank Bardock." Broly didn't twist his head, still not caring. Raditz thought of his father, his face full of complexity. "Bardock? Is it the father? Didn't he already die with the explosion of planet Vegeta? How did you know him?" Broly didn't answer. "Is Bardock dead?" "No. It's a pity that he can't travel through time and space. Bardock traveled to 1,000 years ago, not through cosmic barriers to another universe, otherwise he must meet the first Super Saiyan in the true sense of this era. Presumably, Sun Wukong's terrifying explosive potential is also inherited from his father." Not to mention Broly's musings here, Vegeta on the other side was even more angry. "Damn, it's you bastard again, who actually ruined Prince Ben's good deeds again. I'm going to kill you." As he spoke, he rushed towards Broly, smashing his fist at Broly, ignoring the 2 seriously injured Saiyans behind him. "Drink!" Broly floated with both hands in the air and caught Vegeta's angry blow, but was also retreated more than 10 meters by the impact of this force that was far more powerful than the Raditz 2. Of course, this is because Broly's body is too strong, although his combat power is less than half of Vegeta's, he also took this blow unharmed with his strong body. Is your strength just that? If this is all your strength, then you can leave your last words and accompany your waste daddy. I won't kill you. As soon as Vegeta heard Broly's deliberately provoked words, his reason was instantly overwhelmed by anger like the sea, and his power once again skyrocketed. Vegeta, whose strength has increased 10 times after transforming into a giant ape, has approached 50W, and before he transformed, this guy did not show his full strength. But after being angered by Broly, the combat effectiveness instantly increased by 1 section, reaching 53W. Finally, he showed all his strength and was ready to kill Broly as quickly as possible and wash away the shame brought to him by the former. Just when the eyes of the Dragon Ball warriors have been following the incomprehensible two people who are fighting back and forth in the air, there is a pang of loss in their hearts. Whew! That's how it feels. This feeling of hitting each other hard and punching to the flesh is so exciting. With Vegeta smashed a punch into Broly's mouth, and Broly retreated and slashed one of his legs on Vegeta's left shoulder. In this way, the fight between the two seemed to be in a stalemate, and it was difficult to distinguish the victory or defeat for a while, but it could still be seen that Vegeta had the upper hand slightly, but only slightly occupied, not overwhelming. Now it seems that it can only be seen who first exhausts his physical strength and loses, but endurance is what Broly is least afraid of. After all, the refining of the body in the past 10 years is not in vain. But will Broly, who is equally proud at heart, win this way? Broly didn't see how to fight like this, although his body was strong enough to pose enough threat to Vegeta. But it's just a threat, and if you want to seriously damage or kill, it's still not enough with your current attack power. It seems that he who does not use the Realm King Fist cannot defeat Vegeta, and thinking of this Broly can't help but be a little discouraged. As everyone knows, being able to rely on physical fitness alone can compete with an enemy who is more than twice as strong as himself for so long, and it is already scary to death when it spreads. Looking at Vegeta, who was still in a state of madness, he wanted to rush over again. This time Broly did not block with his hand first, but also rushed towards Vegeta, and a red airflow suddenly burst out of his body while rushing out. This is exactly the Realm King Fist that Sun Wukong frequently uses throughout the Dragon Ball drama, and although Broly can currently withstand 10 times the Realm King Fist, it is not necessary to deal with Vegeta at this time. Broly just burst out twice as many Realm King Fists, and against Vegeta's huge fist that slammed towards him, Broly also punched up, one big and one small, and 2 fists slammed together. In an instant, a circle of shock waves rose between the 2 fists and rushed around, and the surrounding ground was hung up again. But in stark contrast to the 2 fists, Vegeta's mountain-like fist connected to him himself was blasted out by Broly. Broly was unforgiving, his figure instantly disappeared in place, and then appeared under Vegeta, who was blown away by a punch, and kicked upwards again. Vegeta's huge figure rushed into the sky, and then Broly reappeared in the air to watch Vegeta getting closer and closer to him, clasped his hands together, and a cannon smashed into Vegeta's back, shooting him down at a faster speed when he flew before. When Broly fell to the ground, he found that Vegeta was dying, and seeing this, Broly was suddenly completely uninterested. Gee, I didn't expect that just 3 strokes wouldn't work, it's really boring. Broly pouted, casually scattered the artificial moon with a single blow, and then walked over to Goku, who was fighting soy sauce. Hey, that bald kid over there, your name is Klin, right? If you still have fairy beans on me, give me 2. At this time, several people in Klin, including Sun Wukong, are the same, unified eyes are round, mouth ba opened wide, with an incredible face. In their eyes, the 3 scions who were so powerful that desperate were so vulnerable in Broly's hands. P.S. Favorites. Ask for support. Chapter 028. P.S. Favorites. Ask for support. Ah. Yes, you wait. After a while, Clin, who finally reacted from the shock, hurriedly took out a bag, took 2 fairy beans from it and handed them to Broly. After taking the fairy bean, he did not stop, walked to the 2 of Raditz Nappa, and threw the fairy bean in front of the 2 who had changed back to their original form. This is a magical bean on Earth, and eating it can recover from its own injuries. In fact, there is still a part of the fairy beans that Broly cheated from the cat immortals last time, but they are ready-made, why waste fairy beans? As for their own healing ability, these 2 goods are not beautiful women, why should they use that posture to treat their injuries? The 2 hesitated, but still picked up the fairy beans and ate them. Sure enough, the broken bones of the 2 people who were collided by Broly's strange force were completely healed in just a few breaths. For Bardock's sake, and for the sake of the few scions who are also a few, you 2 leave the earth, and don't fight with your strength in the future. Scions are a fighting people, warlike and not fond of killing, although killing is essential, but bullying the weak or even slaughtering an entire planet of creatures is such a disgrace to the scions, and it is better to do less in the future. Scions are never afraid to fight, and bullying people who are stronger than themselves is what scions of the fighting nation should do. Finally, the legend of the Super Scion is true, and Raditz's father has reached that level. If the basic combat power is high enough and there is enough anger, it is indeed possible to step into which realm. Guys, do it yourself. After speaking, he turned his head to look at Sun Wukong and the others, did not wait for the 2 to reply, held his right hand, only the middle finger of the food was placed on the eyebrow, and the figure blurred for a while, and then disappeared there. Raditz looked at the place where Broly had disappeared with complicated eyes, and his lips opened and closed a few times before he could speak. In the end, it turned into a low thank you. Then, without looking back, he went to the space capsule and rushed out of the Earth. In fact, what Broly just said was not only for the 2, but also for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who didn't know whether he was really dying and had no ability to move, or was seriously injured, but pretended to be dying. Broly is also not worried about whether Vegeta will die, because with Monkey King, Vegeta can't die 9 out of 9. The plot time of this world has already started in advance. If the 2 of them are too weak in the future and are thrown away too far by Broly, then they will become soy sauce beaters like Clin and them, so it will be boring. Just as Broly arrived at home, a system alert sounded in his ears. The first ring mission has been completed, and the reward will be given 1 nerve tree fruit and 20,000 points for large, medium, and small points, and the reward will be sent directly. The second and third ring missions start at the same time, defeating Darren's and Carrick too, who arrived on Earth at the same time 2 years later. Mission rewards: 1 spirit tree fruit seed, permanent, 10 nerve tree fruit, special, 60,000 points. After opening the mission of 2 rings in a row, Broly was happy to see that Dales was about to arrive on Earth. And he was worried that the spirit tree fruit in this guy's hand was not a day or 2. When Darren's first appeared, he was taken aback by Sun Wukong's 3W combat power that broke out with all his strength, but later because he ate a spirit tree fruit planted on the earth, his strength directly increased, about 50W, slightly stronger than the normal Frieza, hanging Sun Wukong who opened the 10 times the Realm King Fist, about 30W or more combat power. There is also the one who has been controversial about his strength under the influence of the Demon Star in his previous life, and it is suspected that it is Pilaf's long-lost brother Carrick too. Originally, at the beginning of the Z Theater version, he visually estimated that there were only a few hundred combat power, and he was beaten by Bic and Sun Wukong, and then because he underestimated Sun Gohan, he was hit by a rebound and fell into hell. However, under the influence of the Demon Murder Star, his strength skyrocketed and he rushed out of hell. After crushing Bic, whose strength has reached 150W after assimilation with Niru in the battle, although Vic cannot exert his full strength under the influence of the old god, it is enough to show the combat power of Carrick 2 under the influence of the demon star. The strength jump of these two in the theatrical version is too large, both dozens of times and dozens of times the jump. There are many bugs in this, and Broly doesn't bother to care about how much their combat power is worth. But no matter how buggy, the strength of the two will not exceed 300W. With Broly's current physical fitness, he can definitely easily and continuously use 20 times the Realm King Fist. That is to say, as long as Broly reaches 15W in the 2-year Civil War, he can easily suppress the two. What's more, there are still 2 years to cultivate, for Broly, who has amazing potential. Even if the focus is on improving physical strength, is it difficult to reach a combat power value of 15W? Will it be the end? Broly found that after fighting with the 3 of Vegeta of the giant ape, his combat power was stimulated to soar by 1W points. Sure enough, only fighting is the best way to improve your strength. Chapter 029. PS. Favorites. Ask for support. In this way, time passed like water again for 2 years. One day, as usual, Broly, who was cultivating the stone cultivation, suddenly felt an aura that made him very uncomfortable. Carefully sensing the source of that breath, I found that I don't know when a strange force slowly approached and enveloped the entire earth. Broly thought back, if he guessed correctly, it should be the demon star approaching earth. The other ones, although well hidden, were still captured by Broly and fell on the top of the Karantat. There is Tenjin Temple. After feeling it carefully again, I found that the chi was not very strong, but it was also much stronger than Raditz. But the point is that the strength of this chi is constantly increasing as the demon star approaches. If expected correctly, this gas should be Carrick 2's. At the same time, somewhere in the universe, a spacecraft was speeding forward. Lord Dallas, the system has intelligently detected that the planet named Earth is about to arrive in this northern galaxy, but there are many life reactions on it. A strong man in a combat suit bowed to a scion who was dressed similar to Nappa, who had come to Earth before. The only difference was that this person looked exactly the same as Sun Wukong. Oh, how so? This should be the planet where Kakarot was sent, which should have been destroyed by him a long time ago. But then again, the planet is so beautiful. Dars looked through the large screen in the spaceship at the Earth that was about to arrive. Well, Lord Darrens, I have good news to tell you. This planet has a very abundant vitality, and the soil is also the best among all the planets where we have grown spirit tree fruits before, and the spirit tree fruits grown on such a planet will definitely work very well. The strong man from before prayed to Dales again. That's great, convey it, full speed ahead. Yes, my lord. At this time, in the Celestial Temple, a person with a short stature and a very similar appearance to Piraf walked towards Mr. Bobo, who was trapped by the 4 heavenly kings of the demon race with his superpowers. You, Carrick 2? How could you? How did you get out of hell? Seeing that the person who disturbed the heavenly god temple turned out to be someone who could not have appeared, looking at the appearance of the other party, it was obvious that he had been planning for a long time, and suddenly Mr. Bobo felt a heavy heart. Carrick 2 and the others asked for the news of the heavenly god for a long time, but they didn't ask anything, so they casually shrunk and sealed it in the shrinking vase. When the celestial god returned, Carrick 2 immediately appeared to attract the attention of the celestial god, and the 4 heavenly kings of the human demon realm took the opportunity to use their superpowers to control the celestial god, just as Carrick 2 was about to shrink it into a shrunken bottle. A flash of light suddenly pierced the bodies of 2 subordinates of Carrick 2, and then continued to rush towards Carrick 2. Boom! Carrick 2 was shot straight away and then slammed into the wall of the Celestial Temple. Who is it? Get me out of here! Seeing this, several of Carrick 2's subordinates immediately made a defensive stance, but unfortunately, no matter how many of them checked, they could not feel the slightest trace. Bang! Bang! This time there were 2 explosions. and the 2 demon star people patrolling in the other direction were wiped out by the sudden Qigong wave. Bastard! Hurry up and get out of Uncle Ben. If you wait for Uncle Ben to get you out, you must let you see you with your own eyes. Belch! Before he finished speaking, he was pinched by the neck and got up from the ground. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of the eyes of Carrick 2 and others. Hey! Threaten me? Ha 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 ha, I really don't know whether to praise you for being really kind or to call you stupid. Broly was now furious and dared to threaten me with Boomer. Broly wanted to directly pinch this goods, but after thinking about it, it was simply too cheap for him to kill this cheap goods like this. Let him go. Several other Carrick 2's subordinates saw their companions captured and immediately rushed towards Broly. Broly didn't even move his eyes, and with a wave of his hand, a powerful airflow formed an air cannon due to excessive air pressure and rushed towards several people. Snap! Syllable! 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 The faces of several people were instantly hit by air cannons and directly smashed through the entire Heavenly God Temple, and it seemed that they would not be able to live. After dealing with a few miscellaneous fish, Broly turned his head again to look at one of the 4 heavenly kings of the demon realm who was constantly struggling in the air after he pinched his neck, and a cruel smile flashed at the corner of his mouth. Then Broly's hand loosened, and this tragic guy who was thought of a way to die thought that he had recovered a small life, but he didn't know. Snap! Broly hit the face of this tragic trash fish this time, causing it to fly out like a bullet. Enjoy the beauty of the last few seconds, okay? Gears less than a centimeter like nuts appeared in the palm of Broly's right hand, and he threw them at the remaining subordinates of Carrick 2. Under Broly's intentional control, those that seemed to be miniature like Chi-Yuan slashes did not unload them in an instant, but like small chainsaws again and again, they slashed through the most surface of the body of the 4 remaining Demon Realm Kings, taking away a little bit of flesh and skin each time. This is the price of mouth. Generally for the enemy, Broly will be very decisive to send him on the road if he wants to kill. There will be no deliberate torture, let alone torture like this. However, if they dare to threaten Boomer, Broly will definitely make his life worse than death. Please! Please, kill me, kill me! Looking at the trash fish in the distance that was almost only a bone rack still tenaciously alive, Broly waved his hand, and a light bullet flew away, completely freeing him. If you want to say why Broly came to deal specifically with these miscellaneous fish, including Carrick 2, or because the fog of pressure made by these miscellaneous fish is too disgusting, if these people do not release any mist of pressure, Broly is too lazy to pay attention to these people. At most, when the Demon Star arrives and Carrick 2's combat power reaches its maximum, then come out and clean him up. After cleaning up the garbage, Broly then turned to look at Carrick 2, who had been hiding motionless in the pile of smashed ruins since he appeared. P.S. Favorites. Ask for support. Chapter 030. P.S. Favorites. Ask for support. Garbage over there, don't pretend to be dead, just your little guts and strength. Are you willing to seize the position of the Heavenly God and conquer the world? Looking at Carrick 2, who had been pretending to be dead not far away, Broly smiled contemptuously at him. Broly knew that before the Celestial God used his trick Hell Vortex to seal it, Carrick 2 used the Divine Dragon to make a wish to obtain an immortal body, so the goods could break the seal from Hell alive. P.S. Due to the advance of the plot time, Gohan is now less than 3 years old, so the plot has changed slightly. Carrick 2, who knew that he was being seen, stood up, looked at Broly, and said, "What are you? As far as I know, there is no one as powerful as you on earth. Why should someone as powerful as you help the gods? If you don't stop me, wait for me." "Sorry, I'm not interested." Without waiting for Carrick 2 to finish speaking, Broly interrupted him. "I'll give you 2 more days, if you are still so rubbish after the arrival of the Demon Monster Star, the trash fish in front of you will be your end. Okay, get out." At this time, Carrick-2 heard Broly's words of extreme disdain and humiliation for him, and Carrick-2's fists were clenched tightly, and his nails pierced the palms of his hands without knowing it. The face facing the ground was extremely twisted, and the clenched teeth were already bleeding from the lips. However, he could not show it. He knew that the person in front of him was too powerful, and if the person in front of him repented and wanted to kill him directly, he would have no power to resist. Endure, be sure to endure. After the arrival of the demon star, I must make you live better than die. Carrick-2 was silent for a long time without speaking, and then left the celestial temple step by step. Wait, I'm talking about rolling, who let you go? If you can't roll, I can help you. Broly raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect this guy to be able to endure. That's right, Broly deliberately stimulated this guy in order to see if he could achieve stronger strength when the demon star came. So I was ready to make a deep impression on Carrick-2, but I didn't expect this house to be so tolerable, and Broly could only find some other excuses. Damn bastard, it's a fool. Big deal, I'll fight with you. Carrick-2 could no longer hold back, and with determination to die, he launched a big explosion attack. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Broly's strength. Broly had reached 4-5 points of combat power at this time, and indeed qualified to defy the current Carrick-2. With just a snap of his fingers, he broke Carrick-2's determination to die. Since you can't roll, let me help you. Saying that, a slap was slapped, and the palm wind formed by the rapid flow of air flung on the face of Carrick-2, who had no time to dodge, and slung it out of the celestial temple and flew into the distance. After doing all this, Broly didn't look at the gods, and with a teleportation, he returned to Sigiboma's house again. On the other hand, Dales and his group, who had entered the Earth's atmosphere, had also begun to land. Not far from the place where Goku and Vic practiced, Dales and his group gathered here, and in front of everyone's eyes, there was a big pit with a small seed in it. Suddenly, the seed pulled out a bud, and then in just a few seconds, the body of the tree began to grow stronger and stronger, and the rhizome began to scatter and penetrate deep into the ground, absorbing the vitality of the earth. Ha 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 ha! Earth is really suitable for cultivating spirit tree fruits, and I really thank Kakarot for keeping this planet for me. As the spirit tree absorbed more and more of the Earth's vitality, its surroundings began to become more and more barren outward. If you look at the surface of the Earth from space, you will find the part of the spirit tree that has taken root. The area around it slowly changed from blue mixed with green to earthy yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Color, and this trend is still continuing. Broly, can you hear me? Just 2 days after Broly returned to the western capital, the voice of the King of the Northern Realm came into Broly's mind. Well, King of the Northern Realm? Are you trying to tell me that the scion with the nerve tree seed has arrived on Earth? Broly almost knew the reason why the King of the Northern Realm contacted him, but at this time, Broly did not want to make a move, because the current combat power of Carrick-2 and Dales did not reach the highest value, so Broly was ready to wait for a while to strike. At that time, it was just enough to face 2 opponents who could make the current Broly play his strength at the same time, and by the way, he could also harvest hundreds of nerve tree fruits. You know? So why don't you stop them? Now that the spirit tree has been planted on the earth, do you know that after a while, when the spirit tree absorbs all the vitality of the earth will become a desert? The King of the Northern Realm clearly knew about this when he saw Broly's appearance, but he looked unconcerned, and roared angrily. Carrick-2 will not say, he has always been an ambitious person who wants to rule the earth and transform the earth into a demon world. And Dales planted spirit trees everywhere and destroyed countless planets, so he was also blacklisted by our 4 realm kings. Of course, it would be best if you could eliminate both of them in one fell swoop. Even with the strength of the Northern Realm King, he couldn't see through what Broly had reached at this time, and he could only vaguely feel that this kid's current strength was terrifying, and it would be even more terrifying after using the Realm King's fist, and its potential was even more terrifying, so he didn't worry about whether he could solve those two invaders. Dissipate Chi and Dissipate Chi, once the spirit tree seeds are planted and take root, they cannot be stopped. But after I kill the Dales who is holding the seed of the nerve tree, I can completely solve the trouble, and it is a big deal to make a wish to the dragon after this matter and restore the earth. Looking at Broly, who was still lazy and did not care about the imminent destruction of the earth, the king of the northern realm was also out of temper. Alas! Well, the demon killer star is about to come, and the spirit tree fruit is about to bear fruit. If you don't strike early, the strength of those two people will skyrocket again. That's when it's tricky. I said everything that should be said, in short, you look at it. After speaking, the Northern Realm King's side did not move. However, Broly obviously did not listen to the advice of the King of the Northern Realm. And although the King of the Northern Realm had good intentions, Broly's arrogance did not disdain to do so. If you want to fight, just defeat the two in the strongest state, while their strength has not reached the peak. Destroying each other at peak has never been Broly's character. P.S. Favorites. Ask for support. Chapter 031. P.S. Favorites. Ask for support. Broly raised his head and seemed to look through the sky at the dark red planet that was extremely close to the Earth beyond the Earth, and the distant Earth that turned yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, in the very center of the withered yellow Earth in the distance, that is, where the spirit tree took root, there was a wave of chi fluctuations, and the shock wave generated by the fight. If you think about it, you can know that it should be Sun Wukong and a group of people who discovered the strange situation on the Earth, and found Dals and his group along the destroyed land. But according to Broly's speculation, although these Dragon Ball warriors have worked hard after the last blow, their strength has greatly improved. However, there was no use in front of Dallas's group, and it was estimated that it could only last a few more minutes. Except for Sun Wukong and Bike, everyone else is still abused. Hey? No way? These two can't really be so basic, right? Suddenly, Broly felt that in the distance, in addition to the Dragon Ball warriors, there was also a more familiar and powerful chi than the others other than the Monkey King. Broly's face was full of strangeness. I really don't know how Sun Wukong called him over. Sure enough, good friends are for life. That's right, this person is Vegeta. At the beginning, Sun Wukong persuaded everyone to talk evil, did not kill him, but took a fairy bean from Klin and gave Vegeta to eat, hoping to defeat Vegeta with his own strength in the future. And Vegeta is also very arrogant, and after being saved, he left a cruel word and left directly. When Broly arrived, only Son Goku and Vegeta were still fighting, and the others had lost their combat effectiveness. However, there were also casualties on Darren's side, and only 3 of the 5 warriors under Darren's were now left, and the 2 who died were the twin brothers. Looking at the 2 people fighting side by side in the distance, Broly roughly calculated that the current combat power of the Monkey King is about 5.3 W, while Vegeta's combat power is extremely close to 7 W points. Broly still understands Vegeta's combat power value, but Sun Wukong's combat power value has skyrocketed too fast. But seeing the chi around Sun Wukong's body erupting red from time to time, Broly knew what was going on. Presumably, Sun Wukong also asked the heavenly god to send him to the king of Yanluo, and after passing through the snake road to find the king of the northern realm to cultivate, his strength improved so quickly. Of course, it cannot be compared to Broly. A moment later, Dale's subordinates were defeated or killed by the 2 one by one, and the 2 approached the strange towering tree in their line of sight, which was full of red apples but covered with bulges. The strange fruit was just when Vegeta held Xiang in his hands and frowned in thought, and Sun Wukong reached out to pick a fruit to taste. Whoosh! Su! 2 energy beams shot towards the 2, and at the same time an angry shout came, "Take away your dirty hands, don't touch my things. It's not good, get out of the way." After the 2 dodged, they turned their heads to look at the person who sneaked up. I saw a burly figure in a combat uniform come out of the shadows. The man also had a tail wrapped around his waist, and a red combat power detector in his left eye. Most importantly, this person looks almost exactly like Monkey King. Looking at the other self, Sun Wukong was like seeing a ghost, and Vegeta was also stunned for a moment. You. Who are you? How can it look like me? By the way, you are also a scion. Forget it, no matter who you are, dare to make the earth like this, I will not forgive you. Saying that, Sun Wukong burst out with all his strength and smashed his fist towards Dale's face. Unexpectedly, the combat effectiveness exceeds 5W, and it is still improving. How could it be? How could it be so strong? Damn it! Of course, Darren's was just extremely surprised that a low-level warrior's strength could reach this level. You must know that although his strength far exceeds that of Sun Wukong at this time, it is almost all the credit of relying on the spirit tree fruit, but Sun Wukong does not have the spirit tree fruit, but he still has such combat power. How can he not make Dals jealous, and even produce killing intent? At the beginning, because Dales was strong and Sun Wukong and Vegeta were strong, he could firmly gain the upper hand in the fight. But it couldn't resist the plug-in of Sun Wukong's Realm King Fist, and from time to time he opened the Realm King Fist several times, and the situation was instantly reversed, and he was beaten by Sun Wukong, who opened the state of the Realm King Fist. Realizing that something was wrong, Dals ran away instantly, just when Sun Wukong and Vegeta chased him away at the mouth of a cave in a mountain. After a while, Darren's reappeared and at the same time held in his hand a strange fruit that the two had seen on the spirit tree before. After eating the fruit in 2 bites, Dales smiled and said something that made the two scratch their heads. Hee, ha 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 ha. You don't have a chance. While speaking, the already burly Dale's muscles swelled here, and appeared behind the two in an instant, and his arms slammed into the backs of the two like iron whips and smashed them out. Sun Wukong was better, he felt bad and opened the Realm King Fist in a bad moment, and he didn't suffer much injury after the defense was greatly increased, but Vegeta was more tragic, and although he didn't lose his combat effectiveness with just one blow, he was also seriously injured. Although Sun Wukong had nothing to do, he was completely reduced to the abused side in the subsequent battle. Even if he used the 10 times the limit of the current body to withstand the Realm King Fist, it was useless, and he was still crushed. At this time, the other party. Bastard! Damn it! Why the hell is this? Why did those junior warriors like garbage surpass me one by one? Why is that? Damn it! Damn it! Arrogant! Proud was trampled again, and Vegeta, who was almost crazy from the excitement, smashed the ground madly. After eating the fruit of the spirit tree produced by the earth, Dale's combat power increased greatly, and Vegeta originally felt a little stronger than him, but now Dale's and Vegeta's feelings has faintly surpassed the feelings that Frieza brought him. Oh, your heart is still so fragile, Vegeta. Just as Vegeta was venting madly, a playful voice came into Vegeta's ears, and this familiar voice was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire for Vegeta at this time. P.S. Favorites. Ask for support. In addition, this book is mainly anime, which means that there may be many bosses that will only appear in the theatrical version in this book. And some bosses may increase their strength accordingly, and their strength does not match the original book or anime. Please don't be real. Finally, I beg all brothers to vote for a few 10-point evaluations. Recently a book friend may not like a certain plot of this book. Crazy low score evaluation, Xiao He can't hold it. Chapter 032. P.S. Favorites. Ask for support. Bastard. Broly, did you specifically laugh at me? Wait and see, Vegeta, will definitely defeat all of you in the future. Oh, it's up to you to say such things, but it depends on strength. As soon as the words fell, Broly burst out a wave of red chi, and the figure suddenly appeared in front of Dales, and the figure in front of Vegeta before began to dissipate. After catching the heavy punch that Darren smashed at the Monkey King, Broly picked up the corner of his eye, glanced at Vegeta in the distance with contempt, and then split out with one leg, and Darluston was chopped out like a cannonball, and then embedded in the wall inside the cave. Watching Dales, who defeated him with one blow, was also defeated by Broly with one blow, Vegeta stared at this scene with a dead heart, full of frustration. Beaten to the point of being shocked, Vegeta pounded the ground with his hands in despair, and suddenly, a red fruit that Dales had eaten before was shaken and fell and rolled a few times to stop in front of him. Hey! Looking at the red fruit in front of him, Vegeta's mind flashed. Because he was too angry, he didn't calmly think about the reason why Dales suddenly became stronger, but he saw this red strange fruit. With a gambler mentality of pinning all his hopes on this fruit, Vegeta picked up the kiwi fruit and ate it in 2 bites. Sure enough, Vegeta guessed correctly. After eating the fruit, not only did the wounds on his body heal at an extremely fast speed, but his combat power also reached the point of nearly 50W, and as his strength also began to skyrocket, his confidence also began to skyrocket. What a powerful force, by the way, that's it. Ha 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 ha, Broly, now you are dead. Saying that, a flash of light boomed towards Broly, who was parked in midair not far away. Vegeta? You? Monkey King looked at Vegeta in disbelief. It turned out that Vegeta's purpose for coming here was not at all what Sun Wukong thought, because the cultivation environment was affected, and his cultivation was interrupted to investigate the reason. But originally came to Broly, because Vegeta knew that this time the earth was abnormal, Broly would definitely intervene in it, and sure enough, Broly did come, but the scene of the meeting was not so beautiful. Vegeta has been practicing harshly for 2 years in order to one day defeat Broly and regain the shame of being defeated by 3 moves after transforming into a giant ape. It's really not a long memory, then I will help you with a long memory. With a wave of his hand, Broly also rushed towards the flash bomb from Vegeta. After breaking it apart in an instant, he continued to rush towards Vegeta, who had already crossed his arms in front of him. Boom! Although it did not cause much damage to Vegeta, the impact still knocked him back tens of meters, and Vegeta's feet plowed 2 long ditches on the ground. Golly! Damn, my strength is already so strong, can't I still beat that guy? Just when Vegeta gritted her teeth and her heart was full of unwillingness. Suddenly, a ball of energy light floated into the air behind several people. That was artificial full moon? Perhaps, it can only be like this again. Seeing this, Vegeta's heart moved, staring at the artificial full moon. It turned out that when eating the fruit of the spirit tree, his strength skyrocketed, and his self-confidence exploded. Vegeta attacked Broly against the water. Darren's, who was sent flying before, also took advantage of the fact that a few people were not paying attention, and after finding a spirit tree fruit and eating it, his injury not only healed, but his strength also increased a lot. Originally, Dales wanted to rush out directly to take revenge, but seeing that Vegeta, who was not much worse than himself, was still defeated by Broly's move, he abruptly stopped his body that was about to rush out. Instead, the artificial full moon was created, and Dales's idea was to destroy the artificial full moon immediately as long as he received enough transformed bird's light waves, and then kill several people as quickly as possible after he transformed into a giant ape. P.S. After being irradiated by an artificial full moon, the effect lasts for an hour, and it doesn't matter if it is destroyed afterwards. Since Vegeta is an elite warrior and a Scion royal bloodline, he can still maintain his sanity after transforming into a giant ape. And Darren's didn't know if he ate too much of the spirit tree fruit, and he could even maintain his sanity after transformation. And when the two transformed in an instant, Vegeta shattered the artificial full moon again. Because Vegeta knew in his heart that Broly could not only control himself to not change under the full moon, but also directly skyrocketed under the illumination of the full moon light wave, and his combat effectiveness could reach 3 times before. Although he despised Broly, A lower-level warrior in his heart, he had to admit that Vegeta did not have enough confidence to defeat Broly before eating the nerve tree fruit, and after eating, he only fought with Broly for a Qigong wave, although he did not use his full strength, but he knew very well in his heart that Broly definitely did not use his real strength. Beaten again, Vegeta, who was struck again, lowered his haughty head and chose such a humiliating method for him. Broly looked at the transformed Vegeta with pity, and his heart became more and more contemptuous of Vegeta's so-called self-esteem and pride. There is nothing wrong with a person being proud and having strong self-esteem, but the fault is that Vegeta is simply morbid self-esteem and arrogance. In order to supposedly regain the self-esteem that Broly had trampled on, Vegeta abandoned what was left of his pride. Joining forces with others does not say, it even destroys the artificial full moon to prevent Broly from improving his strength. Because he is not sure whether he can defeat Broly after improving his strength, he can use the strange move that can increase his strength several times like Sun Wukong, so he must stop all accidents. Vegeta looked at Broly's disgusted gaze, and his combat power rose a little again, reaching nearly 520W. At this time, the two people whose combat power increased explosively after eating the fruit of the nerve tree, and then their strength skyrocketed 10 times again after transforming into a giant ape, both looked at Broly. Originally, Vegeta did not disdain to join forces with Dales, but Vegeta did not believe that Broly could rival himself who transformed into a giant ape without the increase in strength of the artificial full moon. However, it didn't take long for Vegeta to be slapped in the face again. Vegeta, who crawled out of a pile of waste rocks, and Dales, who also crawled out of the waste rocks, looked at Broly, whose whole body erupted with red chi in front of them, and the two looked at each other and prepared to join forces. At this moment, "Yo, it's so lively here, don't you mind having one more for me? PS, favorites. Ask for support. Ask for 10 points of evaluation." Chapter 033. PS, favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Thanks to a few of them for reaching out in time. Brother who came to the rescue. "Yo, it's so lively here, don't you mind having one more for me?" Just as Vegeta and Dales were about to join forces to attack Broly, an arrogant voice reached the ears of the four. At the same time, from the far cave entrance, a short figure wearing a wide cloak that exuded a strong negative evil aura walked in. Although the person who came was dressed strangely, Broly could still see at a glance that this was Carrick II, who had been severely humiliated by him 2 days earlier. When Carrick II walked up to several people, he reached out and pulled the cloak on his body, revealing his original appearance. I saw that Carrick II's appearance changed drastically, originally similar to Pilaf's appearance and blue-grey skin. At this moment, it turned black with red lines, and his face was also full of blood-red lines like ghost paintings. After the great change, Carrick II stared at Broly with vicious eyes. Hey! Thank you, Broly. Made me look like this non-human and non-ghost. But thanks to you, in this state, I feel stronger than ever, and in return, I will slowly torture you to death, so that you can feel 10,000 times more painful than the pain I have suffered in the past 2 days. Broly frowned for a while. This is a divine horse situation? Carrick II's strength has skyrocketed and he understands, but how he became this ghostly look, as well as this thick negative energy, how to look at it has a sense of familiarity. Gee, it's up to you? Shouldn't it be a moment before I slap you away? But I'm wondering, how did you do this? Although his mouth is not spared, Broly did tick off his curiosity about Carrick II's seeping look. For the sake of the true source of this great king's encounter and yours, I will tell you mercifully, Carrick II took out a spherical object like glass, and a red star inside, and told Broly. After learning the truth, Broly found that it was indeed his own sake, but he didn't expect that a casual shot was so accurate. It turned out that after Broly casually slapped Carrick II off 2 days ago, Carrick II fell impartially into a forest, and then smashed a large area of trees. As the force grew smaller and smaller, Finally Character stopped completely after smashing a tree, and it happened that there was a dragon ball in a bird's nest on the broken tree. Character curiously picked up the dragon ball and looked at it, but I don't know if it was because of the demon star man. Character's own breath hooked the negative energy in the dragon ball that had not been completely purified, and this negative energy seemed to feel that this was the last chance to live, so he rushed into Character's body. Then there was the terrifying appearance of Character before. 2. I see that you all seem to have a feud with this Broly, but this Broly's strength is indeed strong, and it is said that there is also a move to improve combat effectiveness. How about we join forces together? Character, who had learned twice, was noticeably wiser. Vegeta didn't speak, but it was equivalent to acquiescence. Not to mention Dales, there are not a few more reinforcements. Finally, there is Sun Wukong, who sees that 3 people want to besiege Broly, so he wants to help. However, he was directly blocked back by Broly, and the reason was, "This is my fight, and it has nothing to do with you. Besides, with your current strength, participating in it is only a matter of being killed in seconds." Following Vegeta, Son Goku was also hit. However, unlike Vegeta, Sun Wukong does not have any mentality that can't stand the blow and complain about this guy. "I only hate that I don't practice hard, but I can't participate in such an exciting battle." The last words are finished, it's really verbose. Dales, who had been waiting impatiently over there, finally couldn't bear it, and directly bombarded Broly with an energy bomb. This time because there was no increase in the artificial full moon, Broly directly released the 10 times the Realm King Fist with his combat power that had reached 4-5 W points. Today is your time to die, Broly. I said, I will slowly torture you to death." Character, who was full of resentment towards Broly, also began to transform, only to see that his short body began to swell, becoming strong and tall, and his skin also changed from black with red lines to grey, purple and black, with red lines. And before, because of the Demon Star, Dragon Ball negative energy, etc., the strength that reached more than 200W began to skyrocket again, and it did not stop until about 580W. I saw that the corners of Broly's mouth hooked a smile at this time, which even Broly himself did not realize that once the inner battle intent began to boil, the corners of his mouth would always unconsciously turn upward. 3 opponents with strength of at least 500W upward are enough to open up their combat power. At this time, the combat power of Broly, who opened the 10 times the Realm King Fist, has reached 470W. Yes, just now, when the battle spirit was boiling, Broly's combat power value rose by 2W points again, and naturally reached 470W after superimposing the Realm King Fist. A hand knife scattered the energy bombs sent by Darren's, and then, based on the principle of seeing who was unhappy to beat whom first, rushed towards Vegeta first. Broly, who was burning with red chi all over his body, rushed to Vegeta, and once again he took off and fell sharply. The knee slammed into the bridge of Vegeta's nose. Roar! As the most vulnerable part after transforming into a great ape. For one thing, the pain caused by this blow can definitely be regarded as a pain for Vegeta. Vegeta, who suffered a severe blow, covered his nose with one hand and swung his hand towards Broly. Broly crossed his arms above his head and took Vegeta's big hand. Unexpectedly, at this time, there were 2 breaking sounds behind him, 2 light bullets flew rapidly. Broly kicked away Vegeta's palm, turned around, and 2 Kigong cannons met the 2 luminous bullets. Boom! Rumble! Broly did not stay after sending out 2 Kigong cannons, and the red chi outside his body burst out and dodged directly into the distance, and at the moment when Broly just flashed out, red silk threads like fishing nets appeared in the position where he was just located. Before Broly, who had just stopped, could breathe a sigh of relief, there was a sense of oppression behind him. Directly turned around and held Dale's fist with both hands, Darl spit out an energy cannon from his mouth when he saw this. Broly drew his right hand and punched it, knocking it to the side. At this time, there was another burst of gas behind him. It turned out that Vegeta came behind Broly at an unknown time, and also punched Broly in the back of the heart. Seeing this, Dallas's right hand hurriedly exerted force, restraining part of Broly's power. P.S. Favorites. Ask for support. I beg all brothers to support a few 10-point evaluations. Xiaohei really doesn't know how to offend that book friend. Please spare your subordinates, don't vote 8 or 6 points again. Chapter 034. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Broly reflexively kicked Vegeta's fist, blocking it. Then the three of them were deadlocked like this, but Broly had a bad feeling in his heart. Looking at the appearance of the two, although they had killing intent, they didn't seem to have killing intent, as if they deliberately trapped themselves. Not good. Broly hurriedly tried to dodge, but was unable to break through due to the restraint of Dales and Vegeta. Bang! At some point, Karak 2, who appeared behind Broly, fired an energy bomb at Broly's back and blasted Broly out. Then the three of them joined forces again, and each of them gathered a part of the energy to emit energy bombs that converged after flying a distance, forming a large Qigong wave that bombarded Broly, who was in a weightless state. Broly. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's red chi burned violently, and he wanted to rush over to save people. However, due to the limited basic combat power, even if the use of the 10 times Realm King Fist is not enough in the eyes of the three, it was casually slapped by Vegeta, and flew back faster than before and smashed into the rubble pile. And Broly, who hit the front, was directly smashed into the mountain wall, as if to smash the entire mountain, which shows the strong impact. However, after Broly was hit, there was no movement for half a ring. That guy isn't going to die, is he? Looking at the mountain that was about to be pierced, Dales asked uncertainly. It's impossible, with what I know about that guy. It's possible to be seriously injured, but it shouldn't be dead. But it's better not to die. I will defeat him with my own hands, and then wash away my shame. Snap! Trample! 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 As Vegeta was speaking, there was a sound of falling rubble from the direction where Broly flew, and then the sound of step-by-step footsteps slowly approaching. Humph! Nice, really nice. You three are quite capable. Broly's sneer appeared in the sight of the three with his figure, and watching Broly walk out almost unharmed, the three were shocked. Is this person a monster? At the same time, he received an all-out blow from the three of us, and he didn't hurt at all? At this moment, this idea arose in the hearts of the three at the same time. Vegeta, in particular, clasped his hands, only felt that the hope of killing Broly and washing away his shame became more and more faint. On the surface, the attack of the three hit Broly head-on, knocking it out and almost piercing the inside of the mountain. But in fact, with Broly's physical strength, coupled with the tenfold increase in defense power of the Realm King Fist, this attack did not hurt Broly, at most it just looked a little embarrassed. However, it also gave Broly a clear understanding of each other's strengths. At present, with its own strength of growing close to 50W again, after opening the 10 times Realm King Fist has reached about 500W, coupled with its own physical strength, it is absolutely complete against Vegeta or Dales, even if it is absolutely superior to the two at the same time, but it is a bit difficult to add a Karak 2 who has not exerted his full strength so far. That's right, Broly has long seen that Karak 2 simply did not use his full strength. Of course, even if Karak 2 uses all his strength, Broly is not unable to fight, but after using the 10 times the Realm King Fist, the strength is not as high as the other party, and the strength of the chi is not as high as the other party, although it can rely on the strength of the body to make up, but it is always not advantageous. What's more, they are often pinned down by two of the other party's strength, and the other takes the opportunity to sneak attack, often taking care of one or the other. In that case, then, 15 times the Realm King Fist. As soon as the words fell, the red aura around Broly's body grew violently, burning violently, and he disappeared in place. Boom! Vegeta's huge body flew out instantly, and if time could stop at this time, you could clearly see Vegeta's abdomen deeply sunken in, which showed Broly's resentment against Vegeta. Vegeta will be infected by Monkey King in the future, and the personality change will be a matter of later. But now that what you're doing disgusting to me, then I'll clean you up first. Simple. Direct. Violent. This is Broly's true character. I saw Broly standing still in midair at this time, retracting his right leg that made a knee-like collision. Turning his head and smiling evilly at Dales and Carrick too, he disappeared again. Not good, Darren's dodge away. Although Dals heard it, he also subconsciously crossed his hands in front of him on the way to dodge. But unfortunately it didn't keep up with Broly's speed. Just when Darren's blocked his hands in front of him, Broly appeared in front of him, and an iron fist slammed into Darren's arms. Only listening to the click, Dals screamed, his arms also fell limply, and then Broly's fist hit Dallas' sandalwood again and smashed it out. Before Darren's landed, Broly appeared in front of him again, his right palm aimed at Darren's face, and the energy of his palm was converging. No, please let me go. I don't dare to go against adults anymore. Please spare my life. By the way, I have treasures to offer to adults. As long as adults master this thing, they can continue to flow in the future. Is it the spirit tree fruit, and the seed? However, I don't need want. Nope. Spare your life. Spare your life. Ignoring Darren's plea for mercy, a single shot of void annihilation completely yielded him. After dealing with the two, Broly turned to Carrick 2 again, still with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. That trash over there. It's your turn. Come and die. Hearing Broly's extremely contemptuous and humiliating words exactly the same as before, the angry Carrick 2 directly burst out his full strength, reaching the level of 620W, which was enough to increase the combat power of 40W. However, such a strength Broly still did not put in his eyes. Is that all the strength? Do you have any last words to say? If you don't have a chance to do it later. Broly, yes. You will regret it, I will definitely make you regret it. You'll be the only one lucky enough to see the ultimate forbidden technique that can only be used once in the legend of my Demon Star legend. Hearing Carrick 2 say that the final forbidden technique sounded very high, Broly also raised his 12-point spirit and took precautions. But what surprised Broly was that Carrick 2, who was still pretending to be forced just now, turned around and ran after pretending, which made Broly, who had extremely high expectations for Carrick 2's final magic forbidden technique, be stunned for a few seconds, and then hurriedly chased after him. P.S. Favorites. Ask for support. Also, the protagonist's combat effectiveness will increase to varying degrees with the boiling of battle intent and the intensity of the battle, so there will often be a plot of 50W in the previous chapter and 6 or 70W in the next chapter, so everyone can understand what is going on, and there is no need to be more real. Finally, I ask all book friends and brothers to vote for a few 10-point evaluations. P.S. In addition, to explain the protagonist's combat power problem, some book friends and brothers feel that the protagonist's bloodline has been sleeping for a while, resulting in the protagonist's strength growing too slowly, and it is not very pleasant to watch. Not invincible at the beginning, some sorry for Broly's legendary super race bloodline. In fact, the author arranges this way for several reasons. First, the protagonist's legendary super race bloodline has an impact on the sanity, but after sleeping once, it is completely controlled by the protagonist, there will be no backlash, and it can be more perfectly distributed and used this energy belonging to the legendary super race. To use a common saying, that is, sharpen the knife and do not chop wood by mistake. Second, now that the protagonist has actually achieved invincibility, it may just be that some reader brothers just feel unhappy that the enemy can easily improve his strength, and the author's arrangement actually sets off the protagonist's toughness on the side. Third, the author also considered letting the protagonist's strength continue to explode and transform into a super race at the beginning, just because the author is writing a book for the first time, and his writing is quite limited, and he is afraid that he will not be able to grasp the rhythm, and he will accidentally write a crash. The author has seen many Dragon Ball fanfiction written by old drivers, and a considerable part of them are the protagonist's early strength has grown too fast, hundreds of thousands of words are nothing to write, either collapse or enter the palace, a better hasty finish. Although the protagonist did not explode in strength as soon as he appeared, he was about to usher in. The protagonist will start a big explosion of combat power at the next boss and transform into a form. Guess what it is? Chapter 035. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. In addition, thank you brothers for your 10-point evaluation during this time. Although the names of many brothers Xiao He did not see, Xiao He sincerely thanked all the brothers for their support. Broly, who chased him outside the cave, stopped because he saw Carrick 2, who had escaped earlier. At this time, Carrick 2 was looking up at the demon star in the sky, his hands raised above his head with complex handprints, and he was still chanting the words in his mouth. Break it! Demon star, bloom your last brilliance! When Carrick 2's hands stopped sealing, I saw that the dark red planet in the sky split a crack visible to the naked eye in an instant, and then this crack continued to spread around. In the blink of an eye, the demon star was covered with spider web-like cracks, and finally, the boom shattered. However, although the demon star was shattered, at the moment it shattered, crimson air surged out from the inside of the demon star, and then gathered together, forming a dark red energy ball the size of a human head, falling towards Carrick 2. After Carrick grabbed this crimson energy ball, he directly opened his mouth and swallowed it without saying a word. Looking at this scene, Broly realized, and estimated that Carrick said that the ban could only be used once. That's it. Only by shattering the entire demon star and extracting its origin vitality and using special methods to bless itself to achieve the effect of temporarily improving its strength. Broly quietly watched Carrick 2's actions on the side. Of course, the reason why Broly did not stop Carrick 2 was not only because he disdained to do so, but also because he was extremely confident in his own strength. The 15x Realm King Fist used before is not at all the limit of Broly. Broly can currently use the 20-fold Realm King Fist for a long time, and if it is a short time, the maximum can reach 25x Realm King Fist. In other words, it is absolutely impossible for Carrick 2 to win unless he can exceed the combat power value of 1300W. But no matter how much Broly overestimated Carrick 2, he would never believe that he could achieve such combat power. And there is a reason why Broly is absolutely confident in his own strength. With its own legend of the super race bloodline, and the healing skill that can passively heal injuries, as long as it is not directly killed in seconds, how many enemies Broly are not afraid. When Carrick 2 ate the energy ball formed by all the vitality of the demon star, his strength began to skyrocket again, and the aura that erupted outside his body turned dark red like after blood coagulation, and at the same time, Carrick 2's combat power directly skyrocketed to 800W. Carrick 2 can also be regarded as a courageous person, and when he saw Broly kill Dales and Vegeta before, he knew that with his strength at that time, the final decision was not stronger than the two. That's why I made up my mind to smash the entire demon star, extract its vitality, and fight with Broly. If he can't beat Broly, then there is really nothing to say. Seeing Carrick 2's soaring combat effectiveness again, Broly was still a little disappointed in his heart. With a combat power of 800W, he can easily kill it in his previous state of 15 times the Realm King Fist. However, although disappointed, the strength of this house has continued to explode. And finally reaching this height is enough for Broly to look high. That's what you said, Forbidden Devil. Are you jealous? Since your last resort has been used, then suffer death. Broly shouted, rushed to the ultimate version of Carrick 2 and smashed out a punch, Carrick 2 put both hands in gear, and suddenly a faint bone cracking sound came out, and Carrick 2 was also blasted hundreds of meters by a powerful force. Not only that, the punch just now, Broly was blasted out with a dark technique, although on the surface it seems that Carrick 2 took this punch unharmed, only slightly advantageous, but in fact, Carrick 2 also has a bitter self-awareness at this time. After receiving Broly's steely punch, after Carrick 2 was blasted away by that force, another hidden punch entered Carrick's arms with the first force, and the bones in his arms were shattered in an instant. After that, Broly flashed again and appeared in the position where Carrick 2 was about to fall in the upside-down flight. Bang was another kick, and once again kicked it perpendicular to the ground into the air. Finally, reappearing in the sky where Carrick 2 was about to rush over, Broly's right leg made a knee bump, fell extremely fast, and his knee hit Carrick 2's abdomen and smashed to the ground. Boom! The moment it fell to the ground, it smashed out a circular deep pit with a radius of more than 10 meters. Broly, who landed on the side, looked at Carrick 2, whose eyes were protruding in the center of the pit, and his body twitched from time to time, and Broly drew a circle with his hands and gathered on his right abdomen, ready to give him the final blow. At this moment, cough, cough. Awesome, really powerful. Ahem, even though I sacrificed so much, I still can't even touch you, what an unwillingness. In that case, then. In the first half of the sentence, Carrick 2 still said that he survived, and the second half of the sentence flew into the sky without warning, and even Broly was deceived. Hey, hey! Die together! Broly, I want you to watch the destruction of the earth with your own eyes, watch your closest family and friends die in front of you, and accompany me to hell. Ahaha! Seeing that there was no way to live, Carrick 2 extracted the origin vitality of the demon star in his body, and then gathered it together and exploded towards the earth like a Qigong wave, and his heart could not be described as vicious. Give me death! Void Annihilation Cannon! Broly was furious when he heard this guy doesn't have a long memory, he even dares to stimulate himself with such words. Broly directly opened the 20X Realm King Fist, and a Void Annihilation bullet rushed towards the Destruction Yuan Chi cannon issued by Carrick 2. Two light waves, one blue and one dark red, collided together, but unfortunately that dark red light wave did not block for even a second, and was directly beaten into nothingness, and then rushed towards Carrick 2 without slowing down. The huge Void Annihilation cannon directly submerged Carrick 2, and Carrick 2 had no chance to let out any unwilling wails when he was dying. In an instant, there were no cells left. Let you be cheap, you should really be glad that you were directly killed in seconds, otherwise you will also be given a taste of what is called Ling Chi. Just as Broly returned to the cave to collect the remaining spirit tree fruits, he saw Monkey King and Vegeta recuperating on the side. Hey! Broly, I knew you were going to win. However, I will definitely not lose to you next time. Vegeta, who was previously transformed into a giant ape, slapped the Monkey King, who was recovering from injury, and said with both joy and loss after seeing Broly return. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Chapter 036. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Hey? By the way, I almost forgot about you, what do you say I should do with you, Vegeta? Broly didn't answer, but instead turned his target to Vegeta, who had been disgusted by him earlier. I don't know if Sun Wukong and Vegeta are really born with that kind of sympathetic and uncontrollable strong foundation. At this time, Sun Wukong actually pleaded with Broly again. Humph! Vegeta provoked me 3 times and twice, and I felt uncomfortable not killing him. Well, I can give him a chance to live, I only make one move, if Vegeta survives, I won't pursue his previous raving. What? You said you were going to do Vegeta next? Well, since you have an iron heart, then take it. As a result, Broly did not use all his strength under the normal strength, or the Turtle School Qigong wave familiar to Sun Wukong, was extremely reluctantly accepted by Sun Wukong, who used the 10 times the Realm King Fist. Of course, Broly did release the water, and by the way, he scare Vegeta, so that he can remember it for a long time. Also found a step for himself, mainly because Broly was really curious about how far the two could finally go. If he really killed one of the two, wouldn't it be a lot less fun in the future? Hee, hey! Broly, although I know you are not using your full strength, I do follow, you have to talk. Looking at the heavily injured Monkey King who was barely able to speak in a hoarse voice, begging bitterly, Broly turned his head to look at Vegeta again, and made up some of his own brain. So what? The picture that promotes communication between good friends. Suddenly, Broly suddenly sobered up. While Sun Wukong spoke, Broly turned his head to look at Vegeta, and after seeing it clearly, Broly lay straight in his heart. I saw that Vegeta in the distance was still seriously injured and fell to the ground, but the point was that this product was crying secretly. Before Broly could think about it, Vegeta hysterically shouted at Sun Wukong, "Kakarot, you guy, less pretend to pity me, my dignified Scion Prince has not been reduced to being begged to survive. Broly, kill if you want. You are a strong man, and I am not ashamed to die at the hands of a strong person like you." Humph! I, Broly, always speak with a word. Say let you go, let you go. Vegeta, good luck, you should really thank fate for arranging such a good base for you. Good opponent. After speaking, Broly threw 2 fairy beans in front of Sun Wukong, and then quickly picked all the remaining spirit tree fruits and teleported out of here. Broly felt that if he stayed any longer, he would be affected by the strong foundation between these two. After returning to the western capital, Urha's voice sounded in his ears again. Congratulations to the boss, complete the 2nd and 3rd ring tasks, and the rewards are as follows. 1 spirit tree fruit seed, permanent, 10 nerve tree fruit, special, 10 gene improvement elixir *, 110,000 points. The 4th ring mission will start a year later. Broly then asked Urha what the spirit tree fruit with the word special he had been wondering about meant. This kind of spirit tree fruit transformed by the system is not obvious for the improvement of strength, but it will greatly improve the life expectancy, and can maintain the appearance of immortality. It can be said that it is a miracle medicine for immortality. Specially prepared for the eldest wives. Urha introduced Broly attentively. Yo-he, the kid has eyesight, boss, I am optimistic about you. After calling the 4 women, Broly took out the spirit tree fruit rewarded by the system and asked the 4 women to eat it. Boomer and Lankai's 2 daughters had already eaten one before, so it was not strange, but although Kiki and Marin were puzzled, they still ate it without hesitation, because the 2 daughters believed that Broly would never harm them. The 2nd daughter's action moved Broly's heart for a while, and then informed the 4th woman of the efficacy of this fruit, and the 4th woman excitedly pulled Broly and made out again. Men will never understand how destructive this thing can be to women, and the 4 women directly fall under the effect of this fruit. After practicing for a while, let's relax with Boomer and them for a while, and then continue to practice. Well, the gravity chamber should be changed, and the weight suit should also be changed, and then add some special equipment such as rowers and pullers to the gravity chamber. With Broly's strength once again increased to nearly 70W after several big battles before, the current cultivation environment and weight-bearing equipment should indeed be eliminated. Gee, it looks like you're going to trouble Boomer again. However, it is good to have a genius wife, if nothing else, just points can save a lot of money. Broly thought of his happy life now, and his heart was still very proud. As long as there is something about science and technology in the Points Mall, as long as its function is roughly introduced to Boomer, Boomer can analyze its principle, and then manufacture a device with extremely similar or identical functions. And Boomer is also very interested in these unknown technologies, asking Broly to ask for a large number of black technologies to study these black technologies when Broly usually cultivates. Not only that, but also pulled the other 3 women together to help lay down the hand over time, which led to the fact that now Lankai's 3 daughters are also infected with the habit of liking research like Boomer. After entering the cultivation room to cultivate for a while, the 4th girl finally got up lazily. While eating breakfast, Broly remembered that since he was immersed in cultivation, although he had also found time to accompany several women, he had not gone out with them properly, so Broly moved in his heart and said, "Boomer, Lankai, Kiki, and Marin, I am usually busy with cultivation, although I have found time to accompany you, but I have not gone shopping with you, watching movies or anything like that. This time I am ready to leave my practice for the time being and accompany you for a while. After breakfast, let's go shopping together, shall we? P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. The enemy of the 4th ring is already close to or comparable to the strength of Sun Wukong when he first turned into a super race, not Frisia. The protagonist will also transform into his first form. You can guess which enemy it is, and what the transformation form is. Chapter 037. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. After breakfast, Broly took the 4 women towards the largest shopping mall in the western capital. Originally, Broly planned to accompany the 4 women to go out and relax, watch a movie to deepen their relationship. Pity. When the 5 arrived at the mall, it didn't happen as Broly had planned. After arriving at the mall, the 4 women were like chicken blood, like divine help. The 4 women pedaled on the narrow high heels and walked like a fly, rushed into a women's clothing store together, picked up a piece of clothing inside and gestured around the body, and asked Broly from time to time, "Husband, do you think it is appropriate for me to wear this outfit? Husband, does my dress match my style? Husband." Broly suddenly had a bad premonition, and began to regret how he had made this suggestion this morning. "I walked around, why didn't you pull me for reference? Every time I tried on clothes, I had to comment like a master, and the most hateful thing was to sacrifice countless brain cells to review you but don't buy it. Visiting countless shopping malls, entering countless specialty stores, trying on countless clothes, and entering countless fitting rooms, Broly came all the way. Most of the reasons for not buying after trying are, the husband does not like it, feels that it is not suitable, and the second is supplemented by the price is too expensive." Broly watched the young shopping guide diligently introduce various types of women's clothing, and spent half a day in vain. Broly didn't want to go, and persuaded Boomer to buy it. "Anyway, we are not bad at these few dollars." However, the 4 women all glared at Broly with murderous eyes. Broly was also speechless and choked instantly. He also knew the 4 women very well, and when he saw the 4 women like this, he knew that he must have eaten the vinegar of this shopping guide. In addition to the store, the Boomer girls asked out loud almost at the same time, "Husband, who is better looking than us with that beautiful shopping guide just now? Do you like the shopping guide just now?" After finally prevaricating the 4 women, Broly followed suit, full of hope to follow the women to the next location. As the morning passed, Broly couldn't understand the Boomer girls at night. After a while, I was so tired that I called my father and mother, and as soon as I went shopping, I was possessed by the foolish man, and I didn't even breathe after shopping all morning, making myself a existence with a combat power of tens of millions of people ashamed of myself. At noon, I finally had time to rest, and I would rather fight 10 fights with strong enemies than go shopping once. After 2 hours of rest under Broly's repeated protests, Broly resumed the afternoon's fighting. At first, Broly could still force a smile, and gradually, I don't know if it was Broly's psychological effect, he felt that his feet were sore, his legs were soft, and then he saw that as long as he could sit on something, it didn't matter what it was. "Sit down." Several women still only try not to buy. Broly couldn't help but complain after reading it, "I really don't understand. Yes, obviously there is so much money in the family that you can buy dozens of shopping malls at will, why do you all only try them on but don't buy anything?" After saying that, Broly immediately regretted it. I can't wait to throw myself 2 mouths. Bazi. After hearing Broly's words, the 4 women of Boomer felt that it was also reasonable, and then whenever they entered and exited a place, a bunch of things that looked good but were actually useless were hung on Broly. It's hard to be a man. Husband, people are still losing weight, this fried chicken wings can't be eaten, you eat it for others. Come, I'll feed you. Open your mouth, ah. Marin's sweet, bone-chilling voice sounded, holding a 2-bite chicken wing to Broly's mouth. Marin, you eat slowly, my husband really can't eat. Shrewd. Marin is the most obedient and sensible. Broly felt a faintly swollen belly, so he had to coax Marin softly. No, husband, you helped me eat. Oh, I see, does my husband dislike what I have eaten? I saw that Broly ate the food of the other 3 women, but not his own. Marlin's ruddy silky little one. When my lips pursed, I felt like I was about to cry. The corners of Broly's mouth twitched when he heard this. Here it is again. What kind of logic is this? Boomer is so, Lankai is so, the period is so, and now Marin, the most considerate and sensible little girl, has also been damaged by Boomer and them. Broly's mouth and stomach didn't stop all afternoon, even the Scion stomach couldn't stand it. The afternoon passed in Broly's torment, and finally. My God, I'm finally going home, and if I don't go back, I really won't be able to hold on. After returning to the car, Broly leaned directly